Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 7 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Ms. Haidu, seconded by Ms. Qualtrough, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Resumption and Continuation of Postal Services. This motion is deemed adopted. Ms. Haidu, seconded by Ms. Qualtrough, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
Second time at the next sitting of the House. Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
From committees, the Honourable Member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 26th report of the Standing Committee on Finance in relation to Bill C-86, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures, and to present the report with amendments. Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I move, seconded by the member for Yukon, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Mr. Easter, seconded by Mr. Bagnall, move that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Calling the members. question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
On passe maintenant à l'ordre du jour. Que tous
That the House now move to orders of the day.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Qualtrough.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Mrs. Scroll.
Monsieur Lausanne, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentine Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
You forgot Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Sorry, you did it. Sorry.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, de Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, du Sud-Est Île des Sœurs.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Nanda Sangre.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Kara.
Kara.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubois.
Mr. Dubois.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruce.
Mr. Moth.
Mr. Moth.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le métis matin Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, le métis matin Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Willett.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsby, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar, Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar, Brampton South.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Vanderbilt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent bien se lever.
All those opposed will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, et Chemin-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Zitcherman, Levy.
Mr. McColman.
McColeman.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abu Tayyip.
Mr. Abu Tayyip.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislev.
Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Bedford Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Miss Blaney North Island Powell River.
Blaney North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Nautel.
Mr. Nautel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stutsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Monsieur Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Fortin.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Yeas pour 153, 153. Nays contre 106, 106.
Déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government business, commencement of debate on government motion number 25 regarding proceedings on a bill entitled an act to provide for the resumption and continuation of postal services.
So, I'm in favor of that. Not that I have any. Ms. Chager, seconded by Ms. Calfro, moves that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, a bill in the name of the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labor, entitled an act to provide for the resumption and continuation of postal services, shall be disposed of as follows. A, the said bill may be read twice or thrice in one sitting. B, not more than 2 hours shall be allotted for the consideration of the second reading stage of the said bill following the adoption of this order. C, when the bill has been read a second time, it shall be referred to Committee of the Whole. D, any division requested in the committee shall be deferred until the end of the committee's consideration of the bill. E, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted for the consideration of the Committee of the Whole stage of the said bill. F, not more than 1/2 hour shall be allotted for the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill, provided that no members shall speak for more than 10 minutes at a time during the said stage, and that no period for questions and comments be permitted following each member's speech. G, at the expiry of the times provided for in this order, any proceedings before the House or the Committee of the Whole shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the stage then under consideration of the said bill shall be put and disposed of forthwith and successively, without further debate or amendment, and no division shall be deferred. H, when the Speaker has, for the purposes of this order, interrupted any proceeding for the purpose of putting forthwith the question on any business then before the House, the bells to call members shall ring for not more than 30 minutes. I, commencing when the said bill is read a first time and concluding when the said bill is read a third time, the House shall not adjourn except pursuant to a motion proposed by a Minister of the Crown. J, no motion to adjourn the debate at any stage of the said bill may be proposed except by a minister of the Crown. And K, during the consideration of the said bill in the Committee of the Whole, no motion that committee rise or that the committee report progress may be proposed except by a minister of the Crown. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Employment? No? Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today to talk about our intention to take action to end the labour dispute between Canada Post and the Canadian Union of Postal Workers, also known as CUPW. Depuis le début des négociations.
Since bargaining began between Canada Post and the Canadian Union of Postal Workers, we have done our best to help the parties find a solution.
Collective bargaining process, Mr. Speaker. Negotiated agreements are always the best solution. We wouldn't come down this road. However, we have exhausted every option. Our government ran on a commitment to restore fair and balanced labour laws and relations, but we also have a responsibility to Canadian businesses that drive our economy. As our country's primary postal operator, Canadians and Canadian businesses rely on Canada Post. Canada Post and the Canadian Union of Postal Workers provide postal services which again are of vital importance to Canadians and to Canadian businesses. Older Canadians, persons with disabilities, low-income earners, as well as Canadians living in rural, remote and northern areas who rely on physical mail delivery, including Indigenous peoples, are disproportionately affected during postal strikes. The cost of postal alternatives, such as courier companies, can be prohibitively high, especially in rural and remote areas. And in some remote northern areas, there are no alternatives. Canadians living in the north are more reliant on parcel delivery services than other Canadians, receiving approximately double the per capita parcel average in Canada in 2017. And while e-commerce and e-communications are the norm for many, almost 9 million Canadians, about 30% of the population, live in rural and remote areas where access to the internet can be extremely limited. And we know that some of the most vulnerable in our country count on Canada Post for their checks. These Canadians count on this money to scrape by, and they're put in very precarious positions by any delay. Like Jack, who told me, as a person on Ontario disability, that any delay could mean a loss of housing for him, and the many others who rely on prompt payment to survive month to month. The strikes have been going on for 5 weeks now. Canada Post said that they could expect delays of parcel and mail delivery in 2019 as a result of these rotating strikes. Canada Post has also told its commercial customers that at this point it cannot honour its delivery standards for any product because of the prolonged strikes. And the strikes have created backlogs of mails and parcels just days before an expected rush of millions of additional parcels from Black Friday and Cyber Monday online sales. Businesses are already feeling the negative impacts of the strikes. Significant delivery delays are resulting in order for many Canadian businesses that are dependent on sales from Black Friday through to the end of the holiday to survive. And there are reports of decline in e-commerce demand. The impacts of the rotating strikes are particularly pronounced for small and medium-sized businesses because the fourth quarter is their busiest. Mr. Speaker, the reality is if the strikes are left to continue through the holiday season, they would create significant hardship. And that means job losses and fewer hours for Canadians who are counting on that extra money to get by. And at the same time, Canada Post has asked its international partners to halt mail and parcel shipments to Canada as it continues to deal with a major delivery backlog that has grown as a result of the rotating strikes. And this affects not only Canadians and Canadian businesses, but also Canada's reputation as a reliable market for commerce and trade. Mr. Speaker, small and medium-sized businesses that rely more heavily on Canada Post for billing and order fulfillment are struggling. And some of these smaller companies operating on eBay and Etsy and Amazon platforms as e-sellers are disproportionately affected. According to a survey conducted on behalf of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, or the CFIB, 2/3 of small and medium-sized enterprises surveyed said they are being affected by the rotating strikes at Canada Post. And according to the CFIB, costs are around $3,000 per business in terms of lost sales, cancelled orders, delays, or costs due to the use of more expensive delivery alternatives. E-commerce is a significant source of economic growth in Canada. Compared to the 2011 postal strike, Canadians in 2018 have become greater consumers of e-commerce generated parcels. According to Statistics Canada, internet-based sales from all retailers rose 31% to $15.7 billion in 2017, and up to 40% of these sales take place in the fourth quarter, which is currently being affected by the strike. In the event of an even longer postal strike, many companies, particularly small e-commerce companies, are saying that they might not make it through the season. So let me tell you some of the real-life stories. There's a company called Monkeys & More based in Halifax. It's run by Dale Kearney and his wife Sherry, and they specialize in selling handmade scarves, mittens, and aprons online. And they get orders from Canada and the U.S. during the holidays. But this year, customers are reluctant to place orders for fear that they won't receive their purchase by Christmas. And Mr. Kearney said, in normal years, we're sold out by now, but the rotating strike is killing us. And how about Red Ribbon Boutique? This is a shop on Edmonton's High Street. It's run by owner Rochelle Tuck. And Rochelle relies heavily on Canada Post as most of its sales are done online. And Mrs. Tuck said she knows that packages will be late arriving to customers, but exactly how late is a mystery to her. Mr. Speaker, small businesses like theirs are slowly becoming casualties of the ongoing Canada Post dispute. Comments from Craig Patterson, Director of Applied Research at the University of Alberta School of Retailing, says their small business margins are a lot thinner than the major retailers. They're relying on Canada Post a lot more, whereas bigger retailers can go to an alternative supplier. And many customers, instead of taking the chance, will choose to go to malls as opposed to seeking out local businesses, meaning money will often leave the local economies. And the strike is having an impact on the workers as well. Canada Post workers and other businesses affected are counting on the extra wages from this time of year as part of their revenue. In some cases, they need these wages to get by. Canadians are calling on us to take action. The Retail Council of Canada sent an open letter to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and said that the group said that the situation is heading into crisis territory. The pace of parcel traffic is about to double, and the postal system is already overstretched. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are not debating this legislation today because we still believe that Canada Post and CUP W can get a deal. I repeat, I believe the two parties can still reach a negotiated agreement. Nous croyons toujours.
We still believe that an agreement is possible, but we must be prepared to take action if the parties do not succeed.
Negotiating. And nothing in this motion prevents that from continuing. We continue to provide them with all of the tools necessary to reach an agreement. Their negotiations started this time last year. The existing collective bargaining agreement expired on January 31st, 2018, and these agreements covered approximately 8,000 rural and suburban letter carriers and 42,000 urban operations employees. On June 29, 2018, the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service received 2 notices of dispute from the union. The following week, on July 6, 2018, 2 conciliation officers were appointed to assist in the negotiations. On September 5, 2018, I appointed 2 mediators. CUP W began strike action on October 22nd. On October 24, 2018, I appointed the special mediator, Morton Michnick, and have reappointed him twice since then to facilitate an agreement. Voluntary arbitration was offered and declined. My colleague, the Honourable Carla Cultro, Minister of Public Services and Procurement Canada, and I have reached out to the parties directly on many occasions to urge them to continue to work towards reaching agreements. We've worked hard to restore fairness and balance to the labour landscape in Canada, and these efforts demonstrate that. Through Bill C-4, for example, our government's first piece of legislation—
Order. 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 The honourable member for North Island Powell River, rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate you recognizing me. Just wanted to point out that in this place, as you've so lengthily reminded us, that it's not appropriate to name the member by name, but by riding or by roll. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the honourable member for pointing that out. I did, in fact, see that the honourable member did make that error in the course of her remarks. Quite often when that occurs, if there's no disorder at the initial moment, we'll let that see. If it happens the second time, I'll often interrupt the member when that occurs. But I think the honourable minister will keep that in mind for the remainder of her remarks. The honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize for that error. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we've worked really hard to restore fairness and balance to the labour landscape in Canada. One of the first pieces of legislation that we introduced was Bill C-4, and this was repealing 2 private members' bills that were intentionally meant to undermine the rights of unions in this country. One that imposed excessive reporting requirements on unions, and a second that made it harder for workers to unionize. This was important to us because we understand that organized labour, in fact, supports these good middle-class jobs that we talk about so often in this place. In fact, we've taken other action, prompted by the union movement. We've introduced modern labour standards just as recently as last month that are going to directly work in opposition to other Conservative governments that are repealing the rights of workers. We introduced pay equity to ensure that women have an opportunity to receive equal pay for work of equal value. Mr. Speaker, we were successful in passing and receiving Royal Incentive C-65, another piece of legislation that we worked on closely with organized labour to ensure that people are free from harassment and sexual violence in the workplace. And we will continue to work with organized labour to ensure that workers across this country can work in companies and for organizations where they are respected and where they have decent work. And as I mentioned before, we did not intervene early because we believe in the collective bargaining process. We have worked with the parties during this labour disruption to assist them in getting a deal with every tool that we have. But we also have a responsibility to all Canadians and to the businesses that drive our economy. And when the consequences of a work stoppage become so great that they begin to result in serious or lasting harm, we must act, Mr. Speaker. When a strike or a lockout is affecting thousands or even millions of people, the government must intervene. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Labour Code gives the parties in a dispute the right to a strike or lockout. And back-to-work legislation should be used as a last resort. We will continue to support the parties through every means possible. And as I said, we still believe that a deal is possible. Canadians can be assured to know that our government has done everything in our power to help the 2 parties to reach an agreement. Mr. Speaker, we believe in the collective bargaining process. We believe in fair and balanced labour relations. We will continue our work, yes, with organized labour to support decent work and middle-class jobs in this country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister made some false comments in her remarks. Checks that are delivered are being received on time. We're talking about a rotating strike, not a full strike. And it is the work of the postal workers to deliver the strikes on time, the paychecks, because they're important. That's why they opted for a rotating strike. I'd like to invite the minister to go outside, to put her toucan in her coat, and to see the workers on the work floor, to go and look at how much goodwill there is to deliver the mail, Mr. Speaker. Why is the minister only defending Canada Post version and talking about Amazon and eBay, when in fact mail is being delivered on time because it's a rotating strike?
Et de travail.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for her question. Of course, we know that this strike is affecting Canada Post workers as well. It's a hardship for the workers. It's a hardship for the small businesses that rely on the service. It's a hardship for the individuals who rely on a variety of different kinds of mail and checks to get through their everyday lives and deal with their financial affairs. And so that's why we have worked so diligently on supporting these parties to get a deal. As I said, we don't take this lightly. We are not going to be debating the legislation today. We still believe that a deal is possible, and we encourage both parties to work together to find that deal so they can bring an end to this labour disruption and ensure that people get the mail, the essential mail that they need. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for her presentation today, but I do find it a little bit ironic that when we were, the Conservatives were in government in 2011, we brought forward back-to-work legislation on Canada Post, and the Liberals were very critical, extremely critical of that move. And the Minister has said today that the situation is a crisis with many of our small business owners. She mentioned some directly and specifically that our small businesses, as we go through Black Friday and Christmas and Cyber Monday, they need a dependable postal service to ensure that they can be successful. And I think the Minister even mentioned that some businesses are in jeopardy of even being able to stay in business and may close their doors if Canada Post has not gone back to work. So my question to the Minister, if this situation is such a crisis and our small businesses across the country are depending on a Canada Post up and running, why is she not being more forceful and acting on this more quickly and instead just talking about it today?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Employment.
Opportunity to highlight the contrast between our government and the previous Harper Conservative government, who did not believe in fair and balanced labour relations, who whipped in legislation as quickly as possible, not only to end labour disruptions but to prevent them, who interfered in the collective bargaining process by introducing harmful legislation that we repealed with Bill C-4. That is why we've waited, Mr. Speaker, because we want to make sure that we are doing everything possible to support the collective bargaining process to help these parties find a deal. We know that a deal that's arrived on by both parties working together is the strongest deal for Canada. We're going to continue the work that we do to build up the labour movement, to support the labour movement, and to take action when absolutely necessary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last time the Government of Canada ordered Canada Post employees back to work, the courts ruled that legislation to be unconstitutional. One of the ways we normally try to make sure that legislation is constitutional is by having a full debate on it in this House and also by having a full study of it at committee. So I'd like to ask the Minister why she is putting forward a motion to limit consideration of this potential legislation to only a couple of hours, and how is she so confident that it's going to be constitutional this time?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said before, I am putting forward a motion today, which does not necessarily mean we will be debating the legislation. I am hopeful that the parties will reach an agreement, and we encourage them to stay at the table and get that deal. Having said that, we know that Canadians are expecting us to act quickly. As I mentioned in my speech, Canadians are struggling, whether it's individuals who are waiting for payments of a variety of different kinds, whether it's small businesses that are on the cusp of potentially going out of business, whether it's other businesses that rely on this time of year for their most profitable time. And so we will take action as the Government of Canada to ensure that all Canadians' needs are met. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Some comments. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Much, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say I am a little surprised at the gall of the minister to stand up in this place and say that she's still hopeful that the two sides are going to come to a deal, when 2 weeks ago the government signaled publicly, and we don't know when they signaled to Canada Post privately, but certainly publicly 2 weeks ago, they were saying that they were prepared to introduce back-to-work legislation. That's what considering all options means, Mr. Speaker, and nobody was fooled into thinking otherwise. So when the minister herself is signaling that they're prepared to legislate workers back to work, she has to know, if she has any decency as the Minister of Labour or appropriateness for the position, that undermines the possibility of a fair deal coming out at the bargaining table, because the company knows that the workers are going to be legislated back to work. So how dare she get up at this place and say that she's hopeful they're going to reach a deal when she's been threatening for weeks to legislate those workers back to work and taking their leverage away at the bargaining table?
Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, it's my job as Minister of Labour to make sure that we have fair and balanced labour relations in this country, and also to make sure that we take action when we know that Canadians and the Canadian economy need that action to be taken. In fact, legislation is a tool that the Minister of Labour has in the case that a negotiated agreement can't be arrived upon. And we know that these parties are still at the table, that they are still negotiating, and so, as I said, I expect them to stay there. We have discretion about when we will debate this legislation, and I will be monitoring it very closely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a difficult decision for the minister to put this forward, but I know full well that the effort, the time, the energy that her and her whole team have put into trying to find a way forward on this particular issue. But I'd like her to contrast once again. As the Conservatives had said, we were very critical when they came forward with back-to-work legislation, and we know that they had record use of back-to-work legislation while they were in government. You know, they had pieces of legislation on the shelf, and once a strike had been called, they pulled that down, insert name here, and the back-to-work legislation was put forward. As a matter of fact, on the Canada Post, when they legislated Canada Post back, they legislated the workers back for less of a wage than Canada Post had actually offered during negotiations. Shame. Mr. Speaker, I'd like the minister to again share with the House how the actions undertaken by this government have certainly stand in stark contrast to what has taken place before under the Conservatives.
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question, and my colleague is right to highlight that this is a dramatically different approach than the previous government. The previous government, as my colleague pointed out, did not allow for labour disruption. In fact, sometimes preempted strike action by introducing back-to-work legislation in a way that was extremely harmful to the labour movement, extremely harmful to workers across this country. As you noted in my remarks, we have taken every effort over a long period of time to assist these parties to come to a negotiated agreement. As a matter of fact, the parties are still working together today, and I thank them for that, and I encourage them to stay at the table and get a negotiated agreement. Mr. Speaker, we have worked hard to ensure that the labour movement has the protections that they need. We have listened to the labour movement. We have introduced modern labour standards. We have introduced pay equity, and we have actually passed legislation that strengthens the rights of workers and protects workers in Canadian workplaces. Thank you.
I got time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm listening to this debate, and if there ever is a lesson about talking out of both sides of your mouth, this is the moment. But I shouldn't be surprised, because the minister learns that from the Prime Minister. We see it all the time. Does the minister not understand the very fact that she's speaking here today, signaling that the government would be prepared to bring back-to-work legislation for the postal workers, that she stacked the deck, and that it will skew the entire negotiation process for the corporation against the workers? How can she get up here and claim that this will allow for a fair negotiation process for both parties?
Well, Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very confident that we have used every tool in our toolbox to get a negotiated agreement, and I am still hopeful that they will arrive at that agreement. As a matter of fact, the parties are working together today. I encourage them to work diligently to find that agreement. Having said that, as the Government of Canada, we have a responsibility to all Canadians, and we will take that responsibility seriously. We have small businesses that are suffering. We have rural and remote communities that are suffering. We have individuals that are concerned about how they're going to make rent next month. We have calls to act, and that is in fact what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to speak on this motion. And we've certainly heard from both sides of the floor on different points of view, but I think my NDP colleague put it quite profoundly when she said. She kind of took my opening line about talking through both sides of your mouth. And we've heard in the minister's presentation today, and the reasons for tabling this motion on the back-to-work legislation for Canada Post is that she has said that small businesses across Canada are facing a crisis. She even talked about specific businesses who have reached out to her office saying they are in jeopardy of closing their doors if they cannot have a dependable postal service. She's talking about how important it is to address the issues that business owners across Canada are facing, and that's the reason that she is taking this step today. However, at the same time, she said in her response to my question that we are going to do everything we can to ensure that we come to some sort of agreement. She didn't finish the sentence. The end of that sentence is, small business be damned. Regardless of the consequences that this is going to have, the small businesses who have raised the alarm bell and some very real concerns as we head into their busiest time of the season, that if they don't make the revenue during the holiday season, it impacts the rest of their year. And I've certainly had those conversations with small businesses in my riding, that they make sometimes 60 to 70% of their revenue at the holiday season. And a lot of that business is by online sales. I'd like to just name a couple of examples. Frontier Western Wear in Claresholm was a very small Western wear business that has grown over the last decade into an international success story. They sell their wares across the world. Who would have known that people in Europe want belt buckles and cowboy boots, but they do. And it has grown into an extremely successful business built on an online platform. The same can be said for Flies, etc. In High River. A very small business that has started as a one-man shop, but because of his success selling his handmade flies and reels and rods online around the world, this small High River business has grown into a great success story. So even though we talk about maybe these big businesses that are going to be impacted, but the messages that we're getting from our constituents is the very small rural businesses are the ones who are being impacted as well. And the minister said in her presentation that she has had stories from these businesses asking her to take definitive action to get Canada Post back to work. And today she said, yeah, I've heard their stories, but I'm just going to put a motion on the table to talk about it. So I'm not taking definitive action. I just want to talk about this some more. While each minute and each hour that this goes on, small businesses across the country are suffering. But this is sort of a bigger trend that we've seen from the Liberal government, and this inability to take action when it is needed. There's sort of that desire to kind of stand on both sides of the fence, and we all know what happens when you sit on the fence for too long. You get slivers, very, very painful slivers. But unfortunately, our small businesses are the ones who are feeling the consequences and the pain of that. But we've seen this story so many times before during their 3-year mandate. Let's take a look. Let's go back a little bit to the grain backlog. We had grain farmers across the country, specifically in Western Canada, talking about the pain that they were going through not being able to get their commodities to market. We encouraged the Liberal government for months to try and take action on this issue. They had definitive tools in their toolbox to force the railways to start hauling more grain. This started last fall. We went through the winter, and every single time we brought this up to the Liberal government, so you know what, we really trust the railways to resolve this on their own. We're not going to get involved. They're meeting their targets. This is all going to resolve itself. Meeting their targets, were at sometimes meeting 6% of the contracts they had signed. 6%. That is certainly not what I would say is meeting their obligation. Then we go through the spring seeding period, still no resolution. Then finally, when the summer comes, they table C-49, the transportation bill, which we asked them to do 8 or 9 months ago. Just take the legislation that the previous Conservative government had done and put it forward. We would have resolved that grain backlog when we still could have made a difference to Canadian grain farmers. But they wait until we're in crisis mode. And that's exactly what the minister said today in her presentation is, our small businesses are facing a crisis. And what are we going to do about it? Well, we're going to do almost something, but not quite anything. We're going to come in here and debate it a little bit more, and once again try and walk the fence. And our Canadian grain farmers, as I said, in Western Canada, sure felt the ramifications of that. And even with C-49, it doesn't force the railways to haul grain. There's no accountability in that bill. Again, it's just that window dressing that they can say, well, eventually, when it really didn't matter anymore and it was way too late, we did something. But really, C-49 does not address anything, and hopefully this fall and winter, as we go through the harvest once again, we'll see what kind of an impact C-49 will have on our grain producers. But let's also go back to the Phoenix Pay system, something that we've all dealt with, and they like to pass the buck on to somebody else. But they were told when they won government that the Phoenix pay system is not ready to go. This is something that you need to take some definitive action on, to address this situation. This is going to have impacts to federal employees across the country. But again, they didn't take definitive action. They didn't address the situation. They just pressed the green button and hope for the best. Because hope and hard work solves all your problems, apparently. But again, we've seen the consequences of that inaction. And I think federal employees across the country can certainly share that information with you and the impact that this has had on their livelihood. Some of them have been overpaid and then asked to reimburse the federal government. Some of them have not been paid at all. And again, we hear from the minister that we are taking definitive action. We are fully aware of the situation, the crisis situation that we're in. But then what are you doing? Nothing, or very little. And it's unfortunate because our small business owners are now put in the crosshairs because of a labor disruption with Canada Post. And as I said in my question to the minister, in 2011, when the Conservative government took similar steps to address the Canada Post work stoppage, we were criticized severely by the Liberal third-party opposition at that time, that we were being overly aggressive. This is not something that we should be doing. However, how interesting the tables have turned just a few years later, that now that they're in the situation, they think this is something that they should do. But again, they want to go halfway all the time. There's no ability to make a tough decision and act and follow through on that decision and try and make this situation be remedied for businesses across Canada. We've seen, I just want to kind of bring some of these examples of this has sort of been the trend that we've seen with this Liberal government over the last few years. And, another one would be the outcry from Canadians, especially in Ontario, Quebec, with the illegal migrants coming across the border. Mm-hmm. This is a crisis. There's no question about it. We've seen the numbers increase over the last few years. They like to take these little snapshots to say, well, in this week of July, actually the numbers went down between 2 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So we've got a handle on the illegal migrant crisis. Well, if you take a look at the numbers in a bit more broad vision, these numbers have continued to go up. And every single time when Canadians across the country, and certainly my colleagues in Southern Ontario and Quebec, and Manitoba for that matter, would resonate this, that is certainly not the impression that their constituents have of the situation. The situation is not in control. Building permanent housing with tents and trailers along the border is not what I would consider a long-term solution to an illegal migrant crisis. And again, they don't want to do anything about it except for talk about it and say, you know what, we're putting things in place. The Minister of Border Security, the Minister with no portfolio really, has talked about this ad nauseum that we've got the numbers under control. But every statistic and every media report, and certainly when you talk to people on the ground, that is certainly not the case. And again, we see this inability to take definitive action where definitive action is needed. And I compare that to the situation that we are in now. Canadian businesses across the country are saying the crisis that they are facing now is real. As we get into this holiday season, we have seen the stats, and I think the minister even mentioned it today. The rotating postal strikes are costing small businesses an average of $3,000 a month. That includes not only lost sales, but we also have to understand that their payables, their receivables, are not getting to those businesses either. And that is having an impact. So let's talk about what that impact would be at $3,000 a month. That's 2 employees. That's 2 employees that they would now be having to lay off, or if they were getting that $3,000 a month over the holiday season, that's a couple of employees that they would be hiring to help them through this very busy time of the season. So I know the Liberal minister was talking about how much of a crisis this is for the business, but there is a ripple-down effect to this inaction. There are thousands of Canadians. I have a 20-year-old daughter who is doing the same thing. She's looking for some extra work part-time over the holiday season. She's gone to some of the retailers and asked them about working through the holidays. And a lot of them have said, we're not hiring until we know what's going on with the labor dispute, because they don't know if they can afford to hire those additional part-time workers over the holiday season. And a lot of Canadians rely on that extra income. It helps them pay for their own Christmas presents. It helps them pay for their own holiday celebrations. University students, college students who are taking that Christmas break absolutely rely on that additional revenue to help them pay for their tuition and their school books, which has become more expensive because, just on a side note, the Liberals felt that tax credits for tuition and class and school books weren't really necessary, and university and college students are too wealthy to qualify for tax credits for these things. And unfortunately, because of that, they are now having to rely on those part-time jobs over the Christmas holidays, part-time jobs that aren't going to be there because these small businesses are losing up to $3,000 a month because of the disruption in Canada Post services. And I think the contrast here, and my Liberal colleagues were bemeaning this, saying, that the contrast between the Conservative action and the Liberal action when it comes to these types of situations is the Conservatives acted quickly. As Liberals, we're going to take our time with this. I am very proud of the fact that we acted quickly and we took definitive action when it was needed. And that ensured that our small businesses and companies across the country knew that the government was standing behind them, ensuring that they had the tools that they needed to be successful. What is frustrating them right now is a government that is taking no action, is allowing them to suffer, and would rather stand on the sidelines and try and let these two groups, which have obviously been unable to come to an agreement. And I appreciate the union's position on some of the things that they are trying to address. However, it's clear they have not been able to come to an agreement. We understand the situation that is now before us with the very busy holiday season. So I think it behooves the government to take some definitive action to ensure that our small businesses are not going to be suffering through what is their busiest time of the season. This is when they make their gravy. This is when businesses make the revenue that keeps them up and running for the rest of the year. There's no question about that. A lot of them, as I said, make 70% of their revenue during this time of year. And I've certainly heard over the last couple of weeks the frustration from small business owners who don't understand why the Liberal government is not having their backs. And it really, if we go back to last fall when they brought forward these small business tax changes. These were going to be imposed on small businesses across the country that were going to be devastated by these tax changes. If it wasn't for this tax revolt from our farmers, our ranchers, our small business owners, there's no question the Liberal government would have gone ahead with these changes. And when we heard from our farmers that this would be the end of the family farm because they wouldn't be able to pass that farm on to the next generation, this was shocking. But this was fact. And they don't dispute that fact because it was true. And even though we were able to get the Liberals to walk back on some of these changes, those changes to passive income are still there. There's still some challenges for our small business owners. And then they go and hike CPP and EI taxes on their paychecks, which again impacts that business owner as well as their employees. They are going to impose a federal carbon tax. They're going to add a tax on the GST and the HST. For whatever reason, they don't understand all of these things they are doing are devastating our Canadian small businesses. And these are small businesses that are the ones, as much as the Liberal government would like to take credit for this, governments don't create jobs. Let's get that out on the table. Governments can put policies in place that encourage businesses to grow and create jobs, but governments don't create jobs. Unless you're hiring a whole heck of a lot of public sector workers, which we can save for another day, because that is certainly the one way the Liberals are creating jobs. But more than 90% of jobs in Canada are created by our SMEs, our small and medium-sized enterprises. And they are successful because they are the entrepreneurs. They are the ones willing to take the risks. But we also have to ensure that they have the tools to take those risks, to be comfortable to hire new employees, to expand their business, to invest in new equipment, new technology, new innovation. And one of those tools is a reliable postal service. But it seems like as we go through these past 3 years of this mandate, one by one by one, the Liberal government is removing every single tool the small businesses and our small and medium-sized enterprises have to be successful. Whether it's increases in taxes, additional carbon taxes, additional regulatory and red tape regime. You know, from my perspective in Alberta, you know, just to touch briefly on the fall economic statement yesterday, you know, there was nothing in that presentation that addresses the crisis that we're facing in Alberta.
That's exactly right.
You know, we have a massive differential in the oil prices. And I know the Liberals will think, well, you know, we're talking big global businesses, international businesses. That's true, we are. They're being impacted. But all the junior, middle, small companies that rely on those big businesses are also being impacted. And the rural communities in Alberta are being devastated. And they just feel like they're being, everywhere they turn, they're being punched. If it's not the inability of the Liberals to take action on our energy sector, you know, we had 3 of the biggest companies in the world, TransCanada, Enbridge, and Kinder Morgan, who are ready to put private dollars into 3 major energy infrastructure projects at the start of their mandate, and all 3 have now gone. And you can't understand, unless you hit the ground in Alberta, the impact that has had. The investment has gone, the companies are leaving, the jobs are going with them. And the impact has been devastating. And I know my Alberta colleagues, we talk about this a great deal, and we just can't understand why they refuse to see it, why they refuse to understand the impact this is having on Alberta's economy and our small rural communities. And then just when you kind of think, well, okay, you know what, Christmas is coming. As hard as that is going to be, we have more than 100,000 energy workers out of work, unemployed, some of them for more than 2 years now. So they're looking at Christmas. This is our opportunity to have a little bit of celebration with friends and family. And now we're not going to have that either because the small businesses in these rural communities are going to be suffering because of their inability to access their customers, get their the receivables. And it's just another hit by a Liberal government that just doesn't seem to understand, A, the importance of small business, B, how much our rural communities depend on these small businesses, and a postal service. They are sometimes very secluded. And I understand that email and internet are an easy way to do these things, but again, you can't do that if you don't have a postal service. And that's something that is very frustrating, that we want to see the Liberals take action on, and take definitive action, not just talk about it, but do something. And Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude. I've talked a lot about our rural communities and our small towns, but this also has international implications. We've heard now from the United Kingdom, the United States, several of our large partners and allies, a lot where our new Canadians and immigrants have come from, that Canada Post has now told those countries, don't send parcels, don't send mail. We're not going to be able to handle it. That's pretty tough as a trading partner, that these businesses that have operations in other parts of the world now can't do business with one another because of the inability to access a reliable mail service. This will impact more than 100 countries who are members of the Universal Postal Union and United Nations agencies that this is going to impact. And again, it's a showing that the Liberal government is not protecting our export market, our global economy, our ability for Canadian companies to expand and operate outside our own borders. And this has far-reaching impacts on our economy, not just here at home, but certainly around the world. And I would just like the Liberals, I hope, over the course of this day and over the next couple of days, understand that Canada Post is an essential service for our rural Canadians and our small towns that rely on this to do their business, pay their bills. And I hope they will hear that message today. I'm sure they're going to hear a message loud and clear from my NDP colleagues that they take this situation seriously and don't just talk about it, but take definitive action. And don't just think that small businesses aren't suffering, that they can wait. They can't wait. They need action today. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the Conservatives. And when I was listening to the Minister as she was explaining why it is we're into this process currently, we as government are very much hopeful that there will still be the opportunity for a negotiated agreement. And I think there's some contrast between us and the former Stephen Harper government. When we had Stephen Harper even imply in back-to-work legislation a rollback of salaries for staff as an example, we are really and truly hoping that the union and management will be able to achieve an agreement. Then you contrast that from the Conservatives that are saying we're not moving quick enough, fast enough, we need to come down, and then compared in contrast to the NDP, which is the absolute opposite. Be very clear, and I'd ask my friend across the way, would he not agree that the first priority is to look in terms of the impact on the national interest and, in fact, Canadians as a whole, but we should also still be holding out the opportunity for hope that there would be a negotiated agreement.
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question, but he just highlighted the reasons we're in this situation. It all comes down to hope. Man, we really hope the best of this will come forward. We're just going to stand back and hope that these two groups resolve this problem. And they fail to ever take responsibility for a situation that has come under their government. Whether it's fighter jets, whether it's deficits, whether it's the Canada Post labour dispute, it's never their fault. It's always somebody else's fault. Like, you're now 3.5 years into your mandate. Start taking responsibility for some of the things that have happened because of the decisions that you have made, that they have made. But, Mr. Speaker, this isn't about hoping this is resolved. We've known since January of last year, or January of 2018, that this was a situation. They've had months to hope that these two groups come to an agreement. It hasn't happened. Hope is not enough. They need to take action.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fundamentally, what we're doing today is looking at whether or not it is fair in a collective bargaining process to threaten legislation and then to bring in legislation, this time with our postal workers, whether it's a Conservative government or a Liberal government. Through rain, snow, sleet or hail, and today in Ottawa through minus 25 degrees temperatures, our postal workers are out there delivering mail on our behalf. So when you look at the processes that we're looking at today, you have to ask the question, is it fair to our postal workers in a collective bargaining process to threaten legislation and bring in legislation? And how does that lead to a balanced outcome during a collective bargaining process? It's just not right.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. And I understand no one questions the dedication and commitment of our postal workers. Walking around yesterday is proof enough of what they're having to endure. But there also is the greater good. And when we have small businesses across the country who are losing thousands of dollars a month because of a work stoppage or a rotating work stoppage, that's something that needs to be addressed. I understand the situation from the postal workers across the country, but they also have to understand that the impact that these rotating strikes and potentially a full strike will have on Canada's economy. During the most important, and let's not fool ourselves, they know what the current situation is and what time of year it is and how much our small businesses rely on that. It's a tool in the bargaining tool chest, and I completely understand that. But they also have to understand, as part of that, the impact that their decisions are having on Canada's economy and the crisis our small businesses are facing.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks. So, Mr. Speaker, there's no question our government has made huge strides for organised labour and Canadian workers. We've repealed Bill 525 and 377 to restore fair and balanced labour relations. We've amended the Canada Labour Code. We're modernizing labour standards. And now we're forced to look at this Canada Post situation. So it's been interesting hearing the conversations in the House, Mr. Speaker. I've heard from my NDP colleagues that we should be doing nothing and let the collective process drag out through a very critical business cycle. And I've heard from the member across saying that we should have acted earlier. I guess my question for the member across is, does he not see the value of collective bargaining? Does he not see the value of a mutually agreeable process that we're allowing to unfold to allow these two parties to come together one last time in a mutually satisfactory way?
Well, member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not questioning, and I nowhere in my intervention did I question the importance of collective bargaining. I am not saying that the process isn't something that should be going through, but it's been going on since January. And there's no question that the Liberals could have taken action much sooner. And again, let's be clear, they're not really doing anything. They've just put a motion on the floor today to, maybe try and spark some discussion on this. But what they're doing is really no action when they should have been taking action before. And again, we're not criticizing collective bargaining. We're just saying, under my point of view on this, is under their watch, once again, they've waited till we've reached a crisis before they sort of take action.
Some comments. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
I want to give my colleagues' comments on the Liberals. We've heard, I think they call them crocodile tears this morning. They're bragging about all the things they've done when they actually are not that interested in union members, because we've seen them raise taxes. We see the minister this morning talking about how Canadians are waiting for help. They're certainly not going to get it from this government. They're talking about how small businesses are going out of business. I don't think that this postal strike is the reason why small businesses are going out of business after 3 years of this government's leadership. We did make some moves on unions. I think they were good ones. We were expecting that unions would be reporting on their spending, that they would actually have secret ballots for union certification so that members could have their rights protected as well. I just want to ask him again about this Liberal government's failing to take responsibility. The minister mentioned earlier that she's worried about Black Friday and that she's going to get this done, I guess, by Saturday. But why is it that these Liberals always leave Canadians a day late and a dollar short?
The member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is exactly right. They're not taking responsibility of the consequences of their actions. And I think he hit on a very important point. We're talking about the crisis that small businesses are facing, but this is just yet another cut in what has been death by 1,000 cuts under a Liberal government. We talked about the carbon tax. We talked about CPP, EI tax increases on employers. We're talking about now a Canada Post work stoppage that they, again, refuse to take any definitive action on. Our small businesses across Canada just feel like they're over and over again being kicked in the gut by a Liberal government. Now, let's be clear. There's a reason for that. During the campaign in 2015, the Prime Minister was very clear. Small business owners are just tax cheats looking for ways to hide their taxes. That is not who small business owners are. They are the backbone and the foundation of just about every community in this country, and it's about high time that the Liberals started treating them that way.
We have time for one more question and response. The Honourable Member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member from Foothills spoke in his speech about, the greater good and the importance of getting these parcels delivered, and nobody questions that Canadians want to be able to have a reliable postal service. But the fact is that postal workers have been working under a settlement imposed by the Harper government since 2011. They've seen the injury rate in their workplace go up to 5 times the national average, and there's a whole bunch of postal workers, which are people in our communities with families, who are being mandated overtime every day because their routes are expanding and they don't have enough time in the day to get the work done. So they're coming home at 8 or 9 at night. They're working not just in the snow, but they're doing it in the dark with headlamps on, and that's why the injury rate is so high. So he says there's a time for this to get dealt with. The time is during bargaining. bargaining. And postal workers have been putting the interests of Canadians first for years under the settlement that was imposed by the Harper government. So now is the time to deal with it, and all they're asking is for the government to butt out instead of imposing back to work legislation and letting the employer know that whatever they do at the table, the government's got their back, so don't worry about it, management. That's what workers are asking for, a fair shot at the bargaining table. That's all they're asking for, and I can't believe that what we're hearing is that this isn't the time to deal with it and postal workers should just suck it up for another 7 years. Is that what he's telling them?
Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's great to finally hear some fire out of the New Democrat Party, who's reintroducing themselves to Canadians after months of no-shows. This is great to see. Not once did I say in my presentation that we don't appreciate what postal workers are doing, but let's be clear. There are Canadians across the country who are working outside in this weather, whether it's postal workers, energy workers, oil and gas workers, farmers, ranchers. To say that this is just one group that is having to work under these conditions is not the case. It's just not the case. Yeah. We appreciate as Canadians everything that our postal workers are doing. I talked about them being an essential service. And this is exactly what we're talking about, is they are an essential service, but they have had almost a year to come to an agreement. They've had options that the union leadership has not even allowed their own members to vote on. So let's be clear. The leadership have taken a decision that their members haven't had an opportunity to even vote on. So I think there are opportunities here to get this back to work, ensure through the Christmas season that we do not have a disruption in service.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is a sad day, and it's not an honour for me to speak to this motion put forth by the government, Motion 25. Nor is it a good day for the postal workers who are currently delivering the mail. This is for people who need to receive mail, for expedited packages. They're being delivered to Canadian homes across the country and throughout the world. The right to bargain is being violated at present, and by putting this motion before us today for debate to bring forth the Bill C-89 that we will undoubtedly debate tomorrow evening is something that is muzzling us as the opposition. I can give you some examples of the motion which was tabled in light of the presentation of the bill. We'll only have 2 hours allotted for the consideration at second stage of the bill following the adoption of this order. All of the bills, as a newly elected member in 2015, and I'm a new member, as I point out, this is the first time I'm seeing that all of the rules are being violated in such a way and that we are being muzzled. I was elected in 2015 to represent the people of my riding and to represent them, to be their voice in debates like this one, to express their views. But here again, the government is preventing us from expressing ourselves on this. Then, Motion 25 has point E, where it states that only 1 hour shall be allotted for the consideration at Committee of the Whole stage. Only a half an hour shall be allotted for consideration of the third reading stage of the bill. So that means that in addition, no member shall speak for more than 10 minutes at a time during the said stage, and that no period for questions and comments will be permitted following each member's speech. So what's the point there? We're here, Mr. Speaker, to debate these important issues, to raise important points, to represent our constituents. But with this motion, once the bill is debated tomorrow here in the House, we won't even have an opportunity to speak to it or to ask questions at third reading. Because the government must be afraid of answering, this is simply unacceptable. Now, to get back to my experience, my personal experience, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that in 2011, I was a letter carrier. I delivered mail with my bag across my shoulder, and I did so for 15 years, 15 beautiful years that I walked through the streets of the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. It was extraordinary, and I loved my job. I was proud to wear my uniform, and every day I saw people at the door. I delivered mail, their packages. I was a proud letter carrier. I was proud to be a member of the organization. But I went through the lockout in 2011, the restrictions on negotiations that were put in place. Back at the time, Canada Post shut down for 2 weeks. It wasn't what the workers wanted. What we wanted was to negotiate a collective agreement. We were willing to negotiate. And it's a constitutional right to strike. And the will was there to continue to deliver the mail, but the constitutional right exists, and we were there to negotiate. Now, I remember, Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that we had been locked out by the employer, we'd been set out into the street because Canada Post had been shut down, a decision was made on a volunteer basis by all workers, the letter carriers, the clerks. We all agreed to deliver old age pension checks that came out that week in June 2011. And I remember that everyone did so happily on a volunteer basis with goodwill, and that shows the goodwill of postal workers. Their heart is in their work, but at the time, our rights were violated, and we had to live with the consequences imposed through special legislation under the previous Conservative government back in 2011. Now, that is my personal experience as someone who was locked out and whose right to bargain were violated. But let's go back to the day-to-day business and look at the claims and demands with respect to workplace safety. Now, there are many ways that mail is delivered. Maybe some people aren't as familiar on the ground, but there are some municipalities that have replaced their door-to-door letter carriers with a truck. There are still some people delivering letters door-to-door. In downtown Montreal, for example, letter carriers deliver the mail on foot. There are some letter carriers in rural areas. The majority are women. These are women who drive thousands of kilometers. And, well, I've got plenty of examples of colleagues I worked with, and they would leave the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, go to 4 different municipalities, and they may have driven 400 kilometers because they covered such a large area. They use their own vehicles. But there's a double standard here because they don't have the same working conditions as the urban letter carriers, nor are the salaries the same. And most of them are women. The RSMCs. Oftentimes there are 1 or 2 because they live in these more isolated communities. And their safety is very important, Mr. Speaker, as are their conditions. We need to restore equity. Now, the government put forth a pay equity legislation, so-called pay equity legislation. But at present, these letter carriers are still not benefiting from it. There's still such a gap. And there is unfairness that has been created. If I come back to the issue of safety, over the past few weeks, many of these letter carriers from across the country have sent in messages, have said, thank you for being there, thank you for being our voice, we feel your support. Fortunately, the NDP is there for us because they feel abandoned by the government with their so-called promises out of so-called concern for the middle class. These letter carriers are members of the middle class. They are all members of the middle class, and they feel left out and abandoned by the government. Now, getting back to security and safety. When the workload isn't adequately assessed, there are differences. And this brings me back to the rural letter carriers. This is what they're experiencing. Oftentimes, they have to do volunteer work because when we look at their work contract, it's 3 or 4 hours. Well, if it takes longer because there's been a storm, because it's slippery out, because the volume of mail that day is a lot larger, well, they're not paid, Mr. Speaker. They're doing volunteer work on a daily basis. And you'll say, well, some people choose to do volunteer work. That's true, yes. There are many community-based organizations that do so. That's because they want to. When someone has a job, however, and has a mortgage to pay, a car to pay, and people expect to be paid for the work, for the services they're providing, well, this is where the unfairness lies, Mr. Speaker. Now, those people are right in wanting to improve their job conditions and to establish fairness, and I understand that. For several years, they've wanted those conditions. But it's like back in 2011, we've got more back-to-work legislation and the right to bargain is being violated. For the past 2 weeks, we've been hearing on the Hill that back-to-work legislation is going to be put in place. Well, why would they negotiate? Well, it's a good thing that the minister has, in fact, appointed a mediator, extended the mandate. That is a good thing. That's okay. We could see that if we were negotiating a contract for a new car, if we were negotiating and we knew that the dealership would be ready to drop the price $5,000, well, we wouldn't accept the same offer 3 times. And this is the same type of situation we're seeing at present, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'd like to talk about the false crisis that Canada Post is talking about. They did the same thing back in 2011. I went right through it. I was on the work floor at the time, on the ground. Willingly, intentionally, as soon as a strike mandate came out, Canada Post stopped replacing people who were absent for people who were processing mail and packages if someone was away and there was a larger volume of mail, because that happens at certain times during the month. We're talking about Black Friday. There are increases in mail delivery as well. And I'm going to come back to this issue of the rotating strike. We aren't seeing a full work stoppage. No, there is no panic. Contrary to 2011, when Canada Post decided to lock employees out. Canada Post locked out employees. What we're seeing that there are rotating strikes. They happen, but from time to time, but not every day and not Canada-wide, because Canada Post workers are committed to delivering the mail. And there are people who are off and people aren't being replaced, but Canada Post has created the crisis. But the government isn't taking a close look at what's happening on the ground. They just get a letter from eBay saying this is a disaster, the parcels won't be delivered. The government hasn't even examined the evidence, and this is what is the most frustrating here and shocking, because we're debating this motion to stop negotiations, and this is simply unacceptable. The government's just relying on what Canada Post is saying. Now, yes, retail commerce is important, and small businesses do deal with Canada Post, and they're proud. We're proud of that because it proves and shows that our public service is cost-effective, contrary to what the Conservatives are saying now. But what they said back in 2011, because I know they wanted to privatize Canada Post back in the day as well, and we were hearing a lot of talk about that. So I'm happy to hear the Conservatives talk about all of the small businesses and businesses using Canada Post to expand their companies to mail their goods. That's fantastic. But what isn't fantastic is that I've received messages with pictures, and I experienced it myself. And they are delivering parcels on time. The deadlines are being met, Mr. Speaker. Now, I had a picture that's sent in by a letter carrier who said the package was sent on November 20th, and now here I am delivering it, and today is November 21st. So where's the delay, Mr. Speaker? So these pressure tactics are being used, but there is a right to strike. Workers have the right to bargain, but people are waiting for their parcels and their payments. And that's why the Canada Post workers have not stopped delivering the mail, Mr. Speaker, because there is a willingness there to deliver it to these people who need it. So when I hear in the House that it's a disaster, that mail isn't being delivered, that workers are asking for too much, well, what? We've got a double standard here. The government talks about the middle class, about pay equity legislation, how important that pay equity is, and there are several examples. The member for Cape Breton-Canso, who was re-elected, Mr. Speaker, he was here back in 2011, and he criticized the Conservative government special legislation in the day. And he asked questions, and I can quote him. He said, does the minister not realize that by taking this action is a low blow for the union movement across the country? Is this the kind of behavior we should expect over the next 4 years? That's what the member said. The member for Cape Breton-Canso. The member for Malpeque. He said the best way to find a viable solution for the future is to allow arbitration to follow its course fairly. And if this were the objective of the bill, then we would support it on this side of the House. I asked the minister why, in fact, she is siding with the employer on this issue, and why the government isn't going ahead with fair arbitration for both parties by allowing them to negotiate. But now we've got a Liberal government, and we're forced to debate the motion that is before it today, which will lead to Bill C-89, which will be debated tomorrow here in the House. And that will violate the right to collective bargaining. Now, I talked about the constitutional right to strike. I mentioned that earlier. And negotiating collective bargaining is also important, Mr. Speaker. If Canada Post knows that special legislation will be enacted, well, why would Canada Post negotiate in good faith? Now, I've given several examples earlier, but this is simply a reality, Mr. Speaker. Workers are delivering the mail today. They're going to be on the job tomorrow and up until Christmas and beyond. But at the same time, they want to work in a safe place. They want to have measures tailored to their needs. When it's dark out, it's not normal to have to put a lamp on your forehead to try to see an address on a house, to walk outside when it's minus 35, when we, for example, put our coats on and rush from home to bus to car to keep warm, when postal workers may spend 8 to 12 hours outdoors. I know, I lived through it. And one Christmas Eve, I was sitting on a snowbank outside. People were celebrating indoors. They were starting to celebrate Christmas, and I was still delivering the mail. It was a Christmas Eve, outside, in the dark, and I was delivering the mail. And that's the reality for all letter carriers, Mr. Speaker. It's true that there are some routes that are different, some that they're assessed and evaluated differently, but across the country, there is a serious safety issue, and this is a major problem at present. With the special legislation, the right to bargain is being violated. the right to negotiate and to improve worker safety. Mr. Speaker, I think this debate needs to be more democratic, and therefore I move, supported by my colleague for Vancouver East, that the motion be amended by deleting paragraphs A, D, E, J, G, and K, and replacing them with 2 hours will be granted in paragraph B. Instead of 2 hours, it will be 5 days. And in C, Committee of the Whole will be replaced by Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills Development, and Social Development. D, by replacing the words following 5 days will be granted at third reading stage in paragraph F. And all questions necessary for the disposal of the stage in paragraph G will be replaced. And the last stage, third reading stage, after third reading stage rather, all questions will be put to the House. I hope that these amendments will be accepted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Allowed.
Order. Ms. Trudel, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moves an amendment that the motion be amended in A, be repealed, B, D, E, G, and K also be repealed, and B, by replacing 2 hours shall be allotted in paragraph B by the following 5 days shall be allotted. C, by replacing Committee of the Whole in paragraph C by Standing Committee of Human Resources, Skills Development, Social Development, and Persons with Disabilities. D, by replacing the words following not more than 1/2 hour with not more than 5 days shall be allotted for the consideration of the third reading stage. And E, by replacing at the expiry of the times provided for in this order any proceedings before the House or the Committee of the Whole in paragraph G with 15 minutes be for the time granted for government orders. And for the last day of third reading. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened very closely to my colleague from Jonquiere's remarks. I agree with the principle of free collective bargaining, and I do agree that it's just as relevant today as it was when that principle came to see the light of day in the 30s and the 40s. However, there was less concentration of power at the time. The government was smaller, sometimes non-existent. And if a union wanted to be able to hold a strike in the private sector, well, consumers could go and buy at a competitor's business. So there was a sort of a free market. But Here we have various types of concentration of power, quite intensive concentration of power, like within the Crown Corporation of Canada Post and in the union. So given that modern context, where the actions of some with a lot of power, whether it be the Canada Post or the union, what do we do then when their amount of power can actually end up harming small and medium-sized businesses, ordinary consumers? So it's a general question. How does one act then, given the current circumstances? The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it passing strange to hear my colleague, who was here in 2011, defend the kinds of things that Conservatives did at the time. So it shows that the Liberals think one thing and do the opposite when they're in power. As I said earlier in my remarks, workers have chosen to exercise their right to strike. Yes, that's true. But they chose to do rotating strikes, and that's often forgotten. These are rotating strikes. So the mail is still being delivered. And what makes me angriest here is that all the blame is being laid at the feet of the workers. They're the bad people. They're the ones who are part of the middle class that the government speaks over and over and over again about. They're the ones who really drive our economy. Power is everywhere. But negotiation is required. It's very important to be able to bargain. And they chose to do rotating strikes because they did care about those people who need to receive their checks or their parcels. It's not true that there are delays. This crisis that Canada Post created is actually a false crisis for all the reasons that I pointed out in my remarks. If there were a real will to bargain in good faith, then they would be allowed to negotiate. Delivery hasn't been stopped. Now, in 2011, it's Canada Post that voluntarily decided to lock people out and stop deliveries, and that's not the case right now. And I can't stand hearing this kind of speech. It's as if the workers are the bad ones who are preventing people from getting their mail and their parcel, that they're the ones who are acting in bad faith, whereas it's the opposite. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Commentaire, the honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Jonquière and I both worked on the Government Operations Committee study on the future of Canada Post, which I think quite clearly showed that cutbacks and concessions are not the way forward for Canada Post. Today we have the government introducing a motion to try to sharply limit the amount of time to debate and consider back-to-work legislation for Canada Post employees. This is particularly concerning in light of the fact that in 2016 the Ontario Superior Court ruled that the 2011 Conservative back-to-work legislation had been unconstitutional. So I would ask the member for Jonquière whether she believes that the Liberal back-to-work legislation is any more likely to be considered constitutional, or whether it would be yet another unconstitutional violation of fundamental workers' rights. Thank you.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. It's true that we have worked well together in committee on Canada Post. Several studies have been undertaken, even though the report really wasn't taken into consideration, and several points in that report were simply forgotten on the part of the government. It was probably voluntary, but anyway, we worked well together. That is true. But let's come back to the question now. I'm not a judge. I'm not an arbitrator. I can't necessarily make a statement on what will be constitutional and what won't be. However, I did speak about the right to strike. The right to strike is a constitutional right. And the 2011 Conservative bill led to rulings
and the rulings were on what was constitutional and what wasn't. And it turned out that it was an unconstitutional bill. Now, at the time, the issues were about unpaid leave and paid leave and sick leave. Many people had had operations and had not been paid. Now, if once again we go to the courts, well, what will happen? Well, we'll have to wait for 2 or 3 years, just like in 2011, and that's what I'm concerned about. You know, right now what we're talking about is safety. That's the major concern and issue for the workers. You can't get safety increased simply in 2 or 3 years. Action has to be taken now, and you get to those measures through collective bargaining and through negotiating. That's how solutions are found. And who is in a better position than the workers to know what the reality is on the ground and what the needs are? So we don't need a special bill in this House to simply impose the government's will and put pressure on the workers on the pretext that nobody will get their mail. That's simply false. Delivery is happening on time, and that's important. Under this bill, their right to free and collective bargaining is being trampled on, and the right to strike is a constitutional right. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The strike started on the 22nd of October, and since then in Abitibi-Témiscamingue, there was only one day when that strike took place in my area on the 6th of November. So now it's the 22nd of November. 1 month has gone by, and Abitibi-Témiscamingue has only been affected one day. That is the reality on the ground in my riding. So I would like to know what my colleague thinks about a special legislation being imposed when, in fact, the impact on the ground is about a day per month per territory, like Abitibi-Témiscamingue, which is a huge territory. I'd like to thank my colleague for pointing that important fact out. The same happened in my region. In all of Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, there was only one day of a rotating strike. And since October, all the mail has been delivered. So I'll say this again. I said it in my remarks. This crisis has been created by Canada Post. And the Government of Canada, because of letters from eBay and Amazon, believes that mail isn't being delivered anymore. But we saw there's only been one day in Abitibi-Témiscamingue, one day in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. The mail has been delivered. I've received messages on Facebook from throughout Canada, and I'm being told mail is being delivered. There is no delay. So any delays are being caused by Canada Post. They've created the crisis, and it's scandalous that workers' rights are being violated and that we're standing here debating this when the workers are negotiating in good faith. A mediator has been reappointed. But, you know, when there's a sword hanging over your head, well, Canada Post isn't made up of fools. They know perfectly well that they won't need to negotiate in good faith. And that's what's happening, Mr. Speaker. And once again, it's the safety of workers that is at stake, and we can't wait 3 years for this to be resolved. As long as there are discussions, there is hope, and the mail is being delivered. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before starting out, I would just like to point out that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Pitt Melrose Maple Ridge.
No pleasure to rise in this House to debate this motion. Our government believes in free and collective bargaining, and we've worked hard to restore fairness and balance to the labour landscape in Canada. In fact, one of the very first pieces of legislation introduced in this Parliament was Bill C-4, which repealed 2 private members' bills under the Harper administration that undermined unions. And we did this because we recognize the important role unions play in ensuring our workplaces are safe, equitable, and just. En raison de cet engagement,
because of that commitment, we have also taken steps to reduce the wage gap between genders and increase job opportunities for women. We've also taken steps to reduce risk and harassment at work, and we have brought forward significant changes to the Canada Labour Code so that it meets current needs of workers. We believe in the protection to rights. We believe in work safety, professional development, and our government is a proud partner of the union sector. We know that union management relations are very important for the economic security of individuals and the economic prosperity of Canada, and that is why we do not take this lightly.
Everything possible to help Canada Post and CUPW reach an agreement in their ongoing collective bargaining negotiations. But the time has come to take action. Indeed, we have allowed these rotating strikes to go on for 5 weeks now, with no end in sight. The two parties remain unable to find common ground on a number of outstanding issues related to wages, job security, and workload. While these are all important issues, ones that our government has worked hard to address for all Canadians since taking office, we need to find a way to move forward. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, our government strongly supports the collective bargaining process, but we also have a responsibility to Canadians and to the businesses that drive our economy. That cannot happen if a significant part of our national postal system is not operational. The services provided by Canada Post to Canadians and to businesses are essential for our success. Our government is aware of this, and we are committed to ensuring that these services will not be compromised in the future. That is why our government crafted a new vision for Canada Post. I was very proud to participate in that. Under that vision, Canada Post will remain a modern, sustainable organization while providing good jobs and quality services to Canadians throughout the country. Thanks to innovation, thanks to monitoring market trends, and by adopting new technology to meet the expectations of Canadians, that vision will come to fruition. That's the future of Canada Post, Mr. Speaker.
rotating strikes, however, our more vulnerable populations are being hit the hardest. Older Canadians, pensioners, persons with disabilities, low-income earners, and particularly Canadians living in rural, remote, and northern areas, including Indigenous peoples, are feeling the effects more than anyone. It's important to remember that while e-commerce and online communications are the norm for many, almost 9 million Canadians live in rural and remote areas where access to the internet can be limited. Mr. Speaker, these people need Canada Post more than anyone else, and they need it up and running, and they need it running smoothly. Bien évidemment.
Obviously, businesses are also feeling the negative impacts, especially small and medium-sized businesses who, for the most part, do their major sales during this season. This is about businesses that move our economy forward. It's about the good jobs that they supply to middle-class Canadians. If the strikes continue,
between Canada Post and CUPW, we have been doing everything possible to help the parties reach agreements that work for everyone. Federal mediators have been assisting negotiations for nearly a year. When those negotiations were failing, we appointed a special mediator to bring a fresh perspective. We've offered voluntary arbitration, and members of our government have reached out to both parties, urging them to continue working towards an agreement. In fact, they're continuing right now to work towards an agreement, and we hope that they conclude these negotiations successfully, Mr. Speaker. But having exhausted all other possibilities, if that turns out to be the case, this legislation will be our only remaining option. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, this legislation would ensure that letter mail and parcels start moving again from coast to coast to coast without delay, protecting the public interest and avoiding further harm to Canadian businesses. Second, Under the legislation, the most recent agreements would be extended until new collective agreements are established. And third, an impartial mediator-arbitrator would be appointed by mutual agreement of the parties to address all outstanding issues. Le médiateur arbitre aurait 7 jours
The mediator arbitrator would have 7 days to ensure mediation between the parties, and that could be extended to 14 days if both parties consent. If the parties do not reach an agreement during that mediation period, then the mediator arbitrator would have to arbitrate on all issues, outstanding issues, within 90 days. Mr. Speaker, the approach in this legislation will bring Canada Post back to work while providing while resolving the outstanding issues.
Restoring necessary services to all Canadians in the immediate term and encouraging those involved to find common ground for the long term. Permettez-moi encore.
Allow me once again to repeat that we do not take this decision lightly. Tabling this legislation is a last resort step. The government has done whatever it could to avoid this. Mr. Speaker, there are jobs at stake. The well-being of the most vulnerable sector of our population is at stake, and our economy is at stake. And that is why I encourage each and every member of this House to support this bill and to support this motion. We owe it to our business sector, to our citizens, to Canada Post, to the workers, and to all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Franz Kona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm rising just to take issue with the idea that somehow the government has done everything that they can to avoid getting to the situation that we're in. And the reason why I don't believe that they can say that, not only can they not say that, but I think they've actually contributed to getting us to the situation where we're in, because a couple of weeks ago they signaled willingness to introduce back-to-work legislation. Even before that, when Canada Post took a mean-spirited decision to cut off the benefits of workers on short-term disability, mothers who were on mat leave and expecting a top-up as per their collective agreement, Canada Post took the decision to cut them off as, I think, a cruel and cynical bargaining tactic, and the government was silent. So from the beginning, the government has been signaling to Canada Post that they're in their corner, and that when Canada Post behaves badly, or if Canada Post isn't acting in good faith, the government is going to have their back. That kind of partisanship between parties at the bargaining table undermines the likelihood of being able to reach a settlement, because the side of the negotiation that knows that the government is in their corner doesn't have a lot of reasons to settle, Mr. Speaker. So the way that the government has been dealing with this from day one has contributed to a situation where it was very unlikely that they were going to get to a deal. They continue to get up, I think, with some nerve, frankly, Mr. Speaker, in the House, and talk about how they're hopeful that the two parties are going to come to a deal when everybody knows that they're backing one side of the deal. So I'm getting up here to take issue with that and challenge the member to come up with any kind of credible explanation. They can appoint mediators, but if one side of the negotiations knows that the government is in their corner and ultimately going to bring the hammer down in their favor, then you're not going to make progress at the bargaining table. So I'm asking the member to explain himself in this place and let Canadians know how it is that he can say here that he's been an advocate for a fair solution when the government has clearly been favoring one side.
Parliamentary Secretary.
That's nonsense, Mr. Speaker. In fact, let's do a little bit of recap. When we came to office, we came on a commitment to bring a new vision for Canada Post. We put a stop to the Harper reforms to Canada Post. We put a stop to Harper labour relations at Canada Post. We put a stop to the cuts and ongoing carnage at Canada Post. We brought in a new vision. We brought in a new board. We brought in a new chair and interim CEO, someone who's brought incredible talent, drive, motivation, and innovation to the table, someone who has responded proactively to the government's request that a new, harmonious labour relations climate, one that respects employees, be installed at Canada Post. She, in turn, brought a series of proposed solutions and settlements to the negotiating table, and unfortunately, the union and the employer were unable to come to an agreement. Meanwhile, my colleague, the Minister of Labour, has shown extreme proactivity in appointing a succession of facilitators, mediators, special mediator, and an extreme amount of patience. But we've come to the point where the government is not taking sides, but the government is saying that we must act in the national interest. We must act in the interest of my constituents and the constituents of my honourable friend, of the businesses and the people who work in them, and all Canadians who use our postal service. So that is the state of affairs as it now stands, and it's one that we are prepared to stand by as being fair to both sides.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to participate in this debate with some regret. Since our election in 2015, our government has been working with organized labour and employers in finding ways Canadians can work together to address the issues facing our nation. Let me be perfectly clear. Our government is committed to free collective bargaining, and we believe that a negotiated agreement is always the best solution. I listened very carefully to the Minister of Labour as she outlined the steps that she has taken on behalf of the Government of Canada to help Canada Post and the Canadian Union of Postal Workers reach a collective agreement. Federal mediators assisted the parties throughout the negotiations. A special mediator was appointed to help break the impasse. Voluntary arbitration was offered. The Minister of Labour told us that she and her colleague, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement and Accessibility, reached out directly to the parties. The special mediator was brought in once again to try and help the parties resolve their differences and reach agreements that work for everyone. All of these efforts could not break the impasse. At the same time, rotating strikes have been disrupting Canada Post operations in more than 200 communities across the country. Those strikes have been underway since October 22nd. We are well aware of the serious impacts that these strikes are having on Canadians and Canadian businesses. Let me begin with the people who are most impacted. Mr. Speaker, Canada Post is an iconic Canadian institution that has been connecting Canadians for more than 250 years. Even though more and more Canadians communicate by email and social media, we also know Canadians have a strong connection to personal letters, parcels from loved ones, and holiday cards. Canada Post has a network of over 6,200 post offices all across Canada, which serve as a vital link for many rural, remote, and isolated communities, especially in the northern regions. Nearly 9 million Canadians, some 30% of our population, live in those areas. I think all of those families depend on Canada Post. We simply cannot ignore the impacts that any disruption in mail and parcel services would have on our fellow Canadians, especially at this time of the year. For instance, Canadians living in the north received nearly twice as many parcels per capita as other Canadians in 2017. Any alternatives, such as courier companies, are simply too expensive. In some remote northern areas, there are no alternatives. I'm also thinking of Canadians with disabilities and those with mobility challenges. We are talking about close to 2 million Canadians, nearly 50% who are seniors. Our government heard their concerns clearly and loudly when we put an end to the conversion of home delivery to community mailboxes. Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that our most vulnerable citizens bear a disproportionate impact when access to important services are interrupted. For me, it's a matter of fairness and equity. I now turn to the negative impact on Canadian businesses of all sizes that rely on Canada Post to deliver their invoices and payments. The rotating strikes have already caused significant delivery delays. Orders have been cancelled. Small and medium-sized businesses have far fewer resources to weather the impact of any disruption in their cash flow. This translates directly into lower business, lost sales, and fewer jobs. There are reports of declines in e-commerce demand, reduced seasonal employment, and indications that making alternative arrangements for shipping have been costly, and especially damaging when businesses are normally getting ready for their busiest season and hiring more staff, including students, to handle the influx. I want to speak briefly about parcel services. The growth in e-commerce has been one of the greatest trends over the past decade or so. According to Statistics Canada, internet-based sales from all retailers rose 31%, Mr. Speaker, $15.7 billion in 2017. It has generated significant business for Canada Post. This was confirmed by the independent task force who completed an in-depth review of Canada Post. I would encourage members to read the analysis entitled Canada Post in the Digital Age. They found, and I quote, Canada Post segment parcels revenue increased by over $400 million between 2011 and 2015, representing an average annual growth of 7.8%. Volume growth has been driven by e-commerce and has such been growing consistently over the last 5 years. Mr. Speaker, this trend is continuing to go upward. We also know that up to 40% of internet sales take place in the fourth quarter, which is bearing the impact of the rotating strikes. Not to be overlooked is the disproportionate impact on the smaller companies who operate as e-sellers. They operate on very thin margins, which means many of them cannot afford the higher costs of shipping through courier companies. Mr. Speaker, we also cannot ignore the impacts beyond our border. As we heard, Canada Post has asked its international partners to halt mail and parcel shipments to Canada as it continues to deal with a major delivery backlog that has grown as a result of the rotating strikes. As a trading nation, our reputation as a reliable market for commerce and trade is of paramount importance. That's why the government is taking action with legislation that will require the parties to continue postal services and return to work. As parliamentarians, we have an obligation to do what we can to help protect the public interest, the well-being of our fellow Canadians, and the future of Canadian businesses. Our government has shown tremendous faith in the collective bargaining process. We've allowed both parties to carry on their negotiations with the hope that they would find common ground and reach an agreement. Regrettably, that outcome was not achieved. We did not see a satisfactory conclusion to the impasse, and the strikes are having a serious impact on Canadians and Canadian business who depend on the services provided by Canada Post. We must take action now. Otherwise, the impacts of the rotating strikes will only continue to escalate and compound over the coming weeks. This legislation is our last resort, and as the Minister of Labour had indicated, it is not something the government takes lightly. However, having exhausted all other possibilities, we believe it is the only option. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member across the way talks about what's paramount and what's really important. And I would put to the member that when you have a workplace where last year 25% of the workforce was injured, that's a crisis. That's something the government should be doing something about. And this isn't something that we just found out about during the rotating strike. These are numbers that we've had about last year for a long time now. We've known that these problems at Canada Post exist for a long time. The government has had ample opportunity to begin to actually require management at Canada Post to address these ongoing workplace problems, and including the mandatory overtime that's in part responsible for that high rate of injury. So I'm just having a hard time buying the idea that we're in a sudden, unforeseen crisis when workers at Canada Post who are tolerating an injury rate that is 5 times the average for the federally regulated sector, that all of a sudden we're in a crisis and we didn't see it coming and they just need to suck it up and too bad. This is their opportunity. This round of bargaining is their opportunity to make sure that they're safe at work, that they get home safely. And we have a lot of sympathy for Canadian businesses and for Canadians who want to receive their packages. That's why it's important that management actually change the way they run the business and stop using mandatory overtime and stop making money off the backs of injured workers. And that's what this round of bargaining is about. The government ought to have been doing something about this since they got in, because these aren't new problems. So it's their inaction and their willingness to get behind the company, signaling back to work legislation and everything else that has brought us to this point of crisis. Shame on them for using a crisis that they manufactured to now ruin the opportunity that postal workers have been waiting for to get justice in the workplace.
Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
I'd like to thank my colleague on the other side for his intervention. I'd also like to remind my colleague on the other side that since forming government, we've been pretty busy. We've had, and I'm proud to have worked personally on repealing Bills 525 and C377 to restore fair and balanced labor relations. We passed C65 to protect federally regulated employees from harassment and workplace violence. In Bill C86, we're modernizing labor standards to reflect today's workplaces. We're introducing pay equity legislation to ensure fairness. Mr. Speaker, it's quite clear that we cherish the relationship that we have with our labor organizations, and it's important that we continue to work with them to find better ways to execute what needs to happen. In this case, as a government, there has to be a time where action has to happen. We're still hopeful that that before this legislation is posted, that we can indeed, they can indeed come to a conclusion. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Regina Luban.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Government members have been trying to justify back-to-work legislation by noting that management and the union did not avail themselves of arbitration. So I'm wondering if the member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, could clarify whether the government is contemplating back-to-work legislation that would require binding arbitration, or whether the government is contemplating back-to-work legislation that would impose a settlement designed by the government itself.
Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you to my colleague from the other side. Look, as a government, I think that we have shown that we're not taking heavy-handed approaches to solving problems. We've given latitude to both organizations to help them find a way. We stepped in. We've given them arbitration. We've given them special mediators. Every step of the way, we have tried to help them pass the impasse that they're at right now. What we are doing today is preparing that if they cannot do it, we do have to find a way to move forward. And what that picture will look like, well, we'll see what happens after this. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's certainly an honour to stand in the House today to discuss this very important subject of Canada Post and the effects that the Canada Post strike is having on our country, and the effects that the back-to-work legislation will have on our country as well. I can't help but take pause to think back to the last election. But before I talk about the last election and the perhaps philosophy that was communicated to Canadians and to unions by the Liberal Party, I'd just like to say that this is a deja vu. Prime Minister Trudeau putting back-to-work legislation in place on Canada Post. Now, I'm not talking about the current Mr. Trudeau, Mr. Speaker. I was referring to the previous Prime Minister Trudeau, who also had back-to-work legislation in place on Canada Post back in the early 80s or late 70s, I believe, Mr. Speaker. So on to the last election. It was incredible to witness the amount of union support that was out door-knocking for the Liberals locally in my riding, specifically related to, and I heard it all the time, back-to-work legislation and the relationship between legislation that had been put forward in the House by the previous Conservative government and what was being promised by these Liberals. What was being promised is they won't use back-to-work legislation. The wording and verbiage they use, they'll respect the collective bargaining process. They will respect the unions, and they will not interfere with that process going forward. Now, I don't think it's any surprise that this government would perhaps say one thing in an election and do something completely different once they're into government. Let's just look at yesterday's economic update. I think everyone in this House thought that the Liberal government would be bringing forth an economic update, a fall economic update, that outlined a $10 billion deficit, not a 19-point-something deficit, because that's what they promised during the election. Unfortunately, what we saw was a crass campaigning that had no intention of following through, had no intention of telling the truth to Canadians about the deficit, and they had no intention of telling the truth to Canadians about what their philosophy, their working philosophy in government would be when it came to working with unions. The reality is that there are cases where the government needs to intercede. And unfortunately for, the union workers who are pounding on doors for the Liberal Party last election, they believed the mistruths that were communicated to them by the leadership of the Liberal Party at that point. And the result was they left it all out in line. In fact, the result was that there was a certain union that was brought before the House and before Elections Canada for improperly making contributions during the elections because they were paying people to go and campaign for the Liberal Party. Now, we fast forward to today, where we're going to end up closing debate likely. A vote will come in the next 48 hours to force Canada Post back to work. It makes you wonder. It really does. What was the reason that the Liberal Party of Canada would communicate to unions across this country that they would not use this legislation in the future, that they would respect it? We heard it day in and day out that they would respect the collective bargaining process and they would not interfere. And I'm using their language, Mr. Speaker, because I don't hold the same thought as they did during the 2015 election. But it's got to be frustrating for Canadians to believe the words of a Prime Minister, now a Prime Minister, then a leader of the Liberal Party, to take what he was saying and his party was saying at face value, to have faith not only in the person, but in the entire political system, that when somebody says something, when they make a promise, when they commit to you and look you in the eye and say, this is what we're going to do, this is going to be our approach, bar none, and they completely go the opposite way, you can understand why there is a cynical attitude towards politics as a whole. Now, I will leave the cynicism hopefully behind, the hypocrisy of the Liberal Party behind, and move on to what I believe is the meat of this debate, is certainly from where I stand. Now, there was legislation that was brought forward. We were debating yesterday, we'll be debating today, with regards to persons with disabilities. This legislation
was supposed to be groundbreaking. It was supposed to be the start of a new era where regulations would come into place to eliminate barriers across this country for persons with disabilities. This legislation was supposed to be brought forward roughly 3 years ago. It wasn't. They promised within 6 months of the election date that it would be in place, that it would be provided to this House to debate and vote on, and it wasn't. And they went around the country and they consulted, or so they say, over and over and over again, and 2.5 years later, they brought forward that legislation. Now, you may be wondering, what does this have to do with the Canada Post legislation? Well, I can tell you that when Canada Post goes on strike, some of the people that are hit the hardest are those with disabilities. There are packages, there are parcels that are needed to be received. Sometimes it's products, sometimes it's medicine, sometimes it is as simple as a Braille book or a talking book. But there are literally thousands upon thousands of products that rely on our postage system in order to be delivered to people across this country with disabilities. And so when the strike occurs, we know that those who are disadvantaged certainly feel the effects of that more than just about anyone else. Where businesses can turn and they have the money to turn and to use private services, there might not be the money there in many of these situations with persons with disabilities. And quite frankly, it becomes a very, very, very sad state of affairs. The cost to government goes up, the cost to those individuals go up, and we're left in a scenario where we are once again leaving those who are most vulnerable in our society behind. And yes, it's Christmas coming up and Hanukkah, and there's so many different holidays coming up this time of the year. And yes, we all want to make sure that our brothers and sisters receive their presents and their cards. And yes, my mom wants to get her Christmas letter out that tells all about her family. But none of that matters the least compared to people living with disabilities not being able to access the products they need in their day-to-day life. And that, to me, is incredibly, incredibly important. And when we look at the spending, and I don't want to be too partisan and too over the top on this, but if we look at the spending on persons with disabilities in this country, it's roughly $2.2 billion. That is when you remove the CPP disability, which is not government spending. That is actually the people's money being used on the people outside of the government coffers. When you look at the spending of $2.2 billion and the constraints that has within this country to actually deliver services that are so, so badly needed, and then you look at the cost of increasing any movement of goods to sometimes people who cannot leave their homes with such major accessibility issues. The effects of this are very large. And I think that we need to, as we're looking at this legislation, it isn't just about the time of year. It isn't just about the individuals who are on strike. It isn't just about the collective bargaining agreement. It's about people who, without this service, are put in a very, very, very difficult position. Now, I know that we all have postal workers living in our ridings. I know that we all have individuals that we know that work with Canada Post. I know that we all want a fair wage and a fair process. I know that we all want persons with disabilities to ensure that they have everything that they need. I know that we all want to make sure that that $2.2 billion that the government sets aside for persons with disabilities each and every year is going to the max in the most effective and efficient manner possible. And when the cost of moving goods around is going up significantly because of things like this, that has a huge effect. The cost of CNIB to move products out to people who subscribe to their services. The cost of being able to actually access medicine and drugs that are needed. The cost of all of these different things that we know will have such a profound effect on the life of somebody who's living with a disability. So as I look at this debate today, I know it's not an easy one. I know there are ideological and philosophical differences. I know that the parties each hold their deeply held convictions on this issue. But I would ask that as we're moving forward, that we think of those who don't have access to other services to replace Canada Post, and we keep them in our mindset. We understand the effect that a Canada Post strike has on their lives, and that we ensure going forward we do everything we can to ensure that those people are not left behind any further. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rouge. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Centre of the Universe. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Scarborough Rouge Park. I do want to thank my friend opposite for his intervention. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the government has been supporting the collective bargaining process for over a year. We've utilized every measure available to the federal government in terms of appointing mediators, conciliators, and in other ways of encouraging a proper agreement between the two parties. We're still confident and we're still hopeful that the union, CUPW, as well as Canada Post can come together and find common ground and enter into an agreement. But it's important that we recognize that as times pass, we know the next 2 to 3 weeks are critical for many Canadians, and I know my friend spoke about a number of different issues. I'm still not quite sure if he's in support or against the motion, but I think it'll be important to understand that as a government we're taking the prudent approach to make sure that we support the collective bargaining process, because ultimately that is the desired outcome. But in the event that's not possible, we want to make sure that that Canadians from coast to coast to coast are not left stranded. There are many considerations at play with respect to the need for a very important service in Canada, like the work of CUPW members is critical to this country. What they do day in, day out helps our economy and supports many vulnerable people in our society. So I really want to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, and through you, ask my friend, what other options is he suggesting that our government undertake, given where we're at and the work that we've already done to support the collective bargaining process?
Member for Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member, I think, for the question. And just to clear things up on what I'm against, I'm against a hypocritical attitude during an election and a completely opposite attitude when you're in government. I'm against trying to prey on the issues during an election and really, at the very least, tell a white lie. And then when you get into government, do the complete opposite. That's what I'm against. If the Liberal Party had just told the truth on what their perspective was in terms of labor relations from the beginning, then you wouldn't have people so irate and upset and saying that the Liberal Party was again flip-flopping on something that they committed to. So that's what I'm against. What I'm for is getting the services back to and for people who are certainly in need of access to this very important service. And so that's the way that certainly I will be voting on this subject. And I would ask that, you know, when you talk about everything that you've done, I don't think that makes anyone in the union feel any better, or anyone who's not getting what they need at home any better, because saying I tried and it didn't work is not good enough. It's all about results and delivery, excuse the pun, and I think that's where the government should be focusing from now on.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. And I hope all of the MPs that are in this place know of the stories of Canada Post workers that go above and beyond simply delivering the mail, that go above and beyond what their duty calls upon them to do, to make sure that people, my friend talked about Canadians living with disabilities, get access to all sorts of extra help that is not required in the collective bargaining unit, is not required in the agreement. And here's our frustration as New Democrats, is very similar to what my friend just said. Liberals came in riding on a promise to change the perspective on labour relations. And I've heard Liberal after Liberal get up in this place and say, we believe in good faith negotiations. Yet 2 weeks ago, before negotiations had come to a head, the Liberals indicated that this day was coming, when they were going to impose a contract upon the union. Well, what does that tell the employer? It says they don't have to negotiate anymore, because the government's waiting with this piece of legislation, which is, by the way, I don't know if members have all read this, this legislation is under the most prescriptive terms I've ever seen. There is no ability to move the needle at all in terms of pushing back against what the government's trying to do. All of it is prescribed and time-ordered and forced through on the government's own agenda. So the notion that comes from the Liberals that they were going to treat Labour with respect, because at least I'll give the Conservatives this, they came in not really on a lot of promises to, I don't know, look favorably upon organized Labour in this country. It certainly wasn't their voter base, perhaps, but Liberals were different. And that's how Conservatives operated. One of the first things the Harper government did was support a Canada Post lockout and then impose a contract. So union members were waiting for this opportunity to negotiate, maybe with a government that believed in negotiation, but they don't. And here's my thing to my friend, who is focusing on the services to Canadians, which we're all focused on. If we want that service to be of the highest and best quality, workers need to be able to go to work. And what we've been told is that the conditions under which Canada Post workers have been working in the last 5 years has led to a higher injury rate, 5 times higher than other federally regulated businesses. The nature of the business has changed. There are far fewer letters and far more parcels. The packages have gotten heavier and bigger, and in a rural constituency like mine, it is predominantly women who are the carriers, and they are working hours, mandatory hours, way beyond what the contract requires them, and that's where the injuries come from. So if my friend is interested in solving these things, if the Liberals are actually interested in solving these things and bringing us to the best level of service, then wouldn't the negotiating table be the place to figure these things out so that workers can go to work safely and come home safely, and that we can all get the services that we were looking for? Thank you.
The honourable member for Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to say this jokingly through yourself to the member, that I certainly was a little confused which side of the House to sit on today, because I thought that we had written that legislation. And it turns out it actually is very similar, and legislation that the Liberal Party at that point voted against, then committed to voting against and not presenting when they were running an election, and then they get into government, and then they actually bring it forward. But I guess that's the luxury of being a Liberal. You can jump on each side of the issue at least once. In terms of individuals who are working in this service, you know, you're right. These are incredible people who work incredibly hard, and there are times where these individuals are responsible for maybe a person only gets one individual a week coming to their home, and it could be that postal worker, and that's the reality that we're living with. So I hear you. I understand. I certainly am empathetic with your position. I'm also empathetic with the position that we need to ensure that these goods are actually being moved and getting to the people who need them, and that's why I'm going to be voting the way I will on this subject. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to remind the honourable members that the Speaker has no position, so when you're speaking, you're actually speaking through the Speaker, and I just want to remind you all to speak through the Speaker. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind my friend and colleague across the way that he is on the right side of the House when it comes in regards to that whole anti-labor side of things. There is a significant difference. You see, on this side of the House, we're still very hopeful. We would like to see a negotiated agreement between management and the union, and that is something that's very genuine, Mr. Speaker. Now, when I look at it and I reflect on some of the speeches that I've heard from across the way, you know, I've had the opportunity to work with, be alongside. I appreciate and value the many contributions that our postal workers provide us. And this isn't what this debate is about. I like to think, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians can still have hope in those that are negotiating, that we will be able to see that difference. And I'm wondering if my friend across the way would at the very least acknowledge that when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, it was a totally different approach. For example, they had made the suggestion that they roll back the wages of Canada postal workers. At the very least, recognize that is quite different than the approach of us wanting to see that negotiated agreement first and foremost.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte in 45 seconds or less.
In 45 seconds, I can definitely do this, Mr. Speaker. Well, the reality is that the difference between the legislation proposed by the Liberal Party and the legislation that was proposed by the Conservative Party is about 10 days, because we did it in 20 days, you're doing it in 30. If that makes you feel a whole lot better, you know, I hope you take that to the bank. I'm not sure that the unions really care. The second thing is, I'd like to quote the member from Winnipeg North. The crisis we're in today is a crisis being created by the government of the day. I believe that to be the case. I couldn't believe that you were prophetic in nature. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we in the Liberal Party do not support the legislation that's being proposed by the government until we're in government, and then we'll do it then.
Once again, I want to remind the honourable members to make their statements through the speaker, not directly to each other across the floor. The resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I would like to inform you that I will be splitting my time with the member for Brampton Centre. Mr. Speaker, I rise to participate in this debate with regret. As you know, Mr. Speaker, since our election in 2015, our government has been working with organized labour and employers and finding ways Canadians can work together to address the issues facing our nation. Mr. Speaker, let me be absolutely clear. Our government is committed to free collective bargaining, and we believe that a negotiated agreement is always the best solution. I listened, Mr. Speaker, very carefully to the Minister of Labour as she outlined the steps that our government has taken on behalf of the government. Of course, she has taken on behalf of our government to help Canada Post and the Canadian Union of Postal Workers reach a collective agreement, Mr. Speaker. Federal mediators assisted the parties throughout the negotiations. A special mediator was also appointed to help break them past, Mr. Speaker. Voluntary arbitration was also offered. The Minister of Labour told us that she and her colleague, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement and Accessibility, reached out directly to the both parties. The special mediator was also brought in once again to try and help the parties resolve their differences and, of course, reach agreements that work for everyone, Mr. Speaker. All of these efforts have not yet broken this impasse, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, rotating strikes have been disrupting Canada Post operations in more than 200 communities across the country, Mr. Speaker, and that's certainly true in my riding of Brampton West, whose office is actually on the same street as my constituency office. Those strikes, Mr. Speaker, have been underway since October 22nd. We're all aware, Mr. Speaker, of the serious impacts that these strikes are having on Canadians and on Canadian businesses. Let me begin with the people who are most impacted. Mr. Speaker, Canada Post is an iconic Canadian institution that has been connecting Canadians for more than 250 years. Even though more and more Canadians communicate by email and social media, we also know that Canadians have a strong connection to personal letters, parcels from loved ones, and holidays, Mr. Speaker, and especially during this time of the year. Canada Post has a network of over 6,200 post offices across Canada, which serve as a vital link for many rural, remote, and isolated communities, especially in our northern regions. Nearly 9 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker, that's 30% of our population, live in those areas. And I think of all those families who depend on Canada Post, Mr. Speaker, and I've of course received many calls, many emails, and many walk-in constituents, who are tremendously impacted by the strike. Mr. Speaker, we simply cannot ignore the impacts that any disruption in mail and parcel services would have on our fellow Canadians, especially during this time of the year. For instance, Mr. Speaker, Canadians living in the north receive nearly twice as many parcels per capita as other Canadians in 2017. Any alternatives, such as courier companies, are simply too expensive. In some remote northern areas, there are no alternatives. I'm also, Mr. Speaker, thinking of Canadians with disabilities and all those with mobility challenges who tremendously rely heavily on Canada Post. We're talking, Mr. Speaker, approximately of 2 million Canadians, and that's nearly 50% of seniors. Mr. Speaker, our government heard their concerns clearly and loudly when we put an end to the conversation of home delivery to community mailboxes. Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that our most vulnerable citizens bear a disproportionate impact when access to important services is interrupted. For me, it's a matter of fairness and equity. I now turn to the negative impact on Canadian businesses of all sizes that rely on Canada Post to deliver their invoices and their payments, and I've heard, of course, from the business community as well in my riding of Brampton West. The rotating strikes have already caused significant delivery delays. Orders have been cancelled. Small and medium-sized businesses have far fewer resources to weather the impact of any disruption in their cash flow. This translates directly into lower business, lost sales, and fewer jobs, Mr. Speaker. There are also reports of declines in e-commerce demand, reduced seasonal employments, and indications that making alternative arrangements for shipping has been very costly, and especially, Mr. Speaker, damaging when businesses are normally getting ready for the busiest season and hiring more staff, including students, to handle the influx. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak briefly about the parcel services. The growth in e-commerce has been one of the greatest trends over the past decade or so. According to Stats Canada, internet-based sales from all retailers rose 31% to $15.7 billion in 2017. It has generated significant business for Canada Post. This was confirmed by the independent task force who completed an in-depth review of Canada Post. I would encourage members to read the analysis entitled Canada Post and the Digital Age. They found, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, Canada Post segment's parcels revenue increased by over $400 million between 2011 and 2015, representing an average annual growth of 7.8%. Volume growth, Mr. Speaker, has been driven by e-commerce and has been growing consistently over the last 5 years, and I end quote. Mr. Speaker, this trend is going upward. We also know that up to 40% of internet sales take place in the fourth quarter, which is bearing the impact of rotating strikes. Not to be overlooked is the disproportionate impact on smaller companies who operate as e-sailers. They operate on very thin margins, which means many of them cannot afford the higher cost of shipping through their courier companies. Mr. Speaker, we also cannot ignore the impacts beyond our border. As we heard, Canada Post has asked its international partners to halt mail and parcel shipments to Canada as it continues to deal with majority delivery backlog that has grown as a result of rotating strikes. As a trading nation, Mr. Speaker, our reputation as a reliable market for commerce and trade is of paramount importance. That is why, Mr. Speaker, government is taking action and is prepared to move forward with legislation that will provide parties to continue postal services and return to work. As parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker, we have an obligation to do the best and to help protect the public interest and well-being of our fellow Canadians and the future of our Canadian businesses. Our government has shown tremendous faith in our collective bargaining process. We have allowed both parties to carry on their negotiations with the hope that they would find common ground and reach an agreement. And we will continue, Mr. Speaker, to hope that that will continue to happen. The strikes are having a very serious impact on Canadians and Canadian business who depend on the services provided by Canada Post. We must take this action now to be ready to act. Otherwise, the impacts of the rotating strikes will not only continue to escalate and compound over the coming weeks. This legislation, Mr. Speaker, is our last resort, and as the Minister of Labour has indicated, it is not something that our government takes lightly. However, having exhausted all other possibilities, we believe it is the only option. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I would ask this member to please talk to us about how the postal workers in her riding feel about having mandatory overtime, something that is one of the biggest reasons that they're at the table today, and the impacts that's had on their lives and their families.
Good question. Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question. And Mr. Speaker, I have heard from postal workers in my riding. I have heard, of course, from Canadians and my constituents. I've also heard from people that are waiting to receive their parcel. I've heard from the businesses that have been tremendously impacted by this strike, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, our government has faith in the collective bargaining process, Mr. Speaker. We still believe that the best deals are reached at the table. For nearly a year, Mr. Speaker, we have been supporting and encouraging both parties to reach a negotiated agreement. We have provided consular officers, we have appointed mediators, we have offered voluntary arbitration, and we now have exhausted, Mr. Speaker, all options. And of course, as the Minister has said, tabling legislation is a step that we do not take lightly, Mr. Speaker. We reappointed the special mediator to work with both parties for the next 2 years, for 2 days to reach an agreement. We strongly encourage, Mr. Speaker, and we're still optimistic that both sides will reach a deal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments, but I have to ask her this. Is she aware of the fact that one of the issues on the table is for postal workers, they can actually not go on vacation, phone in sick, or if they're injured and not be able to go to work, unless if they can actually find a replacement to take their route? Is she aware of that, and does she agree with that position? And if she does not agree with that position, why is she supporting this motion before us?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. As Mr. Speaker, I've stated, I've received many calls. I have received many last week during our constituency weeks. I've actually met with many postal workers. I've also met with businesses and individuals and constituents that have been impacted, Mr. Speaker, by the strike. And of course, Mr. Speaker, as you know, our government has always supported the union workers, Mr. Speaker, and there's no question that our government has made huge strides with organized labour and Canadian workers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since forming government, we have actually repealed Bills 525 and 377 to restore fair and balanced labour relations, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we amended the Canada Labour Code to give federally regulated employees the right to flexible work arrangements and implemented different leaves, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we strengthen occupational health and safety standards. We passed Bill C-65 to protect federally regulated employees from workplace harassment and violence. Mr. Speaker, in Bill C-86, we are modernizing labor standards to reflect today's workplaces. We're introducing pay equity legislation to ensure fairness. Mr. Speaker, we're almost doubling the benefits for the Wage Earner Protections Program, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've always had our labor unions back. We've always stood with them and will continue to stand beside them and support them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In comments, we have time for a brief question. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was very interested to hear that list of all of the things that this government has provided in regard to this situation, and wonder why they've also provided the employer with a cudgel to brutalize the workers. Back-to-work legislation is a provision that only benefits the employer. I would also like to know if she understands that the injuries of postal workers is 5 times greater than their federal counterparts, and that Canada Post still refuses to acknowledge the pay equity settlement that they agreed to, and they're still refusing to pay rural and suburban mail carriers for all the hours they've worked.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in 35 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I thank my honourable colleague for her question, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, as I've stated, of course, we've heard from both parties. We have shown tremendous faith in our collective bargaining process for years, Mr. Speaker. We have allowed both parties to carry on their negotiations with hope that they would find common ground and reach an agreement. And we will continue to hope, and I'm very optimistic that will happen, Mr. Speaker. The strike, however, is having a serious impact on Canadians. They're having serious impact on my constituents in Brampton West, of course on postal workers, of course from small businesses, and of course, Mr. Speaker, who rely tremendously on of course, the services that is provided by Canada Post. We must take this action now, Mr. Speaker, to be ready to act. Otherwise, the rotating strike will only continue to escalate and compound over the coming weeks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, are the backbone of Canada and Canadian economy. These enterprises represent over 99% of businesses activities in the country. Moreover, they provide 9 out of 10 private sector jobs that Canadians depend on. Their annual merchandise exports are valued at billions of dollars. And if these firms can fully access e-commerce opportunities, they will be well positioned to make even greater contribution to Canadian economy. Trade has the potential to provide SMEs increasing returns to scale, enhance their competitive and innovative edge, and spur productivity. Increased trade by SMEs can play a role in boosting Canadians' overall economic growth and prosperity. However, we also need to support the growth and development of SMEs here in Canada by ensuring that they have tools required to thrive. Mr. Speaker, when the mail does not flow, the trade slows. A disruption in Canadian delivery services are either bringing our domestic and traditional trade to halt or are forcing business to use costly substitute services. We know that the ongoing disruption has been keenly felt by Canadians and businesses. Over 2/3 of the small business report a negative impact on their businesses. Over half have reported having to switch to the higher cost delivery services. Many note delayed shipments to consumers. In a highly interconnected and competitive global economy, this disruption could lead to cost consumers, most market share and untimely lost jobs. If the SMEs cannot engage in international trade, they will miss out on a real opportunity to scale up and create jobs. Mr. Speaker, one of the most important vehicles of getting the SMEs into international trade and e-commerce. E-commerce has emerged as a leading platform for doing businesses across all sectors of the economy, and by extension for international trade. Facilitating the use of e-commerce by consumers and the businesses is a key trade policy objective for Canada. Canada is seeking to encourage the use of e-commerce through a combination of removing and reducing and minimizing the impediments to e-commerce, with creating an environment of trust, certainty, and choice of consumers and businesses. E-commerce is changing the ways firms do business, and it can increase their sales and the market share while reducing the time and effort required to complete transactions. For Canada's small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, e-commerce platform, information technology system that enables internet-based business transactions provide access to the trillions of dollars annually that are associated with the global online marketplace. As more sales occur online, firms that do not engage into e-commerce may lose market share, and competitors that do, SMEs which may lack access to the same financial and human resources as large firms, may be particularly more vulnerable if they are relatively unable to use new technologies such as e-commerce platform to do the business. The disruption in the services creates many knock-on effects for the businesses, especially with the increase in parcel mail and e-commerce. When Canada Post stops accepting freight, mail and order e-commerce, companies stop shipping. When these companies stop shipping, they stop ordering too because they have a surplus of the inventory. This resulted in increased capacity in platform firms, including ports and rail and trucking. These firms have to reduce the hours of their employers. We have heard from the e-commerce business that their operations have been impacted since consumers are placing fewer orders by as much 20 to 30%. Smaller e-commerce companies may be disproportionately affected, giving their razor-thin margin. These companies cannot afford the higher cost of shipping through courier companies, rather than the risk damaging their reputation with late deliveries. We have learned that many Canadian companies have cut back on selling and shipping. This is about serving Canadians, while there are private delivery companies which compete with the Canada Post for business. There is an ongoing concern that these cannot replace Canada Post e-commerce customers based during this critical time of Canadian business. This constraint is especially more prevalent in rural areas, which only get serviced by the Canada Post. This strike is having disproportionate impact on rural SMEs and the Canadians. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is the last resort, not something the government and the parties were governments are taking lightly. Government has done everything it can support, encourage the parties to reach to a negotiable settlement. Government has the responsibility towards the Canadians and the business to work stoppage, which has caused a great harmful impact. The government must move now, and that's why this legislation is the last resort. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Brampton Centre for his intervention today. I have a lot of respect for the member. We serve on the HUMA committee together, and I know he is quite engaged when we do have discussions at committee. And I hope his presentation today, his intervention, is a change in attitude of the Liberal government when it comes to their approach to small business. Over their mandate, we've heard the Prime Minister call them tax cheats. They've increased CPP and EI taxes. They've imposed a carbon tax. But today, he's talking about the crisis that our small businesses across Canada are now facing as a result of this work stoppage. And I just found it interesting. I was kind of looking back to when we were in 2011. We faced a similar issue. And the Honourable Liberal member from Sydney, Victoria, talked about the Conservatives could have done a better job with this legislation. They could have limited debate. The member from Ottawa South said they know that the Conservative government could have solved this problem quicker as early as last Thursday. So they obviously in 2011 wanted the Conservative government to act quickly, which we did. So my question to my colleague would be, if this is such a crisis to small businesses across Canada who are losing as much as $3,000 a month in their busiest time of their year, if this is such a crisis, would he not agree that it would behoove the Liberal government to actually enact back-to-work legislation rather than just table a motion and talk about it?
The honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the member for the question. Mr. Speaker, this government, we have tried all the resorts which are available to the government. Minister has tried her best to reach out to all the parties who were directly involved into the bargaining system. Minister of Labour and Minister of Public Services and Procurement, they both have been reaching to the parties very off and on. The Labour Minister has already appointed a reconciliation officer. Then Labour Minister appointed the special mediator and the volunteer arbitration. Now again reappointed the mediator on November 21st and try to resolve by way of mediation, by sitting the parties onto the negotiable table to reach to some sort of agreement. But everything failed. Nothing has worked so far. So that's why this legislation is the last resort.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my past life, I was both a union member and then in management, and regardless of which position I was in, I always respected fair collective bargaining as being fundamental to good labour relations. When you threaten legislation a couple of weeks ahead of time and then potentially bring in legislation, it puts the balance very much on the side of management and takes it away from union workers. So my question to my colleague across the floor is how is that fair, and how does that lead to positive labour relations going forward?
The honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, member, for the question. And Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the legislation is to support both the parties to reach to an amicable decision, which is better for both the parties. And that's why we made all the changes into the laws by making amendments so that it's suitable for the unions and the party, both side parties, to reach to agreement. Mr. Speaker, we have to see that when we want to use the legislation in the best way, which we are already framed and got the amendments done, and we repealed the bill 525 and 377. We amended the Canadian Labor Code to make better changes to give federally regulated employees the right to flexible work to arrangement and the implementation of different leaves, strengthen the occupation health and safety standard, pass the C-65 to protect federally regulated employees from the workplace harassment. And these regulations, these all changes were considered at this time when the parties were brought to the negotiation table. They were given all the opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thought maybe it'd be appropriate if I start off my comments by referring to the Conservative Labour critic's comments in his question. He said, table a motion to talk about it, as if that is a bad thing, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, that encapsulates what I believe the Conservative Stephen Harper government's approach dealing with labour issues was all about. For me, when I sat in the opposition, and I know the member had quoted me a little bit earlier, I sat in opposition and I would watch the government of the day bring in through the back door legislation, through private members' hour, to take shots at our union movement across Canada. I can recall the legislation that they brought in regards to Canada Post, and to try to give an impression that what we are doing is anything remotely close to what the Conservatives were actually doing on the labour front is truly amazing. And I find it interesting that you get even my New Democratic friends who are trying, I would suggest you to maybe get some political points on this issue, putting aside the concerns of the average Canadians in business and those that have a vested interest in this very debate, as opposed to drawing conclusions. And that's what we get from both opposition parties, Mr. Speaker. As opposed to drawing conclusions, why not have some faith and still have some hope in the process that is still in place today, Mr. Speaker? This government is behaving in a very responsible manner, understanding the importance of the issue, and that is why we are discussing this motion that has actually been tabled by the government. You see, Mr. Speaker, we really and truly want to see a negotiated agreement. And we have been very clear, whether it's the Prime Minister, the Minister of Labour, or any member of this caucus, you will find is very clear on the issue. We do not want to have to bring in any form of back-to-work legislation. Our first choice is in a negotiated agreement. And my appeal to the individuals around the table, whether it's the union or it's Canada Post management, is that they get the job done between the two of them and get something signed off as soon as possible, Mr. Speaker. That is what I am hoping. You know, I listen to New Democrats stand up and talk about the plight of Canada Postal workers. I don't need to be reminded of that, Mr. Speaker. I sat in opposition when I saw Stephen Harper and the Conservatives make profound changes to the services to Canadians by Canada Post and the legislation that they were in fact introducing. And it was shameful. Let me remind individuals, you know, back in the days of Stephen Harper, when they brought in these reforms
that dealt with things such as door-to-door delivering, the jacking up of postal stamps, to a number of series. And, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you there were many individuals that thought and believed, myself included in part, that the Conservatives really wanted to privatize Canada Post. That was their real objective, Mr. Speaker, of the Conservative Party. There was, I believe, a hidden agenda from Stephen Harper on the issue of Canada Post. And there was a general lack of respect for the Canada Postal worker and the whole system that we believe that Canadians respect and want to see in place. And that is a Crown corporation that continues to deliver the type of services that they have for decades, Mr. Speaker, for generations. And that is why when we took government back after the last provincial election, it didn't take long for the Prime Minister and the Minister responsible to strike up a group of individuals that represented Canadians as a whole, whether it was in a special standing committee of this House or the committee that was established by the minister to canvass the opinions and thoughts of Canadians in moving forward with Canada Post. And I believe that there was a general consensus that was in fact achieved. There might have been a few dissenting individuals within the Conservative ranks, but generally speaking, I believe that we saw a fairly consistent message, and that is that there is a future, a positive future for Canada Post. And we recognize the valuable work that our letter carriers and our mail organizers and those that fill the infrastructure that make Canada Post what it is today, Mr. Speaker, the backbone, the workers that make Canada Post what it is today. And it is recognized even outside of Canadian borders in terms of the valuable contributions to our society that, in fact, they make. And we have a changing society. And I want to pick up a little bit on that shortly, Mr. Speaker. But I can tell you from a personal perspective, as someone that utilizes Canada Post on a regular basis, whether it's through my householders, whether it's through my 10%ers, direct mail, the feedback that I get from my constituents. Mr. Speaker, this is all done through Canada Post. And I can assure those that are following the debate that there is every member of the Liberal caucus, I can assure you, value and appreciate the fine work that our postal workers put in and day out in order to deliver our mail and make sure that that communication is there. Because it's not only self-serving for us as members of Parliament, but they provide a service that even goes beyond that. I've talked to letter carriers that have met with individuals in the community and grow concerned when mail isn't taken out of their postal box, whether it's the postal box, community box, or it's the mailbox in their home, and they grow concerned, and maybe there might be a health issue, and that health issue, at least in part at times, is dealt because of a letter carrier, Mr. Speaker. So it even goes over and beyond. So let's get that at the front. That unlike what the NDP are trying to communicate in their spin, is that we are and do care in regards and value and appreciate the work that those frontline service people are providing, Mr. Speaker. But as we continue to go through this rotating strike, I believe that a vast majority of Canadians will recognize in the changing times that there is a responsibility. You know, the union group and the management, they have a responsibility. We're still hopeful. That's one of the reasons why we have a federal mediator in the situation today. And I must say, you know, Mr. Speaker, when you take a look at the federal mediation and the individuals in the conciliatory branch of government where we've been involved, the success rate is well over 90%. So Ottawa has been indirectly at the table by supporting positive and encouraging good negotiations and healthy negotiations between both union and management. But it would be highly irresponsible for the government to sit back and not respond to the needs of the Canadian economy and our society as a whole, Mr. Speaker. That would be highly irresponsible. And I can tell you that that's why when I listen in particular to my New Democratic friends, when they try to say, well, you know, they should never ever legislate back to work legislation, I remind my New Democratic friends, it's only NDP that are in opposition that ever say that conclusively. Because to try to give the impression that the NDP have never brought in back-to-work legislation is just wrong. They have, Mr. Speaker, not at the national level, of course, because they've never been in government in Ottawa. But they have been in government in provinces where they have brought in back-to-work legislation, Mr. Speaker. But yet here in opposition in Ottawa, they like to take that moral stand of never, ever, ever. Well, Mr. Speaker, a part of being in government means you have to make decisions that are in the best interest of all Canadians and the Canadian economy and the national interest. That's a part of being in government, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I would suggest to my colleagues, in particular in the New Democrats, is to realize that times have changed. That 30 years ago, you didn't have the same sort of internet activity that we have today. Take a look at the Yellow Pages. Go compare a Yellow Pages 30 years ago to what it is today. And you'll see there's a significant difference. In many ways, you don't even see the Yellow Pages in homes today. I say that, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, because I believe that through the internet, and I use it as an example, we have seen a profound change in which consumers of all products, both everything from health to consumables to TVs, you name it, Mr. Speaker, can nowadays be purchased online. And for a vast majority of those purchases, Mr. Speaker, it's not the consumer going to pick up the item. Rather, it is organizations and corporations like Canada Post that is relied on in terms of delivering those products. And by delivering of those products, Mr. Speaker, it provides the opportunity for that ongoing growth of our economy and provides the opportunity for seniors to be receiving whether it's, in some cases, contact lenses, to other medical requirements, to a Christmas card from a grandson, whatever it might be, Mr. Speaker, all of which are really important. And if you really stop and think about it, I couldn't give you the percentage breakdown, not offhand, Mr. Speaker, but it would definitely be well into the double digits of the amount of merchandise that's actually purchased over the internet and now being delivered through corporations like Canada Post. And I like to believe, and maybe it's that sense of pride that I have about Canada Post, that it's Canada Post that is leading the way on the delivery of all these products, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I believe the future for Canada Post, in good part, is so solid going forward. So here we are in a very interesting time of the year when we know many companies rely on this busy season in order to generate the type of profits that are necessary in order to carry them over for months like January and February. And to believe that that is not the case, as I would suggest to you, is somewhat insensitive to the needs of small businesses. You know, I thought it was interesting. The Labour critic said, well, there's this newfound love for the small businesses with the government of Canada. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Labour critic is wrong. We understand how important small businesses is to Canada. Because quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, that is, the backbone to the economy and feeding Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it is going to be driven through small businesses of all different sizes in every region of our country. And we've recognized that from day one. You often hear from members of this side of the House talk about, for example, the middle-class tax cut, which gave hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars into the pockets of Canadians. That was an investment. Those are individuals that are spending money in small businesses. So that might mean, for example, buying that thing on an eBay and having it shipped via Canada Post so it gets to someone's home. Mr. Speaker, whether it's from day one of the middle-class tax breaks to the reduction of the small business tax to the amazing announcements from the Minister of Finance yesterday, this is a government that has the pulse of Canada's small businesses in every region of the country, and all of our policy directions that you will see are, in fact, supporting small businesses and encouraging the growth of Canada's middle class. So if we were to listen to the New Democrats, they're prepared to gamble it away, at least in opposition. We know from provincial experience that they wouldn't do that. But from the opposition position, they're prepared to make those sorts of statements, Mr. Speaker, highly irresponsible, I would suggest to you, because there are many companies today that we know that are having a difficult time in terms of being able to get their merchandise out to the consumers. And it's very important. If we start to see job losses as a direct result of a prolonged strike, Mr. Speaker, that could hurt our economy. If we start to see a individual that requires some sort of a health care benefit in terms of, I made the reference of contact lenses or something of that nature not being delivered in a timely fashion, Mr. Speaker, that also has a negative impact. So as much as it's a good portion of this is about the economy, it goes much more than that. Mr. Speaker, we hear a lot in terms of the politics. I've listened to the debate over the last couple of hours. And what I hear coming from the other side, the Conservatives and the New Democratic side, Mr. Speaker, is that on the Conservative side, the Conservatives are saying, well, look, you're not going far enough. Why do you just table a motion today and not debate the legislation? They're anxious. They want the legislation, Mr. Speaker. If it was up to them, not only would we be bringing in legislation, we would maybe do what Stephen Harper did and roll back the wages of the letter carriers, Mr. Speaker. Truly amazing. We couldn't believe when the government and Stephen Harper did that within their legislation. So that's what we have on the one side when we look across the way. Then we look a little further to the right, and we see the New Democrats, the left of center to the right of the Conservatives. Sometimes it gets a little confusing because they like to work together on certain things, Mr. Speaker. But anyway, the point is, then we have our New Democratic friends, Mr. Speaker, who are saying no, we shouldn't be doing what it is that we're doing. That, in fact, Mr. Speaker, that we should be putting the interests of Canadians and small businesses and consumers and those that rely on the services that are provided, put those to the side. Those really don't matter. That's the approach of the New Democrats. Mr. Speaker, as one of my caucus colleagues says, that's not going to work. At the end of the day, we want to see, and let's be very clear, we want to see a negotiated agreement. That is what we are hoping for. That is what my personal request is to both Labour and management. Let's hope and see that we can get this thing resolved. But it would be highly irresponsible for the government not to have something in place, Mr. Speaker, if in fact we have to be able to get the mail going, Mr. Speaker, because this is of the critical and utmost importance. I commented in regards to the importance of collective agreements. I've had many opportunities to stand in this chamber. You know, there is such a wonderful list of things in which we have done as a government to reinforce the importance of labour. I truly believe, whether it's been in the Manitoba legislature on the debates of final offer selection, to the debates we've had here in Ottawa on taking back or getting rid of the old Conservative Harper Bill 525 and 377. Consistently, I believe I have argued for the importance of collective bargaining, the importance role that unions play in society. You know, in 1919, we're going to be recognizing that the general strike. 2019, we're going to be recognizing the 1919 general strike in Winnipeg, Mr. Speaker, and maybe through questions I'll be able to provide a further comment on that aspect. But I thank you for the opportunity to share a few thoughts.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. The question to the honourable member is based on the speech. Actually, we got somehow confused over where he stands, whether on the NDP, whether against the NDP. The question is very, very straightforward. Does he support strikes or he does not?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. I don't support the Stephen Harper Conservative / Doug Ford approach on labour negotiations, and nor do I support the NDP approach on it, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I see that, and I see the approach that we are taking as the government as the responsible approach, because what's very clear is that we are taking an approach that first and foremost takes a look at hoping that we will still see a negotiated agreement, but if that doesn't take place, Mr. Speaker, as a responsible government, we have a responsibility to ensure that we continue to move forward with our economy and the many other aspects of social policy in regards to the things in which Canada Post and the fine workers actually have a fairly significant impact on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have a couple of questions for the member opposite. The first has to do with a notice that was received in mail sorting plants across the country from, oh, good heavens, the post office. And this was directed towards CUPW members, and they were told to hold off the delivery of child tax benefits and social assistance checks, any government checks, and keep them until further notice. Now, Mr. Speaker, this seems to me to be a direct attack on the delivery of mail and a setting up of CUPW members to be scapegoats in this government and the post office plan to undermine union members. The second question I have is, I have a copy of the bill. If it is so wonderful, if it is so great, if we should be so excited and want to embrace it, why on earth are they ramming it through with a super motion?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you know, I'm not excited about the legislation. I don't think there's anyone on the Liberal side that's actually excited about the legislation. To try to give the impression that this is a government that wants to do this is just wrong. Mr. Speaker, we would like to see a negotiated agreement. So for those individuals that want to try to understand why it is we're doing this, is because as a government, part of being in government is you have to make difficult decisions. And you have to recognize that times have changed, that at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, that it's important for us to realize that there's an economic consequence. There's a social consequence. Government at times has to do something, but none of us are excited about this legislation. Not on this side of the House. It might excite a few New Democrats or Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, but I can tell you we're hoping still for a negotiated agreement.
Questions and comments? I just want to, the questions get asked and the answers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is quite capable. I know everybody's trying to help him and give him some direction, but I'm sure he's very capable. He doesn't need the extra direction. So I just want to remind everyone, please listen to the answer and listen to the question as well. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I recall during the campaign, the 2015 campaign, how this party that's currently in government made a big deal about the fact that individual members of Parliament would have a much greater degree of freedom, their voice would be heard, they'd have more responsibility. Here, Mr. Speaker, just a few minutes ago, this member actually implied, in fact, he said, that using private members' legislation is using the back door. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've always felt that private members' legislation that I've had the opportunity to table, and many of my colleagues on this side, indeed colleagues on the government side, have tabled private members' legislation. Does my colleague actually believe that somehow private members' legislation is less important than government legislation, especially, Mr. Speaker, in light of their big deal they made about giving individual MPs more autonomy, more power, more say in what happened in this chamber, and he has the audacity to say that private members' legislation is using the back door. Would my colleague clarify what he was trying to imply? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to do so. You know, when Stephen Harper, and the member's right, generally speaking, Mr. Speaker, the member is right. But on occasion, Stephen Harper, through the back door of private members' bills 525 and 377, actually made profound or attempted to make profound negative changes to Canada's unions, Mr. Speaker. And that is something that actually did change a lot of attitudes in regards to the union movement in terms of they felt that they had a government in Stephen Harper that was very much anti-union. And they did use the back door, Mr. Speaker. And one of the first actions of this government was to take those two pieces of legislation and right a wrong. And that was a good thing, Mr. Speaker. This government has been very forward-thinking in terms of working with Labour, Mr. Speaker, whether it's these two pieces of legislation. We've had other legislation that we have brought forward because we understand the importance of having harmony between Labour and management, Mr. Speaker, and this is something we will continue to strive for in the years ahead.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Rouge Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend for his eloquent presentation. I want to ask him two things, Mr. Speaker. One, he alluded to the Winnipeg strike of 1919, and it's an area that he represents. So I'd really like to get a sense from him as to what kind of impact that had on his city. And secondly, I'd like him to tell us in terms of the difference between a Liberal approach and a Conservative approach with respect to labour negotiations.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really, truly appreciate the question. You know, in 2019, the city of Winnipeg, in fact, all of Canada, should be recognizing and celebrating the 100th anniversary of the 1919 general strike in my beloved city. Much of the organizing that took place for that actually took place in Winnipeg North at the Labour Church along McGregor. Mr. Speaker, you know, our union movement over decades, or for many, many years, has contributed so much to who we are as a society. I would attribute some of the strongest social programming, whether it's the health care, many other worker-related laws that we now have in place, employment insurance, many of the different social programs that we have that are as healthy as they are today, I would attribute it to many of the fine works that our union movement has actually performed for all Canadians. And I'm immensely proud to say that for the 1919 general strike, Winnipeg North had a very special role to play in that, and I would encourage all members of this House, no matter what their political affiliation, to recognize that 1919 general strike in the year 2019, because we're going to be celebrating and making note of the 100th anniversary of the importance of unions here in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. We have time for a brief question and hopefully a brief answer. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member talked about hard questions. The hard thing to do, the hard decision to make, is to say no to a player like eBay when it comes to the government and says this is what we want. The hard decision to do is to say no to a big player like Netflix when it comes to the government and says we don't want to pay our fair share. The hard thing to do is to say to their Bay Street buddies that when they want tax havens, they're not entitled to have their money leave the country anymore. The hard thing to do is to tell Canadian companies that want to declare bankruptcy and rob workers' pensions that they're not going to be allowed to do it. Why is it that whenever Liberal governments have to make hard decisions, Canadian workers end up on the wrong side of the decision?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, that's just not true. You know, it was this government that actually got the agreement with all the different provinces and territory on CPP. It was this government that actually increased the guaranteed income supplement. It was this government that actually increased the Canada Child Benefit Program. It was this government that actually brought in the tax reduction for Canada's middle class. It was this government that actually put a special tax on Canada's 1% wealthiest. It was this government that invested hundreds of millions of dollars to go after tax evaders. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that is more progressive than the NDP and knows how to get the job done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, we support our agricultural producers, and that is why this fall, at the initiative of the Bloc Québécois, the parties in this House unanimously called for full compensation for our supply-managed producers under 3 free trade agreements, the one with Europe, the agreement with the Americans, and the TPP. That is what Quebecers want, that is what our producers need, and that is what the Bloc Québécois is calling for. And it is insulting, Mr. Speaker, to note that that commitment is nowhere to be found in yesterday's statement. The government couldn't care less about Parliament's unanimous motions. It couldn't care less about the word it gave in this House. It couldn't care less about dairy producers, and it couldn't care less about Quebecers. The economic statement from yesterday clearly wasn't meant for us. Once again, Ottawa is spending our tax money right, left, and centre against our values and our interests, but never in favour of our priorities.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, 6 across Canada and around the world will begin celebrating a very special year, the 550th birth of Guru Nanak Dev Ji. Guru Nanak was the founder of Sikhism in the 15th century. He articulated the principles of equality, goodness, and unity of humankind. As we celebrate leading up to next year's birthday, referred to as Gurpurb, I encourage all Sikhs to continue to embody the principles of Sikhism and continue giving back to their communities around them. I want to in particular recognize the Ontario Sikhs and Gurdwara Council for their Langar service at the meeting of the World Parliament's the Parliament of World Religion in Toronto this year. Langar is an opportunity for people of all backgrounds to sit together as equals and share a free meal. Langar and Gurdwaras across the world provide food security to so many. Where there are Sikhs, there is Langar. This was at the core of Guru Nanak's work. Happy Gurpurb, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Mr. Speaker, upon release after 8 years on death row in Pakistan for blasphemy, the life of Assisi Bibi and those of her family are still at risk. In Turkey, atheists are jailed for questioning God's existence on Twitter. In Germany, Baptists are jailed for homeschooling their children according to their faith. And here in Canada, the Supreme Court has ruled that if a Christian law school wants accreditation, it must discard its biblical values. Religious freedom is a fundamental freedom. It is too often casually ignored by governments and courts around the world, both democratic and totalitarian. Religious minorities are especially vulnerable. If we cherish our right to freedom of speech and belief, we must stand up for religious views that we disagree with, both at home and abroad. Canada was not founded as a secular state, and it is not a religious state. Canada is a country that learned religious tolerance works best for all Canadians, both believers and non-believers alike. We in Parliament must do our job not to forget that lesson from our history.
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the Rayside Balfour 50s Club that just celebrated its 50th anniversary. Their main mission is to improve the quality of life of our seniors while promoting the French language and culture. I would also like to highlight the work of the Club d'Accueil d'Azilda, the Club de l'Amitié de Werner, the Senior Citizens Clubs of Sturgeon Falls and others like Field, River Valley, Saint-Charles, Noëlville, Valley Est et Blizzard Valley for their excellent work on behalf of seniors. Thanks to the members of these clubs, my parents, my grandparents, my children and our children can live their lives in French in Ontario. The Official Languages Act, passed 50 years ago, gave the Francophone Franco-Ontario community the opportunity to flourish. As our Franco-Ontarian anthem says so well, we must stand up. We must celebrate our place today for tomorrow.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Last week, I had the opportunity to visit the Renfrew Collingwood Food Security Institute, a vibrant organization operating in the Collingwood Neighbourhood House in Vancouver Kingsway. Led by Mick Turget, Caitlin Fung, and Nadia Elisel, this impressive program champions the importance of healthy and culturally appropriate food for everyone. They foster understanding of urban agriculture, sustainable growing, native plants, and Indigenous knowledge. They utilize local resources for greater independence and social health. They bring local concerns to the decision makers who make food policy. Folks at the RC Food Security Institute believe that food is a human right, and that this means much more than meeting basic nutritional requirements. They understand that bringing people together to address hunger reduces isolation, builds community, and strengthens our nation. I saw this operating in action firsthand. I would like to recognize their outstanding work and urge this Parliament to provide federal resources to them and every organization working to ensure that every Canadian has access to affordable, healthy, and abundant.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, the creativity, imagination and vision of our artists are the brushes that add dashes of colour to our communities. I am proud to represent the riding of Alfred Pellan, which was named after a famous Quebec painter. Today, I would like to pay tribute to un grande uomo, Signor Umberto Bruni, who will be celebrating his 104th birthday on November 24th.
1914, Mr. Bruni, a teacher, a painter, a mural stained glasser, and window artist, has received numerous prestigious mentions, including the honorable mention of the Lieutenant Governor of Quebec, Queen Elizabeth II's Golden and Diamond Jubilee medals. So honored to have such an artist in my riding, for he continues to be an inspiration to many young artists. Buon compleanno, signor Bruni, vi auguro tanta felicità e salute e ai prossimi 100 anni.
Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
'Tis the season of giving in Banff Airdrie. Each year, our communities show the real spirit of the season with many great events held across the riding, with thousands of volunteer hours spent preparing for Christmas campaigns and events, all to help those in need. From Santa Claus parades in Banff, Airdrie, and Cochrane, to Christmas markets, to Exshaw Spirit in the mountains, and a Stony Christmas. The Canmore Rotary has various events throughout their annual Festival of Trees. Crossfields Winter Wonderland gives families an opportunity to make crafts together and take photos with Santa. And in Airdrie, the Festival of Lights is collecting donations for non-profits, and the Lionesses have their Christmas hamper, while in Cochrane, the Activettes and Cochrane Events Society have come together once again for Stuff a Bus. And finally, on Christmas Day, Newcomers Cochrane is holding Jingle and Mingle at Cochrane Alliance Church to ensure that no one eats alone on Christmas. Whether volunteering or attending local events, I encourage everyone to get involved in your community this Christmas.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Rise today to recognize the association called New Opportunities for Bandy Aid of Montreal. NOVA, as they're known, does incredible work supporting single mothers in the Vanni region of Sri Lanka, and it's a region that was devastated in the Civil War. The organizations helped these single mothers, whether they be widows or rape victims, by affording them an education and then bringing them into the workforce. And I congratulate Nova on the excellent work they're doing. The Tamil community thrives in my riding of Pierre Fondard, where they have built the beautiful temple, the beautiful Morgan Temple, and I'm not exaggerating, I'm not bragging, Mr. Speaker, it really is a beautiful temple. I congratulate the Tamils and the Greater Tamil Community of Canada for their work in promoting our Canadian values of opportunity and equality overseas, while at the same time contributing to the beautiful mosaic that is the culture of Canada. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, recently I was proud to celebrate the Guelph Humane Society's 125th anniversary. For 125 years, the Society has provided compassionate care to animals and connecting them to people. As one of the oldest humane societies in Canada, the Guelph Humane Society continues to innovate, including through the Pets in Transition program, a collaboration between the Community Veterinary Outreach and the Guelph Wellington Women in Crisis that supports women who have animals and are experiencing violence. They offer pet safety planning and temporary emergency foster placement for pets of women seeking shelter from domestic violence. I want to thank Executive Director Adrienne McBride and the incredible team of staff and volunteers that help make Guelph an even greater place to live for all of us, including our compassions with whom we share our community and our lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, honourable members from Ontario will know that the people of our province are served by one of North America's largest deployed police services, the Ontario Provincial Police, headquartered in the city of Orillia in my riding. The OPP has a history of superb leadership dating to its founding in 1909, and today I want to pay tribute to one of its ranks who, earlier this month, retired following more than 34 years of service to the OPP, the last 4 of those as Commissioner. Vince Hawks brought his accomplished academic standing and decades of experience to policing, from detachment commander to forensic specialist to deputy commissioner responsible for investigations and organized crime, to his role as commissioner, modernizing policing and crime prevention, championing new technologies, and ensuring a safe and healthy workplace across the police service. Commissioner Hawks, we salute your service to our province and send you our best wishes in the years ahead.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
This year marks 50 years since the inception of the Executive MBA program at my alma mater, the Beatty School of Business at Simon Fraser University. When opened in 1968, SFU's EMBA Beatty was the first of its kind in Canada. This program has built many careers, including my own, and I'm proud to say my son Eric is now experiencing this adventure as well. EMBA grads from Simon Fraser have helped drive innovation in senior management roles across Canada, and over the past 50 years, SFU's Beatty has continued to be a school of firsts. Whether it be starting Canada's first executive MBA in Indigenous business and leadership, or creating BC's first urban university campus at the iconic Harbour Centre in Vancouver's financial district, SFU Beatty has been at the forefront of business leadership education. I want to congratulate SFU Beatty, the Dean, SFU President Andrew Petter and their teams, and we're looking for many more.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, last week I had the privilege of visiting businesses across Richmond Hill. Organizations like Accolade Group, Laypac Technology, Link Pipe Incorporated, and Opus One Solution. These are international players who are excited by the new opportunities to expand thanks to our government's ratification of trade agreements with European, Pacific countries, and USMCA. Small businesses make up 40% of Canadian exports, and on average, firms that export pay higher wages and create more jobs. They also play a critical role in our economy. Following the fall economic statement, I'll be focusing on connecting small businesses in my riding of Richmond Hill with new opportunities our government has enacted and working with small business representative, the Board of Trade, and all levels of government to ensure it's well understood and well rolled out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary-Mindapore.
It's my favorite time of year when Stamps fans get to loudly cheer because we always pass the test. Calgary's the best team in the West. Jerome will rush, Marquet will score, Marquin will have a screaming more. Down the QE2 will soar to go to victory once more. I'll be wearing my red and black, not that team, give our cup back, and get that horse out on the track. 'Cause Ottawa, you're going down. Stamps are the best team all around. We do whatever it takes. Sorry, Red Blacks, them's the breaks. We've got the heart, we've got the drive, and Ralph the dog is on our side. Dave Dickinson is good to go. Ye persons of Calgary will steal the show. A question after victory. Bo Levi, will you marry me?
My goodness. It's the first, I think.
The Honourable Member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, it is with happiness and pride that I stand today and draw the House's attention to the 75th anniversary of the Day of Lebanese Independence, celebrating the end of colonial rule over Lebanon. Much like other countries from around the world, on this Independence Day, the people of Lebanon and proud expats of Lebanese origin around the world pay tribute to all those who sacrificed their lives for the sovereignty and autonomy of their nation. We celebrate the future we are free to imagine and live. This reminds us all that we can make our world a better place. As a native of Lebanon and a proud Canadian, I would like to invite all my colleagues to join me in wishing everyone of Lebanese origin celebrating in Canada and around the world a happy Independence Day.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, today is National Housing Day, and I want to give a big shout out to Saskatoon Crisis Intervention Services and Alberta, the only province with a plan to end homelessness. Housing first, community-based leadership, ongoing provincial government support for local expertise and efforts means Alberta cities are leading the way in this country on ending homelessness. In my city, Saskatoon Crisis Intervention Services is the home of the Housing First program, Journey Home. Journey Home provides housing and support to Saskatoon residents, the majority of whom have been homeless from 2 to 5 years. Mr. Speaker, Housing First works. In just 1 year, Journey Home participants had a reduction in the use of emergency services like police by 58%, a savings of over $500,000. Mr. Speaker, we can end homelessness. The solutions are already taking place on the ground. The government needs to step up sooner rather than later and treat the homelessness crisis with the urgency it deserves.
Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, volunteer fire departments are the cornerstone of emergency and first responder services in many small communities across Canada. Every time they answer a call for help, the men and women who volunteer their time selflessly put themselves on the line. Yesterday in my riding, volunteer firefighter Daryl James Morrison with the Rosetown Fire Department was killed after being struck by a semi-truck while responding to another vehicle collision. I would like to express my deepest sympathies to Mr. Morrison's family, his colleagues at the Rosetown Fire Department, and the entire community. We are heartbroken by this terrible tragedy. May we never forget the selfless service of Mr. Morrison and all the first responders to whom our communities owe so much.
Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, this week the Bank of Canada rolled out the new $10 banknote featuring Canadian civil rights icon Viola Desmond. Ms. Desmond was arrested and jailed in 1946 for refusing to move to a black-only area of a racially segregated theatre in Nova Scotia. This act of defiance predates Rosa Parks' refusal to move to the back of the bus in Montgomery, Alabama by 9 years. Despite community support and a tough legal challenge, Ms. Desmond was ultimately found guilty of tax evasion for 1 cent in order to pay a fine of $26. The new $10 note will serve as a constant reminder of the work we need to do to advance gender and racial equality in this country. While we have traveled far to achieve equality in all its forms in Canada, we have a collective responsibility to do more. I look forward to celebrating the first Black woman to be on any currency note in Canada at the Taivu Community Health Centre in Scarborough this Saturday. This will be an opportunity for us to recommit to achieving equality in Canada and around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales. Oral.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we were treated to a first. The first time we saw a Prime Minister so proud of putting Canadians in debt. A Liberal government that's racking up record deficits year after year on the backs of our children and grandchildren. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, we now stand at a deficit of $80 billion, and there's still a year before their term is up. My question is simple. When will the Prime Minister present a plan to return to a balanced budget? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we have a plan. It's a plan to invest in our country. It's a plan that works. And yesterday was a very important day for our country. We explained our situation, our economic situation, and we're in a great situation. There's great growth. Unemployment is at its lowest in 40 years, and now salaries are growing, wages are growing. This is a great place for the middle class, for Canadian families, and we're going to continue with our approach. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, we didn't make this up. During the Liberal election campaign, on page 12 of their program, they repeated throughout the entire campaign that at the end of 2019, the budget would be balanced. The problem is, it seems that the Prime Minister believes that budget deficits will simply vanish as if by magic. So, again, I repeat the question to the Prime Minister, can he tell us simply, can he give us the date when the budget will be balanced? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will say again that our plan is working. It is a plan that was well considered, and it is the right plan to improve our economic situation for the long term. But at the same time, we are in a situation where our level of debt is the best in the G7. And this is a really good situation to be in for the future. At the same time, we want to be able to continue improving life for Canadians.
The Finance Minister told a journalist that running the $20 billion deficit this year is, quote, consistent with what we said we would do. So now they've gone from breaking their promise to denying that they ever made it. This year, the deficit will be 3 times the size the Liberal platform promised, and next year it will be even bigger. And that was the year when the budget was supposed to balance itself. Isn't it true that we've gone from the budget will balance itself to the budget will never balance itself at all?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, what I continue to hear from the member of Carleton are buzzwords from first-year economic textbooks. What I do, though, importantly, is think about how we're going to listen to actual Canadians and what really matters to them. And we know what matters to Canadians. They want to make sure that there are jobs for their families for today and for their children for tomorrow. They want to see their incomes go up, wages growing. They want to see the economy that continues to produce opportunities for the future. And the good news is our approach is delivering on all those messages for Canadians. That's important.
Honourable order. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, now we know that when the next time the Liberals put forward a platform and they make commitments in it, those are actually buzzwords and not commitments, Mr. Speaker. But you know, on November 14th, the head of Unifor, one of the largest media unions in the country, said it would pull out all the stops to help re-elect this Liberal government. 1 week later, the government decided to create a $600 million slush fund in order to entice journalists to favor this government in the next election. What guarantee do we have that they will not use this slush fund as a gigantic propaganda machine for the Liberal Party?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we believe in a strong and independent free press. We know that our democracy relies on getting information to Canadians. So we have been very clear. We want to continue to ensure that strong and free press, and we're going to do it in a way that is completely, totally independent from government. That is critically important. But Canadians need the information that they need to make the decisions in our democracy. That's critically important.
The honourable member for Carleton.
What they're actually proposing is that there will be a government-sanctioned panel that will decide which journalists get how much, and that panel will decide standards and eligibility for this big $500 million slush fund for the media, Mr. Speaker. Now, isn't it true that this government just believes the job of the media is to shower praise on the Prime Minister and the job of taxpayers is to pay for it all?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's insulting to think that journalists can be bought off. What is clearly the case is that we are going to make sure that we have an independent, free press in this country because we understand how critical that is to our democracy. We are going to continue down this path, a path we've clearly committed to, and it's important for our country.
Alors, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rimouski-Néchet-Témiscouata-Les Basques.
Outdid themselves in sucking up to big business. First, there is this back-to-work legislation that was drafted as a big gift to Canada Post executives and to please the eBays and Amazons of this world while throwing workers under the bus. Then we have an economic update with $14 billion for the private sector and crumbs for Canadians. No wonder former Parliamentary Budget Officer Kevin Page said that the Liberal fiscal update is deficit financing the corporate sector. What's the next step for Liberals? Coming to the rescue of poor little Walmart?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that members of the NDP party should start talking to each other. What I heard from the NDP is what is critically important is that we invest in order to create jobs for the future and that we think about investing in a way that we get clean technology outcomes. Well, Mr. Speaker, what we did yesterday was exactly those two things. We've made it so that businesses can invest in the future and create jobs for Canadians. We've made it so that we can have clean technology firms invest in a way that will allow us to accelerate our approach towards a cleaner environment over the long term. These are important initiatives, and I'm glad to think that at least some members of the NDP will come along and support us when they get elected.
The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, this back-to-work legislation is a wonderful gift for Canada Post, of course, which never felt the need to negotiate in good faith. It's also a wonderful gift for eBay and Amazon, which have been aggressively lobbying the Liberals. And the Liberals listen to them. Now we have a mini budget which gives $14 billion, nice gift for the private sector, and crumbs for Canadians. The PBO said that this update was deficit financing for the private sector. What next? A rescue plan for Rogers and Telus? The Honourable Minister, Mr. Speaker, our statement yesterday was very important for the middle class and for people for working people. We are investing in job creation, and this is why we decided to do important things for the future. It's very important. We're going to continue with our approach of improving our economy in order to ensure Canadian success everywhere. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, bringing in this legislation, back to work legislation, is just like the Conservatives. They say they defend the middle class. Then they should defend middle-class working conditions. Canada Post invented a fake crisis, and the government's ready to react with special legislation. Now, Canada Post will never have to change its position. Will the government finally allow for free and fair bargaining and not table this legislation? The Honourable Minister.
What we've been doing is supporting free and fair bargaining for well over a year. We've been encouraging the parties to reach the deal. We've given them federal conciliation officers, mediators, a special mediator who we reappointed twice, as a matter of fact, to get that deal. Canadians are suffering. Canadian businesses are suffering. Community members in rural remote communities are suffering. Workers are suffering. If required, this legislation will set out a process where employers would return to work while continuing their negotiations with an independent mediator arbitrator. We still believe a deal is possible, and I continue to encourage the parties to get that deal.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear the Prime Minister intends to continue the charade of supporting the collective bargaining process guaranteed under the Charter while trampling on CUPW's rights by forcing them back to work. I believe that's called sucking and blowing at the same time, and Canadians are not buying it. The Prime Minister has no interest in resolving CUPW's concerns around workload, pay equity, health and safety, and harassment. Tell us, please, how exactly is this Prime Minister an improvement over Stephen Harper?
Order. I encourage honourable members to be careful in their choice of language and to try to elevate it in keeping with this institution. The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, we've been working with the two parties for well over a year. We've given them all the supports necessary to reach a deal. We've given them supports through Federal Mediation Service. I've appointed a special mediator multiple times. The parties continue to negotiate. We are taking actions that will prepare this government to act if necessary. I still will say the best agreement is a collective agreement bargain between the two parties. However, saying that, Canadians expect us to take their concerns seriously, and that means rural and remote Canadians, that means small and medium-sized enterprise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, once again yesterday the Minister of Finance disavowed his Prime Minister. Why? Because he tabled a deficit budget. This is a fact, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister kept repeating the budget will balance itself, but the Finance Minister contradicted him. Now, well, this was supposed to be the year of zero deficit, but it's the year of the $20 billion deficit. Can the Finance Minister assure Canadians that he knows when the budget will be balanced? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I think there are many assurances for Canadians that our balanced approach, our approach is an approach that invests in Canada, that will help us continue to have an economy that works, a low unemployment rate, and a year of opportunities for Canadians across the country. At the same time, we want to be fiscally responsible. That is our approach, and it's the right one.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal economic statement was a slap to the face of Alberta families. Albertans today are protesting in the streets against this Prime Minister and his failure to get pipelines built. Nothing in the fall economic statement gave anything to Alberta energy families. Instead, he prioritized $600 million in corporate welfare for the media. Why is the Prime Minister trying to buy off the media in an election year instead of supporting Canada's energy workers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, independent journalism is a pillar of our Canadian democracy, even though these Conservatives disagree with that. Newspapers in Canada are going through a crisis right now. They currently employ tens of thousands of Canadians, and that's only half of who were employed in 2010. This week, we're taking action. We've created a tax credit for newsrooms, for donations to not-for-profit media, and for Canadians who subscribe to an online media. And those investments will be administered by an independent board of experts in order to protect journalists' independence.
The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Veteran Sean Bure had the courage to call out the Liberals' broken promises to veterans. When he did, the minister smeared him in the press and sent in high-priced lawyers to shut him up. There was nothing for veterans in the economic statement, but there was $600 million for the media, whose union has launched a campaign in support of the Liberals. Why is the Prime Minister trying to buy off the media in an election year instead of supporting veterans?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, this conspiracy theory is insulting to the intelligence of Canadians and to the professionalism of journalists. The Conservatives think that journalists can be bought, and we don't. We think that their work is absolutely fundamental to our democracy. France, Sweden, Germany, the UK, and many others have taken action to support journalism without compromising independence. But newspapers are going through a crisis, and that's why we're taking action, and we'll do it while protecting journalistic independence.
The honourable member for Niagara West.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister tried to bribe the media with a $600 million bailout, but nothing for small businesses struggling with steel and aluminum tariffs. Each day these tariffs remain in place, workers and businesses faced uncertainty and layoffs, and this government has no plan to fix the problem. Why is the Prime Minister trying to buy off the media in an election year instead of supporting the workers in the steel and aluminum industry?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we have committed to supporting our steel and aluminum industries. We've committed up to $2 billion, Mr. Speaker, including money through the Strategic Innovation Fund and other funding, so that they can ride out this, not only ride out this difficult period they have, but also invest in the kinds of technologies that will propel them into the future. Mr. Speaker, we're investing in our industries. We've got the backs of our steel and aluminum workers.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government's economic update shows that the Liberals couldn't give a damn about their election promises. Not only has the Prime Minister given up on balancing the budget, he's added $595 million to the credit card for the media, a simple Band-Aid solution which will solve nothing. At the same time that the Prime Minister is doing this, why is he silent about dairy producers?
The Minister of Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives appear to have a real problem with journalists and the truth. The Conservative leader's office has promised to, and I quote, to go for the jugular with the media. They also think journalists can be bought. This is an insult to the intelligence of Canadians and to the professionalism of journalists. This Conservative opposition should consult with other Conservatives around the world who have made decisions to support local journalism. Journalistic independence is a pillar of our democracy, and we will always protect it.
Order. I know the honourable member from Durham is enjoying question period, and of course I always enjoy hearing his voice, but preferably only when he has the floor. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
November 14th, Jerry Diaz of Unifor, which swept thousands of journalists, called the $50 million media bailout in Budget 2018 nickels and dimes. On the same day, he announced Unifor's formal campaign against the Conservatives. On November 16th, media reported that an increased media bailout would be announced, and on November 21st, $600 million was announced. Wow. The finance minister just said it was insulting to think that journalists could be bought out. What about Jerry Diaz?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, Mr. Speaker, these Conservatives think that Canadian journalists can be bought, and we certainly don't believe that. Their work is fundamental to this democracy. Conservatives around the world have understood the need to support journalism and local journalism, as have governments in France, Sweden, Germany, and the the UK. And I might remind the member from Calgary-Nose Hill that their government, too, supported media. Under their tenure, they increased funding to the Canada Periodical Fund. Independent Canadian journalism is core to our democracy, Mr. Speaker.
Alors,
the honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, our media are in a crisis situation. Tens of thousands of jobs lost. But the Liberals finally woke up, but 92% of the money they're giving them will not be spent till after the next election. Now, who caused the crisis? Google, Facebook, who dominate online advertising, but Liberals don't tax them. Worse, they give them tax deductions as if they were Canadian businesses. Why is the Liberal Party not requiring anything of Facebook or Google?
Mr. Speaker, this government takes very seriously the Canadian creators of Canada, and including news media. And I want to stress in answering the honourable member's question today that our Minister of Canadian Heritage and Multiculturalism has done exactly what the Prime Minister asked him to in his mandate letter. He has consulted with Canadian media and stakeholders to develop business models to support local journalism. And Mr. Speaker, this week he has delivered. This is good government. This is real change in action.
Honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Instead of standing up for the web giants, why don't Liberals stand up for Canadians for a change? There's nothing in the mini budget for badly needed pharmacare, nothing to address the housing crisis, nothing to correct the profound inequality that Indigenous children face in their badly underfunded schools. But there are Christmas gifts from this government to corporate CEOs. They now get to write off more quickly plush corporate jets and stretch limousines. Why is the Finance Minister acting like Santa Claus to Canada's wealthiest CEOs and like Scrooge to everyone else?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Speaker, the record is pretty clear. What's happened over the last 3 years is the economic approach that we've taken has made an enormous difference for Canadians. Not only have we made a huge difference in unemployment, not only have we brought in processes that lead to wage increases, but importantly, we found a way to lift 650,000 Canadians out of poverty through the Canada Child Benefit, the Canada Workers Benefit, and the increase in the Guaranteed Income Supplement. This is important work that will continue with the investments that will be made to create future jobs because of what we announced yesterday.
Honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is clearly determined to rig the next federal election in Canada. He's changing the legislation so that people can vote without identifying documents and doing nothing to solve the issue of foreign influence on our elections. He's also set up the rules in an arbitrary way with respect to televised debates. Can the Prime Minister try to explain how he's sure that elections are for Canadians and not simply to profit the Liberal Party?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have put forward Bill C-76, which will enable more Canadians to vote. We are ensuring that Canadians who need help voting will have that access to voting. We are putting in place safeguards to protect our elections from foreign interference in C-76. We are putting forward the Independent Debates Commissioner to make sure that all Canadians have access to watching their federal leaders debate, something that didn't happen under the previous government because one political party decided not to participate. Mr. Speaker, we are absolutely committed to ensuring that all Canadians are taking part in our elections. And
the Honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, so far Canadians have been saddled with an electoral bill that favors the Liberal government, a debate commission to rig the leaders' debate in favor of the Liberal government, and now an attempt to bribe the media with $600 million in an election year. When will the Prime Minister realize that he doesn't get to dictate the rules in our democracy?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, the irony coming from the other side when it comes to our democracy. What we are doing on this side is ensuring that every single Canadian who has the right to vote can cast their ballot. We, Mr. Speaker, are not afraid of Canadians voting, Mr. Speaker. We're also not afraid of an independent media doing their job. We believe that the media plays an essential role in our democracy. Canadians need to be informed, and it is important that they will continue to exercise their good work throughout the upcoming year and into the next election, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, it's time for the Liberals to come clean on the Statistics Canada file. The Minister himself this week admitted StatsCan kept him and the Cabinet in the dark about the demand to Canada's banks to hand over more than 1 million Canadians' most personal financial information without consent. Mr. Speaker, when will the Liberals get their heads around new realities in the digital world? Accept that Canadians should own their own data and should have a right to decide with whom they share it or not?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, our government takes the privacy of Canadians very seriously, and we understand the concerns that have been raised. The Chief Statistician, Mr. Speaker, has been very clear. The project will not move forward until privacy concerns are addressed. No data has been shared, Mr. Speaker, or obtained by Statistics Canada. StatsCan does not share or sell any personal information. Mr. Speaker, the Canadians' right to privacy and data protection will not be compromised.
Excellent. The
Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, Statistics Canada has been intruding into the financial data of Canadians. The Minister is responsible for any data leak with respect to Canadians' privacy. This guarantee made by the Minister seems very thin given the attacks, the digital attacks we are now seeing in Canada. The best thing to do, Mr. Speaker, would be to cancel this program. When will the Liberal government put the axe to this invasive program? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about real facts. Statistics Canada is not sharing and will not sell personal information. It can absolutely not share this information. No one, Mr. Speaker, no organization, not even the Prime Minister can ask for this information from StatsCan. Canadians' privacy will be respected.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the housing crisis in Indigenous communities across the country is getting worse. If at least the government showed it was making an effort, but no, it doesn't even look like it's trying. In his economic statement yesterday, the Minister of Finance could have announced immediate funding to contain the crisis, but he preferred to play Santa for the rich corporations. When will the government sit down with Indigenous peoples to create a targeted strategy and put an end to this crisis? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Started investing in new housing programs the day we took office, and today I'm proud to announce that close to 1 million homes have been impacted by the investments we've made. 14,000 new affordable homes have been built or under construction. 26,000 people who are at risk of homelessness are now in housing. 156,000 homes are being repaired with funds provided by this government. And for the next 10 years, it's a $40 billion investment in the country's first ever national housing strategy. We didn't wait for yesterday to take action. We took action on day one, and we will take action for the next decade, and we will not take lessons from the
Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
A year ago, the National Housing Strategy was announced, but the housing crisis in Canada deepens every day. There is still no sign of an Indigenous housing strategy. As we approach another brutal Canadian winter, shelters will be overflowing and more people will be left out in the cold. The most vulnerable are being asked to wait until the next election. On National Housing Day, will this government enshrine the right to housing in legislation so everyone can have a safe, affordable place to call home?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, my mother used to say that if you want to make a point, vote NDP. If you want to make a difference, vote Liberal. And on housing, couldn't be more correct. My mom couldn't be more correct. Our $40 billion housing program over the next 10 years is real money building real housing right now. But on the issue of Indigenous housing, not only have we made new investments, substantial new investments, there are new programs on their way as we speak. And as it comes to the right to housing, as it says in the National Housing Strategy, we'll be legislating a rights-based framework to make sure that Canadians get the housing they need when they need it. As I said, we're making a difference, regardless of what point they're not making.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Order. Mr. Speaker, today the resistance among Franco-Ontarians is organizing following the outcry caused by the Ontario government's decision to eliminate the Commissioner's position and to eliminate the University in Toronto. While here on Parliament Hill, the Leader of the Opposition won't denounce his boss. How does the Minister of Official Languages plan to help Franco-Ontarians and Francophones and Francophiles across the country? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent work on the Official Languages Committee. He's from Madawaska-Restigouche. 7 days. Well, in fact, I'll say it in both languages.
7 days since the Harper... sorry.
7 days since the Ontario government cut services to francophones. And 7 days since we've not seen anyone on the Conservative benches saying anything about this is completely unacceptable. Order.
Deputy,
the Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, throughout the week I've heard the Liberals talk about investing and that it justified huge deficits. The purchase of Australian F-18s doesn't meet the definition of an investment. The Australian F-18s will be a liability for the Royal Canadian Air Force and for taxpayers. The expenditure won't have an impact on operations because there's a shortage of pilots and technicians to keep them in the air. Will the government cancel this useless purchase immediately?
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to providing the Royal Canadian Air Force the equipment that it needs to be fully operational now and into the future. Unlike the previous government, we will not neglect our NORAD and NATO commitments. Today, I can announce that we have signed the agreement with Australia, and I look forward to receiving these planes in spring 2019. I've also directed my department to prepare options to improve the combat capabilities of the CF-F-18s until the full competition is complete. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Minister is throwing good money after bad, buying a bunch of old, obsolete fighter jets. The Auditor General trashed that plan, and the Liberals' fighter jet plan has completely crashed and burned. And by purchasing these old jets, the Liberals are actually endangering the lives of the brave men and women who serve this country in uniform. When will the Liberals follow the Auditor General's advice, cancel this crazy deal of buying these used Aussie jets, and immediately buy the right jets for our pilots?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the previous government was serious about this. They would replace the jets 10 years ago. Our government has been clear. A modern fleet is essential to defending Canada and the Canadian sovereignty. The Auditor General report confirms that we have something that we have always known, that the Conservatives mismanaged this file and misled Canadians for a decade with no fighters to show for it. No. That is why we are requiring 88 fighter jets, Mr. Speaker, not like the 65 that the previous government wanted, to replace the CF-18s through an open and transparent competition that will make sure that we can live up to our commitments to now and into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked the Prime Minister if any current or former cabinet ministers had unlawfully released cabinet confidence information. He answered that he couldn't discuss an ongoing court case, confirming that a minister of his cabinet was implicated in an ongoing court case. What is the name of the current or former cabinet minister that is implicated in an ongoing court case?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the nefarious implications in the tone of that question are exactly the reason why this House has a rule about not discussing matters that are sub judice. The honourable member may wish to engage in absolutely unsubstantiated drive-by smears, but that is not the role of the House of Commons.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, the minister is not answering the question. The Prime Minister has appointed 3 of his former cabinet ministers to high-level positions. All others are either still in cabinet or in this House. If one of those individuals has unlawfully released cabinet confidence information and is implicated in a court case, Canadians deserve to know. What is the name of the current or former cabinet minister who is implicated in an ongoing court case?
The Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, again, I refer the honourable member to a colleague in this House who used to sit on that side, Peter Van Loan, who made it very clear why the sub judice rule is in place. It is in place, Mr. Speaker, to prevent debate or conversations in this House of Commons from interfering unduly in a court proceeding. A court proceeding is there to determine the rights of Canadians according to law and according to evidence, and the courts will do their job, Mr. Speaker.
Member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, in the early 1970s, the NDP asked the Liberal government how it was possible that in Canada, Indigenous women were being sterilized. There was no answer. In 1976, same question, same answer. In 2015, Indigenous women came forward from Saskatchewan saying they felt pressured to be sterilized. We've been asking for action for 40-plus years. And yet, in 2017, it happened again. This is wrong. When will this government finally address this issue?
The Minister of Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, I think we can safely assume that everyone in this House knows that it is absolutely incomprehensible and unacceptable that the human rights, the reproductive rights of Indigenous women should be violated in this way. I am happy to report to the member opposite that we are actively working across the country, including with our provincial and territorial partners, with agencies who work in medical education, with doctors' associations, to make sure that this is very clear.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Yesterday, we saw disturbing images of Igloolik children suffering open sores and respiratory disease from black mold rampant in their overcrowded public housing. This is a shameful and completely unacceptable situation for Canada's most vulnerable citizens. As a G7 nation, Liberals continually claim that we are leading the world in economic growth, yet we have Canadian children, babies, living in third-world conditions. Why is this government delaying housing funding and prioritizing corporate tax cuts over Indigenous children suffering health problems? What is the Health Minister doing?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to say, and we'll make this point very clear, the Minister in charge has asked CMHC to immediately get in touch with the Nunavut Housing Authority. Substantial dollars have been invested and bilateral accords have been signed with that government, and we want this problem addressed immediately. We have put the funds that we have put in place to support Indigenous housing and territorial housing, as we signed the bilateral with the Northwest Territories last week, are substantial. And by comparison, I would ask them to look at their campaign platform, which offered $25 million to the entire country, and that's it.
That's it.
Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg Saint Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister gave a mandate to the environmentalist Stephen Guilbeault before he runs as a candidate in 2019.
Order. I'd ask the member for Vancouver Kingsway and others to come to order, and the other side as well. Order. The Honourable Député de Charles.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister gave a mandate to environmentalist Stephen Guilbeault before he runs as a Liberal candidate in 2019. His new special advisor on the environment is a staunch opponent to the third link in Quebec City. He even said in an interview, and I quote, "In all sincerity, the third link won't work. It's a political pitch to please voters on the South Shore of Quebec City." Will the Prime Minister listen to Mr. Guilbeault's advice and block the third link in Quebec City? The Honourable Minister. Our government knows that we must take action on climate change. We have a plan. The plan is working. We are reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, and we are growing the economy. I'm also very proud of Stephen Guilbeault, who is an environmentalist from Quebec. He will help us do more. We need to deal with, tackle climate change. What is the Conservatives' plan on the environment?
The
Honourable Member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. They hired an advisor, Stéphane Guilbeault, who's opposed to Mr. Speaker. This is an important link for my riding, for Quebec City, for the region. Are the Liberals against or in favour of the third link? The Honourable Minister. Canadians wonder if the Conservatives are for or against dealing with climate change. For over 200 days, we haven't seen their plan on climate change. I'm proud that we have an advisory group that includes Stephen Guilbeault, another member from BC. We are tackling climate change. What is the Conservatives' plan? Well, I'll try for a second time to allow the Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Well, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about Stephen Guilbeault. Everyone, including the Prime Minister or the Premier of Quebec, is in favour of the third link. Does the party opposite, or are they afraid to stand up to the Quebec Premier and tell him that they're opposed to the third link? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, I'm always happy to take a stand and to talk about our plan for climate change. We have a plan that's working. We're phasing out carbon. We're putting a price on pollution. We've made historic investment in public transit. We are encouraging environmentalists and companies. We're urging mayors and provinces to help us. But there is no plan on the Conservative side. They don't have a plan for the economy either. Now, I asked the Honourable Member to ask her question. I would give her a second chance. I would ask her not to heckle.
Go ahead. Okay. Mr. Speaker, we can all agree that every First Nation child deserves the best start in life. We know that decades of neglect have led to immense gaps in education on reserve. We can and must do better. As the Minister of Indigenous Services has said previously, the path forward includes First Nations control of First Nations education. Can the Honourable Minister please update this House on ongoing work in my home province of Manitoba to ensure First Nations children have welcoming and culturally relevant educational spaces in their communities?
Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member from Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley, for his question. Last Friday in Winnipeg, I was thrilled to announce, along with 4 Manitoba First Nations, that we are investing nearly $250 million to build schools in those 4 communities. This investment means those students won't have to leave home and can finish high school right in their communities. We are working with First Nations partners. We're ensuring that all First Nations students receive high-quality education.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, first it was the EpiPen injector shortage that threatened the lives of our children in August. Now there's the shortage of the antidepressant drug Wellbutrin that patients, many of whom are suicidal, desperately need. The Canadian Pharmacists Association says it's concerned about the growing number of drug shortages in Canada. Continued drug shortages are unacceptable, and the minister has failed to act. Why have the Liberals failed to secure these vital medications for Canadians?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, protecting the health and safety of Canadians is my top priority. One of my most important responsibilities as Health Minister is ensuring that Canadians are well informed about medicines that they rely on. We are taking important steps to address the complex issue of drug shortages. As a part of our mandatory drug shortage reporting regulations, we launched a third-party website, and that's entitled drugshortagescanada.ca. Drug shortages are a complex global problem, and we are working with partners on the ground to find a solution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has an obligation to defend the linguistic rights of Francophones across the country. But he's still refusing to call Doug Ford directly to discuss the attack against the Franco-Ontarian community. Why? His reluctance will send a clear message to Doug Ford that these attacks are acceptable. It's the Prime Minister's role to defend Francophones in Canada. Why is the Prime Minister refusing to fight for Franco-Ontarians? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our Prime Minister and I are proud to support Franco-Ontarians who are being attacked. Their right to live in French is under attack. The Prime Minister has been clear, has clearly denounced the cuts. And we, as a government, are urging the leader of the Conservative Party to also denounce this. We stand in solidarity with Franco-Ontarians. This week I had an opportunity to...
Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, in New Brunswick Southwest, there are incredible entrepreneurs with innovative ideas that want to start up and scale up their companies, but often, due to lack of access to valuable capital, are unable to. Could the Minister of Small Business and Export Promotion update this House on what the government is doing to support the scale-up of Canadian companies? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member from New Brunswick Southwest for her question. Our government is working hard to help Canadian small and medium-sized companies start up, scale up, and access new markets. A strong venture capital ecosystem that invests in innovative Canadians and young companies is essential to achieving this goal. That's why yesterday our government announced an additional $50 million to increase venture capital available to Canadian clean tech companies. Mr. Speaker, these investments will help support Canadian SMEs and entrepreneurs scale up and create great new Canadian jobs.
Honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General said regular Canadians will automatically lose their credits or benefits if they can't give the Canada Revenue Agency a document within 90 days. But if you're an offshore tax dodger, the agency will give you months or maybe even years to comply, or they'll simply close the file without collecting any taxes. This minister promised a client-focused CRA and action on offshore evasion. So why is she protecting offshore tax dodgers and failing to provide basic service to regular Canadians?
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government has chosen to invest in a tax system that is fair and tailored to the needs of all Canadians. I have no lessons to learn from the Harper Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, who, in addition to having not invested in services, cut staff, cut training, Mr. Speaker. We put in place a main service delivery point to deliver the best services to Canadians. We have a client-focused approach. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, I now understand why the Liberals are called red. It would be harder to be redder than in that economic statement yesterday. We'll be in the red for years. A lovely Liberal red. And no one can say it's Quebec's fault because there's nothing in it for us. Nothing for Davy, nothing for our farmers, nothing for health, nothing for education. When will the Minister of Finance start respecting Quebecers and taking our priorities, like healthcare, for example, into account? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that our economic statement included measures for all Canadians across the country. We put the interests of Canadians first with investments that will have an impact, will create jobs across the country, including in Quebec. All players, all parts of the country will be benefited by our measures, and that is very important. The Honourable Member for Joliette. A good thing, Mr. Speaker. If you want to waste 4 hours of your life for nothing, head into a lockup to look for something good for Quebec in yesterday's economic statement. That's called wasting one's time. The government increased the deficit. It's crazy. But there's not even an additional cent for health care. That's quite the feat. Why has the government decided to refuse to meet Quebecers' real needs? And why isn't it restoring the health transfer escalator? The Honourable Minister. There are needs across the country. We are focusing on jobs across the country, and it's important to invest for Canada and for Quebec. Our approach will work for the future.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As all members in this place know, the IPCC report was a very stern warning that the planet is on a course to disaster. but a more recent report published in Nature Communications says that Canada's status among the world is about the worst. We rank with China and Russia, and if all countries followed our lead, we'd go to 5.1 degrees Celsius global average temperature increase. When will this government commit to a path that leads to 1.5 degrees, the Paris target?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for advocacy on the environment and climate change. I look forward to heading to COP24 with her in Poland this year to ensure that we get a robust rulebook and action on climate change. We have a serious plan to tackle climate change after a decade of inaction under the previous government where they did nothing to tackle climate change. I'm also proud yesterday that we added to our plan through the fall economic statement. We introduced incentives for solar and wind power. We also announced a new climate action advisory committee with Stephen Guilbeault and Tamara Vrooman that are going to help us advance ambition action.
L'honorable député de Beauport.
Honourable member for Beauport, order. Honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou is rising on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I have to tell you that the Minister of Official Languages misled this House today when she said that no Conservative member of this House had publicly called out the actions of the Ford government. But I did so, and so did a number of MPs.
Je remercie l'honorable.
I thank the honourable member. But I believe that is debate.
L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix is rising on a point of order. Order.
Alors.
Order.
Honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member is rising on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I'd like the Minister for La Francophonie to apologize in this House. A number of people here spoke, including the leader, Andrew Scheer.
Je pense que ça pourrait.
I believe that is more debate rather than a point of order.
Honourable Opposition House Leader has the usual Thursday question.
Yes, I do. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Government House Leader if she could tell us what the business is for the remainder of this week, what we'll be doing. I think we have a bit of an idea, but we'd like to have that firm.
Order. I'd ask members to take their conversations into the hallways. In case some didn't hear, the Honourable Opposition House Leader just asked the usual Thursday question about the coming week. The Honourable Government House Leader. House Leader has not finished, so I'll let her do that.
Thank you. I was just wrapping up my question regarding what was going to happen for the remainder of this week, but I also am interested, we are all interested in what the government has planned for next week as well. So thank you for allowing me that opportunity to ask.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
So, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we will resume third reading debate of Bill C-81, the accessibility legislation. Our intention for tomorrow is to call Bill C-75, Justice Modernization, at third reading. We sincerely hope that Canada Post and the Canadian Union of Postal Workers reach an agreement, but if they do not, we will call Government Motion number 25 concerning the resumption of postal services for debate tomorrow. On Monday, we will consider report stage and third reading stage of Bill C-86, the second Budget Implementation Act. This will also be the business for Tuesday and Wednesday. Finalement, Monsieur le Président.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inform you that there have been discussions among the parties, and I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the debate under Standing Order 66 on the motion to adopt the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, tabled on Wednesday, May 10th, 2017, be deemed completed, and the motion be deemed concurred in with dissent?
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Honourable House Leader have unanimous consent to move the motion?
D'accord, la Chambre.
Very well. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Adopté.
Adopted.
Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills. Resuming debate at third reading stage of Bill C-81 on the Accessibility Act.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Springwater Oro-Medonte has 11 minutes left in his remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly an honor to continue talking about a bill which certainly has a lot of hope in it from Canadians across this country, Canadians who are living with disabilities. And as you said, Mr. Speaker, I have about 11 minutes as I'd started yesterday into the speech regarding Bill C-81, which is essentially an Accessibility Act for all Canadians. Now, what we've heard and what we know is that the minister had said that we would be cooperating, we'd be working together, that our department would provide us with the information that was needed in order to ensure that this bill actually delivered for Canadians living with disabilities. We know that the stakeholders from across the country, from all sides of this debate, whether it's those with hearing disabilities or sight or physical or cognitive, are all saying the same thing, which is the bill is not actually doing anything. There are no teeth in the bill, and there are no dates to deliver teeth or policies or regulations so that we know what is going to be done to actually help persons who are living with disabilities. Now, Mr. Speaker, one of the things I said at the first debate we had on this subject, and I repeated at committee, and I will say again today, is my vision, my hope for this bill was that at the end of it, I'd be able to call my mother and tell her how her life is going to change after this act is passed. And unfortunately, all I can do today is call her and tell her that within 2 years, there will be a single regulation adopted. That single regulation will trigger a 5-year time period, which within that 5-year time period, the government will then have to report back and essentially do an audit of what regulations they have in place. But there's no actual tangible benefits that we're going to see day one out of this bill. And we're sitting here and we're asking why. Well, we've asked why, and they said, well, regulations don't need to be in the bill. The staff of the department and the minister have said, you know, we need to consult more. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's not good enough. We've had 3 years of consultation on this subject. Surely, there could have been at least one regulation, Mr. Speaker, that could have come into effect with the Accessibility Act. They said yesterday, the minister said, the good news is there are benchmarks that Ontario and Nova Scotia and British Columbia have put very forward-thinking legislation into place. She commended their legislation. Their legislation had timelines. She commended it. And yet, she tells us there's a benchmark and we know what we need to do, but then doesn't include any of it in the bill and says, well, we might have one regulation within 2 years. It's just not good enough for Canadians living with disabilities. It's not good enough for Canadians who are living with either cognitive or physical disabilities, Mr. Speaker. And as we look at what the matters of today are, it's incredible, you know, when you start thinking about all of the things that individuals, the people who are the most vulnerable in our society have to live with and cope with. And you look at the issues of the day, such as Canada Post, you see another barrier that's been put up when the Canada Post employees and union have gone on strike. That creates a barrier for people living with disabilities who perhaps can't even get outside of their home to go and collect items that they may need. Yet, this minister doesn't put anything in place, to change things as of day one. and it's not good enough. And stakeholders know that it's not good enough. The stakeholders telling us that they wanted change. That's why there were roughly 240 amendments that were drafted and submitted. That's why there was so many amendments that were actually adopted. Unfortunately, it was only from the Liberal side, but that's why there were so many amendments adopted. Yet what the minister, what the department, what the Liberals on the committee could not understand is that stakeholders want to know when things are going to change. Stakeholders want measurables in place. Stakeholders don't just want to see a bunch of employees hired, a building gone and rented or bought, and perhaps a promise of one day. They're not looking for a promissory note. The stakeholders are looking for real, defined benefits, defined regulations, defined policies that will help them in their day-to-day lives. And that, Mr. Speaker, is what the Conservative Party, that, Mr. Speaker, is what the New Democrats and the Green Party all tried to do at committee to no avail, because, unfortunately, they weren't part of the right party. And it's disgusting when you think about, the throne speech that was had in this House of Commons by this Prime Minister that said all members would be respected no matter where they're from, no matter what party they represent. Unfortunately, that's just not the case. The cooperation that the minister has consistently said would be in place wasn't. The answers that the minister said that she would be getting for members of the opposition never came. The costs related to these changes were never brought forward. Yet if all of the benchmarks are in place in Ontario and Nova Scotia and British Columbia, surely we know what the costs are to make the changes necessary to make the lives better for people in Canada who are living with disabilities. We either have the information or we don't. Yesterday, we were told we have the information. A few weeks ago, we were told we don't. At committee, we were told we don't. And even when they do have the information, they said, I'm sorry, that's a privilege between the cabinet minister and the staff. Things as simple as, well, were any timelines recommended? We couldn't even get to. The stakeholders are asking these questions one after another. They want to know, they need to understand how and when these actions are going to be taken. Now, Mr. Speaker, one of the things I brought up at committee, which the minister wasn't actually present for, which is normal, but one of the things that was brought up that I did not bring in a previous speech, and so I'd like to make sure that it's brought before this House, is what happens if a different government is elected? What happens if there is no minister who has a like mind on this issue? One of the things the Conservative Party was asking for was to put the measurables in place to ensure that there would be follow-through from successive governments. This government's mandate ends in less than 1 year. Unfortunately, by not putting measurables in place, by not having a time on which all of these things need to be completed by not putting a target in place for a barrier-free Canada, we don't know when or how this legislation could actually fall off of the road. Meaning that the lack of accountability that is contained within legislation, because the government wants to avoid being accountable for real results, is not just going to be affecting this current government, but it affects all governments going forward. And if there is not a like-minded government going forward, that means there's a potential for it to completely collapse. And we don't want this to collapse. We like the fact that this is an Accessibility Act coming forward. We supported the fact that there was an Accessibility Act coming forward. We championed an Accessibility Act coming forward. We requested that it be brought forward as soon as possible when it became very clear that the 6-month timeline that this government put in order to provide the legislation to this House for persons in Canada with disabilities was not coming forward. We said, where is it? Why isn't it here yet? We know the work has been done. You've told us you've been consulting for over a year. You told us you've been consulting for over 2 years, and yet still we did not have legislation in front of it. But what happens if it's not the mindset that's provided by the government today, the mindset that's provided in the Conservative benches opposite, there is a real possibility that the intent of this legislation falls off the road just so this government can avoid accountability of providing real results for real Canadians living with real disabilities. And, Mr. Speaker, it's just shameful. It's shameful that a government would walk away from their responsibility to be accountable to Canadians for taking care of the most vulnerable and accountable to the most vulnerable themselves. It is absolutely shameful. Now, going forward, we know that there needs to be changes. So, Mr. Speaker, if I may, I'd like to move, seconded by the member for Foothills, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after word that and substituting the following: Bill C-81, an act to ensure a barrier-free Canada, be now read a third time but be referred back to Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities for the purpose of reconsidering. Clauses 5, 11, 18, 23, 111, 148, with the view to include dates and timelines to ensure that the bill will advance accessibility in Canada. B, clauses 15, 75, 93, and 95, with the view to remove permissive language to ensure that accessibility requirements are made and enforced. C, clauses 46, 55, 59, 64, 68, with the view to not allow organizations to be exempted from complying with accessibility requirements. And D, clause 207, with the view to require the government to act.
Mr. Nuttall, seconded by Mr. Barlow, moved that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following: Bill C-81, an act to ensure a barrier-free Canada, be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities for the purpose of reconsidering. A, clauses 5, 11, 18, 23, 111, and 148, with the view to include dates and timeliness to ensure that the bill will advance accessibility in Canada. B, clauses 15, 75, 93, and 95, with the view to remove permissive language to ensure that accessibility requirements are made and enforced. C, clauses 46, 55, 59, 64, and 68, with the view to not allow organizations to be exempted from complying with accessibility requirements. And D, clause 207, with the view to require the government to act. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Science and Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for his comments on this very important bill. But I have to take exception to what the Honourable Member was saying, because he is, in fact, misleading Canadians. He is saying that this bill has no teeth. It definitely has teeth. He is saying this bill has no timelines. It definitely has timelines. And I think we need to underscore how important the amount of input from Canadians with disabilities has been in order to get where we are today. And I wanted to talk specifically that our government wants to hit the ground running when this bill passes. New regulations will be in place very quickly, within 2 years after the Act comes into force. I know, 2 years, but that means that we're going to start moving right away and that the regulations will be enacted. And once Bill C-81 receives royal assent, the Canadian Accessibility Standards Organization would be up and running within 1 year. So there are timelines. And to say anything different is wrong, and you cannot mislead Canadians to think that this doesn't have teeth. This is a step in the right direction. We know that people with disabilities are very happy with this bill, and we are very committed to making sure we follow through on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oromadonte.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not sure it was you that the member was actually referring to. As I get called on that all the time, I'd just like to be able to do that with somebody else for once. Secondly, in terms of misleading is misleading Canadians. I would question who it is that's misleading Canadians. And first of all, I take exception to that because it's basically trying to imply that I was lying. But secondly, when we look to Patrick Falconer from Barrier-Free Manitoba, Patrick said, quote, "While representing a commendable effort with honourable intentions, we are concerned the bill is deeply flawed. Based on our decade of experience and our careful review, Barrier-Free Manitoba strongly supports the recommendations for significant amendments." What were those significant amendments, Mr. Speaker? They were for timelines, they were for more teeth in the bill, and we still don't know why the Liberal Party shot down every single attempt to listen to the Canadian stakeholders that asked for more teeth on this bill.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Science and Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just following through on that, I wanted to talk about common themes. I think when we listened and we heard a number of stakeholders at the committee, and there were common themes, and we did listen. And many of the amendments that came from the opposition, both the NDP and the Conservative, were very similar to amendments that we put forward. And I think I hope you will agree that we came to an understanding in a number of areas and put forward amendments that had teeth and that really moved this legislation forward. Thank you, Mr.
For Barrie, Springwater, Oromadani.
I am not sure what the question was, Mr. Speaker, but certainly I can comment to the statement. No, we don't agree that there were teeth in this bill. I think that was the whole point of the last 20 minutes that I spoke in the House of Commons, that there are no teeth, that stakeholders are saying there are no teeth, that stakeholders are concerned that there are no timelines. And so the member can stand up and say it over and over and over again, perhaps until blue in the face, but that does not change the fact that the legislation doesn't have any teeth except maybe a regulation within 2 years. And you know what? I could walk through, I've seen this in question period many times, ministers and parliamentary secretaries walk through organizations. So let me talk about some of them that are asking for more teeth. Ability New Brunswick, Ability Online, Active Aging Canada, Active Living Alliance for Canadians with a Disability, Alliance for Equality of Blind Canadians, Alliance for Equality of Blind Canadians Toronto chapter, AODA Alliance, and I've got about another 250 of them to go through when ready.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned by the comments from the Liberal Parliamentary Secretary suggesting my colleague and friend is misleading people. I spoke to my friend just yesterday about the conversation I had last week with David Lepofsky, probably the most prominent Canadian in terms of disability advocacy. He has the Order of Ontario and Order of Canada as a constitutional lawyer and disability advocate. And what my friend is saying to the House today is exactly what's being said by people like David Lepofsky. Two things that I heard from him was the fact that there is no end date for accessibility within Bill C-81, no timeline. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Ontario has set a 20-year goal of making sure that accessibility is paramount. The other thing is there's no clear commitment in C-81 to ensuring that no infrastructure dollars will go to new projects unless accessibility is at the centre of the project. So no timelines, no teeth. The Liberal member is suggesting my friend is misleading Canadians. This is what disability advocates are asking for, Mr. Speaker. Will my friend comment on the fact that we have an opportunity with C-81 to get it right if only the Liberals will listen?
Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oromadani.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to commit to the member that we will get it right after the next election. This will be among the first things that we ensure that we put right because it's concerning the most vulnerable Canadians. But it's interesting that you brought up Mr. Lepofsky because here's what he said. He said that the bill that is now before you is very strong on good intentions, but very weak on implementation and enforcement. He went on to say, when you come to vote on amendments before this committee and when you go back to your caucuses to decide what position you're going to take, we urge you not simply to think of the immediate political expediency of today. We do urge you to think about the imminent election a year from now and the needs of the minority of everyone for whom no party or politician can go soft. Those are the words of Mr. Lepofsky. It's unfortunate that the Liberal Party did not listen to them.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the opportunity to sit on the HUMA committee and listen to testimony for C81. And, you know, it was very disappointing to see how the government was rushing through testimony, witnesses, even our clause by clause that we had gone through. We had heard some alarming things in testimony. For example, 40% of Indigenous people will have a disability within their lifetime. Indigenous people are not mentioned whatsoever in the bill. If consultations were done for 3 years and they failed to recognize Indigenous people, failed to recognize timelines, and I don't think having one standard, making departments have one standard within 2 years is an acceptable teethy timeline. There's failed accountability, exemptions, the list goes on and on and on. So we had brought forward on this side of the House an amendment for the government to have a barrier-free Canada. So my question is, and I know that my colleague had mentioned a little bit about this, but how is this going to be measured? How are we going to measure the progress or lack of progress that is happening, and how are we going to keep future governments accountable? Thank you.
Honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oromadati.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member, first of all, for incredibly hard work on the subject and on the committee. Brought a lot of amendments to the table. Unfortunately, there was not a cooperative attitude to be able to put those amendments into place. I think your question actually speaks directly to those amendments that were put in committee. And I think that there's two questions need to be answered in there. The first one is, how are we going to, I believe when the member says we, Mr. Speaker, that they're referring to the government of today. And I believe how the government of today is going to measure their success is by how much money they spend and how many staff members they hire. And that is the only measurables that we've seen within this bill. And we cannot measure the results for Canadians living with disabilities by the amount of money they spend on hiring new staff or finding new offices. We've seen that story before. It doesn't work. The second part to that is how are we, as a Conservative government in 2019, going to measure? We're going to measure it by the amount of lives changed and by the amount of people who have accessibility to hope and opportunity that they don't have today.
Good answer. Now we have time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, it is extremely important that we move forward with a plan to ensure everyone has the right to access the services they need if they have disabilities. Yet in the communities I represent in the far north, we have children continually being denied basic services like special education, like health services. Unless we start with a rights-based focus that Indigenous children have a right to this, they're always going to be nickeled and dimed by government because government's always going to say, well, this is what we have available. No other kid puts up with it. Why should we have two standards in this country for Indigenous children and other children?
Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oromadati.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And quite frankly, the subject matter that's being brought up right now by the member is incredibly important. And I have the honour to serve in the capacity as the Shadow Minister for Youth, and seeing the disparity between different geographic locations or demographics based on where or how individuals live, you know, it's incredibly difficult to see. And I think even more than that, we've seen it play out where we've had young Aboriginal youth denied basic dental surgery. And you sit there and you go, how? Why? You know, this should not be happening in this country. We pay a lot of tax. We have an incredible country. We believe in taking care of our own, yet it just doesn't seem to happen. And the worst part of it is this bill doesn't get us any closer. Well, maybe in 2 years.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak of historic opportunities lost. For an important component of our Canadian population, we see that they're being sold short. And Canadians and other persons living in Canada with disabilities have understandably been excited by the government's plan to bring forward C81, an act to ensure a barrier-free Canada.
After years of neglect by previous governments, they were cautiously optimistic. And alas, once the media has moved on to other issues and Canadians begin to look at the fine print in this bill, they will unfortunately find a lot less to celebrate than this government would have them believe. As I've stated before on C-81, this bill requires substantial amendment. And while we commend the government for tabling it, this bill will need to be altered dramatically in order to become good legislation. I committed to working with this government to provide good faith amendments so that C-81 can become the historic accessibility legislation that Canada's people living with disabilities deserve. In fact, when the Minister for Accessibility was asked during committee for this bill if she'd be open to amendment, this was her response. I definitely want to see this law being the best it possibly can. I don't want to prejudge any outcomes or recommendations of the committee, but I am certainly open to hearing what you all have to say and what stakeholders have to say. Yet, over the course of 8 meetings, the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities heard from leading experts and civil society groups on the things that needed to be changed if C-81 were to become good legislation. In one presentation after another, the committee heard that the bill needed implementation timelines. One such expert was none other than the former Ontario Liberal government's minister responsible for shepherding Ontario's Accessibility Act into law. We heard again and again that all of the exemptions for obligated organizations, and the bill was shot through with those, by the way, that these exemptions should be eliminated. We heard repeatedly that enforcement should be solely on the hands of the Accessibility Commissioner and not splintered across various organizations such as the CRTC and CTA. Groups that, as was pointed out numerous times, have a sorry record of implementing the few accessibility obligations they already have, never mind new ones. Again and again, we heard these things, but as the testimony concluded, it was as if not one had uttered a single word. Not one of these recommendations was taken up by the government. Despite what the minister clearly said, the Liberals had already decided what they were going to do. Despite this, they nevertheless expended the Treasury and witness efforts to bring experts to Ottawa to provide testimony that the government had already chosen to ignore. They ignored that excellent testimony from a former provincial Liberal minister, the highly respected Marie Butriani, a person with actual experience implementing expansive accessibility legislation. Let's hear some of it. So here's my open air quotes. During the consultation phase, so I'm talking as Ms. Butriani now. Quotes again, sorry. During the consultation phase, we studied Great Britain's Disability Discrimination Act and were taught 3 critical lessons. We would need a clear deadline for an accessible Ontario. There would need to be regulations established through which to enforce the law, and public education would be key for creating awareness about the bill. When I was studying them, it was from their challenges. I don't want to use the word mistakes because they were pioneers. They were Great Britain, Australia, and the United States. They told me, have a timeline. Definitely have timelines. How can this testimony be ignored? How can this be ignored? It's a shame. I get frustrated just thinking about it again and again because of all of the expertise and people so succinctly explaining to us what needed to be done to bolster this legislation, and it's being ignored. I can't stress enough that another critical issue is the way in which C-81 splinters the power to enforce the legislation among 4 federal organizations: the Accessibility Commissioner, the Canadian Transportation Agency, also known as the CTA, and the CRTC, the Canadian Radio and Telecommunications Commission, and the tribunal that regulates federal employment. This snarl of enforcement and administration will result in very similar regulations being enacted by the different agencies involved, rather than by one single agency. The duplication will not just risk inconsistencies, it will create them, causing even further delays. The predictable result, the real possibility that some sectors of the economy will have these regulations ready for them before other sectors. This bill should be looking to eliminate the interdepartmental patchwork system that's already in place, rather than making it more complex. After all, that is the purpose of national strategies, of national legislation, which this is supposed to be fulfilling. Again, the splintered formula is a confusion, and the government's response was to say this, and it boggles the mind. So again, the quote starts. This was from the government representative that's on record as giving testimony. So the quote starts, "We'll have a policy that there will be no wrong door. Whichever agency you go to, no matter how confusing it is to figure it out, we will. And believe me, it is confusing if you go in the wrong door. We'll send the complaint to the right door. Problem solved." End quote. Once again, there's not really a clear understanding by the government of the lived reality of people living with disabilities having to advocate for themselves and access these so-called doors. The purpose of the Accessibility Commissioner is laid out right for us. This should be perfect synergy, and the government has chosen to ignore that, unfortunately. And as pointed out by the esteemed David Lepofsky, who's been mentioned in this chamber already by my honourable colleague, David Lepofsky is the chair of the Accessibility for Ontarians Disabilities Act Alliance. And he points out that the problem isn't solved at all because it does not fix the matter of which door you do go in. It doesn't solve the substantial problem that happens once you're inside that door. It means we have to lobby 4 agencies to get them up to the necessary level of expertise. It means we have to learn 4 different sets of procedures. It means we have to go to agencies that have little to no expertise in disability and accessibility. This would be the expertise we envisioned that an accessibility commissioner would be fulfilling. And this is what all of these organizations and advocacy groups and experts with lived experience in the community as a person living with a different ability, they understood that an accessibility commissioner was going to achieve this very basic sentiment that they had because they're worn out from having to advocate. And for us as bureaucrats, it would have been the one-stop shop. It would have been cleaner. From a bureaucratic perspective, this would have been a lot cleaner to give one concise responsibility to this new accessibility commissioner. But no, we're going to hold them back, and there's going to be 4 different ways that it's going to be approached. And oh, this isn't your territory, but this is. It's just inviting more and more chaos. And I just want to go back to the fact that it makes far more sense to simply mandate the new accessibility commissioner with all the accessibility enforcement under this act. The design of this bill, which establishes the splintering among agencies, only serves two interests. And the first is protecting bureaucratic turf, and the second is easing back on the expectations on obligated organizations so that they can have weaker standards, slower implementation, and flimsy enforcement. That's not consistent with the federal government's commendable motivations and intentions under this legislation. It isn't. It doesn't make sense. It's not consistent. And so today, before I heard my honourable colleague across the way table his amendment, I had anticipated that I would be, at the end of my speech, tabling an amendment. But for the record, I will explain what it is with the time that I have remaining. But just so that all Canadians who are listening and following this understand that there was a last plea made, a last-ditch effort made by both parties in the opposition to revisit C-81 and actually give it some teeth. Yes, and so today in a last-ditch effort to try and help C-81 become the kind of bill the government professes it to be, but which it clearly isn't, I've offered a good faith amendment that is actually about implementing timelines and having enforcement. So we could go back to the committee and actually look at implementing those timelines. And eliminating exemptions would be another one that I would see that we need to do. Of course, I expect the government to reject any such amendment, just as it rejected the nearly 120 other ones brought forward to the committee in complete good faith by opposition parties. But I wanted to take this last chance to do the right thing and to be on the record doing so. The NDP has long been committed to the rights of persons with disabilities, and in fact, it's been our long-standing position that all of government, every budget, every policy, every regulation, every grant should be viewed through a disability lens. Our ultimate goal has always been to help foster a society in which all of our citizens are able to participate fully and equally. We believe this cannot even begin to happen until all of our institutions are open and completely accessible to everyone. In fact, the NDP has supported the establishment of a Canadians with Disabilities Act for many years, and the call for a CDA can be found in our 2015 platform. And that language is very important, a Canadians with Disabilities Act. We believe that any accessibility bill tabled by the government should essentially be enabling legislation for Canada's obligations to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Canada ratified this convention in 2010, and a Canadians with Disabilities Act would be consistent language in implementing this convention. Until now, Canada has done nothing to bring our laws into conformity with the convention. And in fact, I tabled a motion in this very chamber, M56, that called on the government to implement these obligations. The convention sets out the legal obligations on states to promote and protect the rights of people with disabilities. It does not create new rights. There are a number of principles and articles within the CRPD that are extremely important to people with disabilities. And these principles address rights such as the ability to live independently, freedom from exploitation and violence, the right to an adequate standard of living, social protections, and more. Rather than considering disability an issue of medicine, of charity, or of dependency, the Convention challenges people worldwide to understand disability as a human rights issue. It establishes that discrimination against any person on the basis of disability is a violation of the rights, inherent dignity, and worth of the human person. The Convention covers many areas where obstacles can arise, such as physical access to buildings, roads, and transportation, access to information through written and electronic communications. The Convention also aims to reduce stigma and discrimination, which are often reasons why people with disabilities are excluded from education, employment, and health and other services. It is important here to note that the Convention is our ideal. It is up to governments to bridge the distance between these ideals and the lived reality of people with disabilities. And one such bridge is supposed to be C-81. That is the bridge we debate here today. A major lapse on the part of the government is that it did not include language in C-81 requiring all federal government laws, policies, and programs to be studied through a disability lens. In other words, it is not language that is in keeping with our obligations under the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So we would still need more legislation to bridge that gap, which we anticipated we were closing. Now we have a step that is basically a false gesture in doing that. One of the things I wanted to really go into is that this disability law lens is a strange omission because we find it hard to, on the ground, create a lived reality if all of us developing policy, developing legislation are not using that disabilities lens. And one way that the disability lens can be used for analyzing public policy is to ask, does the policy view disabled people as members of a minority group with special needs, or does it view disability as one of many variables in the population, and thus aim to structure society so as to ensure universal access and coverage, which is this is such a profound aspect of what our accessibility legislation needs to be able to do. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, in seeing the time, and I'm kind of improvising a little bit here because my understanding of our procedure is that once an amendment has been tabled, I can't do another one. But I would just like people to have a general idea of the text of what my amendment would have sounded like, even though it is very similar to my honourable colleagues. And this amendment is my last plea on behalf of people with disabilities and those of us who care about them for us to go back and get C-81 right. I would have moved that, and seconded by everybody who wants to be a seconder now, I would have moved that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Bill C-81, an act to ensure a barrier-free Canada, be not read now a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities for the purpose of eliminating exemptions for obligated organizations and including implementation timelines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for her presentation. And I look at Bill C-81 as a missed opportunity. It was a chance for us to all work together at committee, which I think the minister in her initial presentation is what she wanted to see. She wanted to see good amendments brought forward by all the parties. And I don't think it's a surprise with the number of amendments that were brought forward in Bill C-81, more than 200, but the bulk of those were almost word for word verbatim from the NDP, the Green, and the Conservatives, which I think highlights some of the issues that were within this bill. But the one area that I would like my colleague to talk about in this is that was really disappointing. We heard from a lot of stakeholders, and she did have a chance to talk about it in her presentation, I don't think, was the concerns that we had from stakeholders that this bill is a two-tiered system.
with the number of exemptions that are in C-81. What this does is it asks private sector or federally regulated private sector businesses to adhere to the very minimal standards and accountability that's in C-81, but every federal department can ask for an exemption. So that means that some areas will have to abide by C-81 and the federal government will not have to. Every stakeholder we had to wanted consistency and wanted to eliminate those exemptions. I would like to have her comment on her thoughts on the exemptions included in C-81.
Honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question and for his diligence, I know, in chairing those meetings as a product of circumstance. We were all there with the best interests of a vulnerable community that had long anticipated that the expertise was going to be heard. And maybe indulgently, maybe naively, I actually thought that the very candid witness testimony by a former minister in a Liberal government, albeit provincial, who said, you got to have timelines. I actually thought that was going to work. It is true, some of our amendments were very similar to ones that they put forward, they being the governing party put forward. But let me give you an example of the kind of amendment. So we changed Canadians, Canadians with disabilities to all persons with disabilities. Like, some of it was just wording changes like that. The actual substantive amendments that we recognize need to be made as legislators is that we had to give these powers to the Accessibility Commissioner, to the Chief Officer, and to the new standards regulator. That was not done. There's no accountability to Parliament. It's done by government, so it's actually very indulgent and will create and will manifest this two-tiered system that my honourable colleague does indeed describe.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Science and Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for her intervention today and for speaking about this very important bill. I wanted to ask her about the fact that as far as the Canadian Accessibility Standards Development Organization, or CASDO, is concerned, it will establish, and I'm asking if she agrees with this, it's going to establish Canada as a national and global accessibility leader by putting Canadians with disabilities in control of setting the accessibility standards that affect their lives. I know that our minister has always felt that people with disabilities haven't had a say, that now this bill gives them a say. They have majority stand on this committee. Does the member not agree that this bill gives people with disabilities very much a stake in this bill and will have them at the table making decisions about them? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for the question, but I reject the premise that the question's framed around. First of all, when is this organization going to be established? There's nothing in the legislation that says that it has to happen. When this bill is passed, nothing has to happen. There's no timeline. And there's no legacy or resiliency language. So let's just say that the minister decided of her own goodwill and gumption that this was going to be established in 12 weeks. Where's the legacy that guarantees that governments down the road are going to have to achieve certain benchmarks? There's nothing. There's no language that requires anybody to do anything. As a matter of fact, organizations under federal jurisdiction have to have an accessibility plan. It doesn't have to be a good plan, and you don't have to implement the plan. There you go. That's the language we're dealing with in C-81. This is why people like me get worked up.
Some comments. The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really want to commend my colleague from Windsor-Tecumseh for her passionate work on this. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that throughout this process, she really did have hope that the government would take seriously its obligation to people in our country who are living with disabilities, and how crestfallen she was after many, many amendments, which she described in her great speech here today, to try to improve this legislation and work together to find that, in fact, what the minister had been stating in committee and outside of committee was completely false, and the Liberals had no intention of improving the lives of Canadians in this bill. And I will tell you that the NDP and the member for Tecumseh stand strongly in having the ultimate goal of fostering a society in which all of our citizens are able to participate fully and equally. And I want to ask her specifically, because this bill allows several public agencies and officials sweeping power to grant partial or blanket exemptions to specific organizations from important parts of this bill. This is one of the more questionable things inside of this legislation, and I want to ask her thoughts on why that is in there.
Well, member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
That's really, I was ready to explain it, and I go, why is it in there? Why? Why is it in there? Because because it's gesture politics once again, because this legislation is not really trying to achieve our obligations under the Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities. And you know what? There may be bona fide reasons for exemptions, but here's the kicker. There's no appeal process and there's no requirement that you give a rationale for it. And if you do, it can go to a minister. Nobody is accountable to Parliament in these federal jurisdictions that can get exemptions. And I hate to be cynical, but if any of us have done our homework, that for people living with disabilities, we already know the track record of these organizations. So why not use your new accessibility commissioner? It's so confounding.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to give my colleague, who I know we worked very well and very hard together on this bill, and I share her frustration, is, as I said, I think the minister wanted to do the right thing with this bill, but for whatever reason got cold feet at the end and wasn't able to follow through. But I have a list of dozens of stakeholders who have written us since this bill, and since the committee has done its work, extremely upset with the inability to pass any of the amendments or any of the strengths they have. But one really stuck out for me, and I would like her comments on that, and that was from representatives of the First Nations community, who said over the last 3 years, the Liberal government had consulted them on Bill C-81, talked to them about some of the needs they would have, some of the issues that they face with accessibility in First Nations communities, but were extremely shocked when C-81 was tabled that First Nations are not mentioned even once in the legislation, not once. So it was this false hope with First Nations community as well, who participated in good faith in the negotiations, but then the bill is tabled and they are not mentioned once. I would just like her comments on the frustration that she's hearing from her constituents in First Nations communities.
Well, member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more that we're missing certain language, but from the beginning that was our fair warning when it was left out in the first place. And then we have to go back and visit and put all these amendments in. So many of our comprehensive what we thought were comprehensive amendments for all of us were really problematic to bring together from stakeholders because we were confounded why they have to be there in the first place. And especially for a government that is trying to establish a new and healthy relationship with Indigenous communities and makes that declaration on a regular basis, I was really let down to see that omission. Our chance now, you maybe never thought you'd hear someone from the NDP caucus say this, but write letters to your Senate. This is our only chance now to use our Senate. So let's think about what that's worth. And cards and letters, people, because the Senate's our last chance now.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise today and speak on Bill C-81, a piece of legislation that those of us who are members of the HUMA committee worked extremely hard to come up with a bill that we thought would address the needs of disabled Canadians across the country. And as I said at the outset, I look at this bill as a real missed opportunity. And I think the minister came forward with legislation that she meant the best. She had the best of intentions. This is something that she was very passionate for her, and something that I think that she wanted to achieve. However, I would assume that the minister is also extremely disappointed with what is missing out of C-81. And her comments earlier in the debate, she talked about all the consultation that they have done with stakeholders over the last couple of years. Well, my question would be that, well, what is the point of having consultation if you don't actually follow through with what stakeholders are telling you? And that is extremely clear with the amendments that were put forward by members of the committee. And as has been said several times today, there were more than 250 amendments that were put forward, almost an equal number by every party, which I think highlights some of the holes, glaring holes that were in this legislation. So you can do all the consultation in the world, but if you aren't going to follow through in good faith with your stakeholders, then really what is the point? And as I said, I've got letters from dozens of stakeholders who participated either at committee as witnesses or provided submissions to the study. And if you're going to consult, why would you not accept a single one of the amendments that were so important to those stakeholders? You know, if you have what is very rare, and my colleague kind of joked about it, when you have Conservatives, NDP, and the Green Party all in agreement on where a piece of legislation should go, I think you embrace that moment. You know, like, this is absolutely, this piece of legislation was historic. You've got this entire side of the House all on the same page. But where it's not historic is in what it achieves, because it just simply doesn't achieve anything. And that is the frustrating part. When we go back to our constituents and we say, you know, we really appreciate the Liberal government bringing forward Bill C-81. What is that going to do for me as a disabled Canadian? And unfortunately, my answer is going to be, well, it gets royal assent and the changes are actually nothing. There's no accountability in this legislation whatsoever that holds the government to do anything. Now, some of my Liberal colleagues today, and the minister herself, said, well, all of the federally regulated businesses and federal departments, they have to come up with one standard in the first 2 years. Wow, one standard in the first 2 years. So a business, a building can put in an accessibility ramp. Done. We've met our obligation as C-81. As the minister said, one bank branch can put in a new ATM that's accessible for people with visible disabilities or hearing problems. Done. I've done my part for C-81. That is not what our stakeholders and disabled Canadians were expecting with this legislation. It falls well short of the promises that were made by this government. I want to talk about 4 or 5 different glaring problems that came up in C-81 through our committee study. I'm going to talk about a 2-tiered system and the exemptions that are throughout this legislation. And we heard almost unanimously from our stakeholders that this is not something that they want to see in this legislation. And what 2-tiered system I mean by that is government departments can apply for an exemption. Therefore, government departments will not have to oblige to the standards in C-81, which, of course, there are none. There are no standards, there are no regulations, there is no benchmark. So private sector businesses that are regulated by the federal government will have to abide by whatever standards are developed and whenever they are developed. But federal government departments can ask for an exemption. They will not have to meet those standards. So if we are supposed to have this historic legislation that is going to change the lives of disabled Canadians, then everybody should have to live by those standards. And if anybody should be, it should be the Government of Canada and the departments of the federal government. If anyone should not be given an exemption, it is the federal government of Canada. If anything, this legislation goes the wrong direction. The second thing I'm going to touch on today is standards, or the lack thereof. And again, it was unanimous from those who appeared at committee that the lack of any kind of standards in this legislation is disheartening. And the minister says, well, we don't want to put standards in there because things change. We want this to be fluid. Absolutely. Technology changes, accessibility innovation change, and that's outstanding. But how are you supposed to measure the success of any legislation if you don't have a baseline, somewhere to start? And if your starting point is just meet one standard, any standard, a standard that you make up yourself in the first 2 years, how is that supposed to give any credibility to this legislation? In fact, if anything, it just proves that this legislation and all the work that we put into it, and all the work, that the time and the effort that our stakeholders took to come to Ottawa and be at committee or send in their submissions, really you're just telling them that why did you bother? And that's not what this is about. And I think on any legislation, we're going to have different points of view and we're going to have disagreements, but coming up with standards that are going to improve the lives of disabled Canadians, I think is something that we all should be able to agree on. And to see how at committee, when our amendments were brought up one after another and the Liberal members voted against them each and every time, was frustrating. And I honestly found myself asking myself during several moments during the committee meetings when they would turn down or vote against some amendments, I just couldn't understand why. I didn't see any political gain. I didn't see any reasons why they would be not wanting to include some of these amendments or even vocabulary into the legislation. So standards is another one. Another issue that came up time and again is timelines to implement any standards or even any of the organizations that are going to be overseeing this legislation. The one thing this legislation does do is it starts 4 new levels of bureaucracy. CASDO, an officer of accountability, a commissioner, in all these different levels of government who really don't have any jobs, don't have anything that they're supposed to do. And it doesn't even put in a timeline, which is another amendment we asked for, is at least ensure that the CASDO board is in place within 6 months of this legislation reaching royal assent. They couldn't even agree to that. So they don't even want to have a timeline when the organization that's going to be overseeing this legislation is in place. I don't understand the lack of wanting to have some accountability as part of this legislation. And the thing that concerns me is there's a coming into force clause in the bill that after 10 years, if nothing is done, this bill becomes moot. And to me, that just opens the door to, we're going to announce this legislation has royal assent. We're going to have an amazing photo op with Canadians with disabilities and members of the Liberal government, and then that's going to be the end of it. And I truly hope that that isn't the case, that the Liberal members of the committee and the minister genuinely want to make change. And I want to give the minister the benefit of the doubt. She is someone I have a great deal of respect for. But I feel, unfortunately, her hands were severely tied when it came to implementing some of the things that I think, knowing her and the integrity and character that she possesses, that she wanted more from this bill. But unfortunately, she was able to get it. Now, you've heard from some of my Liberal colleagues about the fact that this bill does have teeth and they did listen to stakeholders. I just want to take a few minutes of my time and talk about some of the stakeholders who we heard from at committee, Mr. Chair, and certainly who have communicated with us afterwards and talked about their concerns with the inability to pass any of the amendments, to add structure, to add accountability to this bill. We heard from countless witnesses. Almost every single witness we heard from raised issues with this bill. And I have to admit, Mr. Speaker, that I was actually quite surprised with the comments from some of the witnesses. They were not holding back. They were quite clear, quite aggressive in their criticism of Bill C-81. And I think that's clear because they put a lot of work into providing feedback to the Liberal government and to the minister on what they wanted to see and what would work for disabled Canadians, and to see very little, if anything, of their feedback in the bill obviously frustrated them as much as it did members of the committee. For example, Patrick Falconer from Barrier Free Manitoba, who has done a lot of this work in the province of Manitoba previously, his comment said, while representing a commendable effort with honourable intentions, we are concerned this bill is deeply flawed. Based on our decade of experience and our careful review, Barrier Manitoba strongly supports the recommendations for significant amendments to this bill. Mr. Falconer was talking about the fact that the bill fails to outline any timelines for the implementation of new accessibility measures. There's use of permissive language, which doesn't require the government to actually act on any of the regulations that are put in place. And it doesn't hold the government account to actually do anything that improves the lives of Canadians with disabilities. And, Mr. Speaker, that's not right. That is not what this was intended to be, and that is certainly not the impression that the Liberal government was giving to Canadians who participated in this process. I would also like to speak about Professor Michael Prince, who is a professor of social policy in the Faculty of Human and Social Development at the University of Victoria. And he said, and I quote, "There are also areas of concern with this bill. These include the absence of any measurable targets with specific deadlines, the permissive language in the bill in many sections, the extent of exemptions, the lack of disability lens, the absence of duties on the Government of Canada for promoting accessibility on the 600-plus First Nations communities across the country, the status of ASL and LSQ, and the rights of communication, the complex model of federal bodies involved in enforcement and adjudication, and the status of the proposed Chief Accessibility Officer as a Governor of Council rather than an Officer of Parliament." He goes on, "This bill, to me, with respect, reflects that it was written in the bubble of Ottawa. This is written from the point of view of traditional management focus, organizational focus. This is not people-centered. This is about departments making sure that in negotiations and in drafting this bill, exemptions and deals were cut. This is basically a machinery of government bill. There's not much social policy or public policy in this bill. This should be about people, front and center. I get that we have administrative enforcement and compliance, and on that note, I'd like to see a lot more about incentives and education," end quote. That is a very harsh assessment of Bill C-81. And this comes from a professor at the University of Victoria who is an expert on this issue and has certainly participated in the stakeholder communications and alleged consultation that went through as part of developing C-81. Mr. Speaker, you may be wondering what some of these egregious amendments were that we asked for, that the Liberal Party rejected. Well, I want to go through a couple that, just to give Canadians who are listening today just a perspective. Like, we weren't asking for the moon here. We were asking for very common sense amendments that were brought forward specifically by our stakeholders. One of those amendments was to ensure that the head office of the new Canadian Accessibility Standards Development Organization, CASDO, was accessible without barriers. To me, I would think that would be very common sense. The office building of the organization that will be overseeing legislation C-81, which will develop and enforce the standards of accessible buildings, offices of the federal government, of private sector businesses regulated by the federal government. If anywhere in Canada should be accessible and barrier-free, it would be the head office of CASDO, which we asked for. Shockingly, the Liberals voted against that. So we can't even have standards on the office of CASDO. We also tried to remove permissive language from the bill that required the power granted to the government and other bodies to make and enforce accessible requirements to be used. The Liberals also voted against those amendments. And on that, Jules Smith of the Council of Canadians with Disabilities, her comment was, what we would like to see is that CASDO be responsible for developing the regulations and the reporting of any complaints go through one organization. Frank Foligno and James Roots from the Canadian Association of the Deaf, they added, Bill C-81 is currently a bit confusing in terms of where these complaints can go. Some complaints may go directly to CRTC, the Canadian Human Rights Commission, the CTA, and then forth to the Accessibility Commissioner Officer. Nearly every witness echoed those comments. And we put forward amendments to try and fix this. Because we heard from some of the bureaucrats, well, the complaint or the concern may come to one of these other various different departments, may come in this door or that door, but don't worry, it's confusing, we know it's confusing, but we'll make sure that that concern or complaint gets to the right person, problem solved. To a person with disabilities, whatever that disability may be, you need to make that as easy as possible. I would argue it should be as easy as possible for every single Canadian to access a federal government department, but certainly one that is specifically developed for your needs. And that was also voted against. So when we're trying to make navigating the Accessibility Act and C-81 as easy as possible, the Liberal members on the committee could not even find their way to accept that. We had mentioned David Lepofsky already today, but he is with the Accessibility of Ontarians and Disabilities Act, and I really want to put in his comment here today. And he said, the bill that is now before you is very strong on good intentions, but very weak on implementation and enforcement. When you come to vote on amendments before this committee and you go back to your caucuses to decide what position you are going to take, we urge you not simply to think of the immediate political expediency of today. We do urge you to think about the imminent election a year from now and the needs of the minority of everyone, for whom no party or politician can go soft. Mr. Lepofsky was speaking for Canadians across the country, asking us as parliamentarians, don't get cold feet. This is an opportunity to make some substantial, historic change for Canadians with disability, and we failed. Now, I have to share a little bit of the frustration on this, as we will be voting in support of C-81. And for those organizations, those stakeholders who are listening today, the reason we are voting in support of C-81 is certainly not because we agree with it. In fact, I've outlined today in my speech of many reasons why we are not. But we heard from the stakeholders time and time again their disappointment, but their comments were always, you know what, this falls well short of what we wanted, but it's a start. And I will grant them that, it is a start. But I know they were expecting much, much more from this minister, and certainly from this Liberal government, and certainly from us as members of that committee. So my promise to those Canadians in the disabilities community across the country, my promise to them would be this, that when a Conservative government comes into power, we will do everything we can to address the shortcomings of C-81. I know how much work they put into this legislation. I know how much time and effort they put in to working with us on the committee, and I know what their vision was for C-81, and unfortunately this falls short. We will not make that same mistake in 2019. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Accessibility.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his speech on this very important debate, important issue. And I wanted to thank him for chairing the last meeting of the committee on this on Bill C-81. And it really showed that we were working together as a team. But I do disagree with him when he says that we have failed. we have not failed. We have done exactly what we need to do. And I think it's rather unfortunate that when the former government was in place for 10 years, they did nothing. And now we are finally doing something, and the people with disabilities can finally say that their government has their back. I wanted to also mention something that Jane Arkell from the Federal Accessibility Legislation Alliance said. She said, Canada is taking a bold step forward with this proposed legislation. We've waited for legislation like this for a very long time. Truthfully, this gives our community hope. We are finally able to say, my Canada includes me. Can the honourable member not agree that this is a move in the right direction? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to thank my colleague. And she's always been very good to work with. And I do agree that we do work well on the committee. But I do have to say, it's unfortunate, but she does have to take some responsibility for what this bill is. And to go back to what the Conservative government did in the past, I would just like to say one thing. The minister herself said the disability tax credit that was brought forward by the previous Conservative government, as well as a disability savings plan, were game changers. And those were the minister's words exactly, game changers. C-81 could have been that type of legislation that would have had an impact on Canadians' lives. But unfortunately, it falls well short. And that's just not coming from me. That's coming from the literally dozens of letters I've had from stakeholders who are echoing that same sentiment.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, I listened with great interest to my colleague, particularly about the issues of accountability and the failure of the Ottawa bubble to help people with special needs. I was in Grassy Narrows in September, and I saw the horrifying effects of Minamata disease, mercury poisoning on children. You can see it in the motor damage to their bodies. You can see it in eye problems, hearing problems, major issues of cognitive impairment, perhaps 80%. The most heartbreaking was being told that a child might learn 2 + 2 = 4 one day and not be able to remember it the next day. And what we were told when we were in Grassy Narrows was that the government had not approved the high-needs special education funding because the community was not able to fill out all the forms. The minister said she'd look into it. I approached her in late October. She said all the money had flown. In late November, it took us taking this issue to the media to get this funding flowing. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, as long as Indigenous children with horrific needs like we see in Grassy Narrows have to meet the needs of bureaucrats rather than bureaucrats serving children, this country will continue to fail until we start establishing the basic right of children to have the rights of education and special needs dealt with without having to go through processes that are protecting the minister and protecting the department. Children would fail. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what he feels on this issue.
Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. And I didn't have an opportunity to address that in my speech, and I appreciate him bringing that up. And I think that is one of the biggest frustrations with Bill C-81 is we had representatives from First Nations communities come to committee, and it's almost like they weren't wanting to provide feedback and input because their comments were, you know what, we consulted with the government on the needs of First Nations communities, especially when it came to people with disabilities. There's no question. They have unique needs. Many of them are in remote areas of the country. They're very difficult to access the community, let alone some of their buildings to be accessible. But you know what was shocking to them when C-81 was tabled is the needs of First Nations or the accessibility requirements for First Nations was not mentioned in C-81 even once. In fact, First Nations weren't mentioned in C-81 even once. When we asked for amendments to include First Nations and the special requirements to address First Nations accessibility needs was also voted down. Very disappointing, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And You know, what I am encouraged about the legislation is the fact that we have the legislation here to actually debate. Mr. Speaker, I think that we have waited for many, many years, decades. There are many different stakeholders that would recognize that at least we have a good starting point. No doubt into the future there will be some potential for changes that could be there. But to recognize, and this is what I would ask my colleague across the way, is to recognize for many of the stakeholders, just having legislation of this nature is somewhat historic. Is it perfect? I'll be one of the first to admit, no, it's not perfect. And I suspect even our minister, who has done a phenomenal job in bringing it before us, would recognize that. But it is something that does move the issue forward. Would he not agree, at least on that point?
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Parliamentary Secretary brings up a good point. And I think he is on his direction. He's right. This could have been a great starting point. But if it was a great starting point, why do we have letters from dozens of stakeholders who are upset with the bill and questioning why we didn't approve any of those amendments, why the Liberal government would not approve any of those amendments? If we were able to add some of those amendments, I agree. I think this could have been an excellent starting point. But to have a starting point, you need a point to start at. And the problem with C81 is there's no benchmarks. There's nothing to measure any success or failure by. There's no standards, there's no timelines, there's no regulations, and that's what our stakeholders were asking for. Absolutely. C81 could have been a fantastic piece of legislation, but it falls short of what our stakeholders wanted. I think we could have done better, and that's where I'm disappointed that we weren't able to achieve what our stakeholders were looking for.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the presentation from my neighbor and colleague in Alberta and the amount of information and the way he presented it right to the issues. But he started out talking about consultation. And it's one of the things throughout my career, both professionally and as a politician, always being very careful. If you're going to ask people their opinion, you need to be prepared to deal with what they've told you. If they don't see any positive thing coming out of that exercise, they become jaded and cynical about what you really want to do. So in this process, I think he has described it, and I'd like him again to revisit it, the importance of consultation, but again, the results of consultation and how important it is for people to see results of what they were willing to come forward and give to you.
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Bow River for his question. And I think that's something that we all have to take to heart here, is we ask Canadians to come to Ottawa or participate in a study. And we tell them we're consulting. We want to hear your opinion. We want your input. Help us build what this legislation is going to look like. And then to come up with something that we ignore all of their consultation and all their recommendations, you start to lose the confidence of Canadians if you're not going to actually listen to what they're telling you. And I can, as I said in my presentation, this was not something that was divided on party lines. You had Conservatives, New Democrats, and the Green Party putting forward recommendations that were almost identical. So obviously, most of us agreed on the direction that this bill had to go. It was just extremely disappointing, and as I said, quite obviously disappointing to our stakeholders that there was this inability to go that extra couple of steps to really take C78 or C81, the Accessibility Act, to where it could have gone and where it could have really made a definitive difference in the lives of Canadians with disabilities.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Preston, Sackville, Jesse Cook. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speak today on C81, but before I do so, Mr. Speaker, I have to share with the House that my wife and I last Friday became grandparents for a third time since I've been elected to the House of Commons. So I know my kids are working hard in Nova Scotia to populate the country, of course. That's very important. And so I want to thank, of course, my daughter Janelle and her husband Trevor to have their first baby girl named Emma Ruth. on last Friday. It was a quick delivery, only 2 hours and 15 minutes after water breaking, which is not necessarily normal on the first child, but a great experience and proud again to be a grandparent. Mr. Speaker, this bill is extremely important to Canadians, an act to ensure that the barrier-free Canada is the first, and that's important to note, Mr. Speaker, it's the first piece of legislation aimed at improving access for people with disabilities. So when I hear the Conservatives speak about, it could have been better, it could be better, I ask a simple question: why didn't they do anything about it the last 10 years? They had 10 years to do something. We are bringing something extremely important to support all Canadians and those, of course, with disabilities. Our government has their backs, and this is an inclusive bill that brings fairness, which is extremely important for all Canadians. All Canadians will be much better in position to contribute and to succeed, and that's what our job is as a government. Mr. Speaker, most Canadians, sometimes in their lives, will have some disabilities. I mean, even today, if someone breaks his leg or an arm, they have challenges. Sometimes you have to experience those to really understand. And in my speech today, I will talk about some individuals and organizations in my riding of Sackville-Preston-Chesapeake, and really bring this very personal but very concrete, and that's the objective that we want to do. Now, people probably don't know, but 1 out of every 7 Canadian has some type of disabilities. That's almost, Mr. Speaker, almost 14, 15% of Canadians. So we're not talking about a few people. We're talking about many, many Canadians. We also have to recognize, Mr. Speaker, that in Canada, especially Atlantic Canada, we have, with the demographic, we have many, many more seniors every day. I say that, Mr. Speaker, because in 2031, 1/4 of all Canadians will be over 65 years old. That is a very, very big number. And of course, they will have challenges as well, so we need to be there for them. Now, these individuals with disabilities have a lot to offer to all Canadians. They have a lot to offer to the economy, Mr. Speaker. Only 50% of people with disabilities are working today, and many, many of them that are not working would like to work. The large majority of them would like to work, pay taxes, and contribute directly to our economy and to our great country, Mr. Speaker, which is extremely important. And in some areas, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the people with autism spectrum disorder or intellectual, those individuals, the margin is even worse, Mr. Speaker. It's 80% of them that are not working. So we need to do something, and this legislation will help to ensure that more individuals will be able to contribute. The business community needs more people working in this country, and we can tap into this market, which is extremely important. Mr. Speaker, I want to share a story about a friend of mine. He happens to be the Speaker of the legislature in Nova Scotia. His name, of course, is Mr. Murphy, Kevin Murphy. He's the Speaker, and he's in a wheelchair, Mr. Speaker, because at a young age in high school, he had a hockey accident, and he's now in a wheelchair for life. And when that happened, Mr. Speaker, the school had to make some preparation. It was extremely difficult, as you can understand. This is about 30 years ago. We had no elevators. Problem, we got to bring everything down to him because we couldn't get him upstairs to the next floor. That's not having equal rights, Mr. Speaker. Going to the washroom, very difficult as well. Having a desk. So those were situations that we were faced with. We need to make sure that the federal institution, that we have those in place, Mr. Speaker. Now, he was lucky when he went and became Speaker of the House. There had been a Speaker before that had a wheelchair, of course, so they had all the preparation. He said to me, it was unbelievable. I thought I was going to have many, many challenges, and I was able to roll my wheelchair up. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Murphy is also a Canadian lead on the Commonwealth Parliamentary Subcommittee that has a mandate in encouraging people with disabilities to offer their service to become public servants or to become politicians. And they also encourage them, of course, to be engaged in democracy. Extremely important. I want to touch also, Mr. Speaker, on the program that has been set up by the Canadian Autism Spectrum Alliance and the Canadian Association of Community Living. And they have a program which is ready, willing, and able. And they have been working with the private sector to have them and look at ways that they can hire more people with disabilities and support them and ensure some skill programming. And because of their work, over 2,000 people since 2014, over 2,000 people are working that were not working before with disabilities. And in Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, 265 from Nova Scotia. That's about 12%, Mr. Speaker. So I want to thank them for their good work in their Phase 1 project, and I know they've made application for Phase 2. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about Building Futures Employment Society, right in my riding of Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. This organization has 4 social enterprises that works with people with cognitive challenges. And, Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity last month to visit. And I can tell you, impressed is not the word. I was mesmerized by the work that these individuals are doing and the support that these individuals have through this society, Mr. Speaker. They have 4 companies, 4 social enterprises, one the Assembly Plus. It's been in place, existing for over 30 years, Mr. Speaker. Pretty impressive. Over 30 years, where these individuals build, assembles equipment, materials for companies. They're contributing directly. They get all kinds of contracts and do excellent work, Mr. Speaker. They also have 30 years future copy printing shop. And they've been doing printing and copying for individuals and for companies. Over 30 years, Mr. Speaker. Impressive, again, very impressive. And the 2 other companies, one that was started 2013, Future Birds, which is the custom artwork that these individuals with disabilities are creating. And these are being sold and, again, contributing directly to society. And finally, the Future Cafe, where they have all kinds of different cooking products and, of course, coffee, tea, and whatnot they serve. These 4 enterprises, Mr. Speaker, contribute major contribution to the Sackville region and the riding of Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. Last week they had an auction, Mr. Speaker. They had over 200 people there for the auction supporting these organizations. That's the type of organization that this bill will help to ensure more Canadians with disability and challenges will have. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is also structured to ensure that the people with disabilities were involved. They were consulted, they were involved from day one, and they will continue to contribute through the various, for example, the Canadian Accessibility Standard Development. They have the majority stand there. Again, this is the type of bill, and it's a bill that answers to nothing about us without us. Extremely important. And our government is putting money forward, over $290 million over the next 6 years, to help ensure that we move forward in this project plan bill that is extremely important to all Canadians. And also, Mr. Speaker, every 5 years there will be a review. That's making sure that we can fine-tune, we can make the adjustments that are necessary, that are important. That's what it's about. We also have to support the Minister, independent Chief Accessibility Officer, which will help review, do the assessment, whatnot. And, oh, thank you. Mr. Speaker, my voice is going again. I apologize. But as I continue on, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, the creation of a Canadian Accessibility Standard Development is crucial. And these individuals have the majority, and they will be ensuring that these standards are set and that we continue to ensure that we're meeting those standards, which is extremely important. Mr. Speaker, also important is the duties, if you want, of the bodies that are regulated, the federal authorities. They have the responsibility to create their own plan. They have the responsibility of creating a plan. It's their plan, and therefore they will ensure greater success. They are engaged from day one, Mr. Speaker. So they're engaged in the consultation. They will be engaged in giving feedback, which is crucial, of course. And they will be engaged in ensuring that they can share the successes and what is working and what is not working so well and how we can make it better, Mr. Speaker. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to share a quote from Raymond Chan, the Dean of the School of Continuing Education from Ryerson University. Without a doubt, I believe that the Accessible Canada Act presents excellent potential for economic growth, as I spoke of throughout my speech, Mr. Speaker. All Canadians will benefit when the accessibility legislation is properly implemented and enforced. Furthermore, it is a great opportunity for us to emphasize the best attributes of this great country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Before we go to questions and comments, it's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, in respect to Indigenous Affairs. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me start by saying, Mr. Speaker, if my wife called during the middle of my speech, I would definitely be picking up the phone. Advice to the Honourable Member next time. And I will say that I'm quite saddened to see that the Honourable Member from Brampton East has resigned his seat in Parliament. He was a fine colleague, and I wish him well as he pursues some health issues that he has. It's news that's breaking now. On the issue of this piece of legislation, I would also like to ask the Honourable Member about accountability, because there is no accountability. There's no mechanisms of accountability in this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, and I would just like him to comment on that, because it's quite disturbing that, you know, for everything that the Liberals have been talking about today within this piece of legislation, that there is zero in the way of accountability and zero in the way of any mechanisms to measure that accountability in this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston Chescook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. You know, when everybody is consulted when everyone is working together to ensure success, then the chances of success is much greater. Now, they will build quickly standards, and those standards will set the bar, and all those that are involved will work towards that. And we have, of course, as I said, the people with disabilities that will, on the Canadian Accessibility Standard Development, that will play a great role in supporting this process. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm confident, but I do ask the question, why was the Conservative did not do anything for 10 years in this area? Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to make sure that members of this House have a full appreciation for what is at stake and how much Canadians were counting on the Liberal government to get this accessibility bill right. Long overdue. It's true the Conservatives should have done it in the 10 years they had in power, but C81 is so far from what our constituents and fellow Canadians needed. So Terry Weens is a man in my riding, Nanaimo Ladysmith, who was a victim of polio. He writes to me saying, remember that Paul Martin Sr. made a promise to polio victims in 1955 that they would never have to pay for the cost of health care that resulted from the federal government's failure for 2 years to introduce the polio vaccine. That was a solemn commitment. He says, now that polio has been so successfully eradicated, the federal government has forgotten that polio should be part of health care. So this is a man who's worked all his life. Now he finds from the effects of polio that he has got increasing disabilities, and he hasn't been able to get the support he needed to have a specialized mattress and wheelchair. He pulled $10,000 out of his RIF, his registered income fund, in order to pay for these things. And he describes the cascade of impacts that happened from that. I didn't realize the triple effects of that decision. It raised my annual income enough to eliminate me from the guaranteed income security, all $18 a month worth. I have no doubt that next year I'll qualify again, but in the meantime, we are penalized for our independence. To add insult to injury, losing that GIS also cost me my premium medical services subsidy, another $420 a year cost, my opportunity for subsidized assisted living, the GIS qualified is required for the payment, and on it goes. So what in this legislation will fix things for Terry and the many other Canadians that were counting on the government to take their advice and get this bill right?
Honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her question. As I said throughout my speech, we are committed to $290 million over the next 6 years to achieve many of these objectives. Also, I'd like to share with the member that in the budget, as we move forward, there will be some more initiative to support seniors and people with disabilities, and I'm confident that we will be able to achieve some success in those areas. But I do want to quote Rick Hansen, which he has set standards. Nova Scotia uses the standards, and he's got a standard program, and very successful. And he says towards this bill, wonderful news announced by the Minister on the Accessibility Canada Act that will provide funding for accessibility initiative so that all Canadians will benefit. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that's well in line to answer to that question. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the colleague for his words and his speech. I just have a very direct question. I was wondering if the member could tell us what is going to come into effect the day this bill receives royal assent, and also how soon the CASDO board will be established. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, we're confident that the standards will be in place within 1 year, so things will get moving as soon as we have this bill through. Of course, regulations, we expect them to be in place at no further than 2 years. But I do, I think back at the discussion in committee from the Conservative, they seem to have shifted, because when they first started talking about this bill, they were concerned about how much it was going to cost to implement, and all of a sudden now they join with the NDP and the Green Party. So I'm not sure where they stand today, but I can tell you that People with disabilities are extremely proud of this bill, and it's going to improve as we move forward, and we have reviews set up every 5 years. So this is what is needed to move forward as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services, Procurement and Accessibility.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. I did want to congratulate him on becoming a grandparent for, I think he said, the third time. That's wonderful, and it's always a happy day when that happens. And I also wanted to thank him for the personal stories, because he mentioned his friend who had been disabled for, I think, over 30 years. And it reminded me of my mother, who was also disabled. She had a massive stroke in her late 60s and was in a wheelchair for over 10 years. And she struggled, and my dad struggled with that. And I remember this would be 20 years ago, and you know, not much has changed. And so we're really happy, and I know my mother would be very proud and very happy with this legislation. So I wanted my honourable colleague to talk about his friend, Mr. Murphy, and how he would feel knowing, and how he feels about knowing that this legislation is forthcoming. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question and for her personal comments, of course. It's interesting that she asked the question, because I spoke with Mr. Murphy about a month ago about this legislation, and I spoke to him yesterday, of course, and I wanted to get his feedback, and he says that this is a major step forward to ensure that we're supporting people with challenges, and he is anxious, and he said that he's going to either listen to the debate today or at least watch it over the weekend with his family, because this is a strong step forward. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to thank the member for his comments on the subject and on the legislation, but there's a couple of things that, Mr. Speaker, that stuck out to me in what he said in one of the responses. And the first one was that the Conservative government apparently did nothing over the last 10 years, but that's just not the case. In fact, members of the governing party now were actually hailing the changes that were put in place by the Honourable Jim Flaherty at that point in regards to the Disability Savings Plan and the DISA, Disability Tax Credit. These were things that were literally life-changing for persons living with disabilities. We look over to the Ability Centre as well. And finally, in terms of working together, we talked about working together. The NDP, the Conservatives, and the Green Party all worked together. It was the Liberals who failed to show up and work with the opposition in a nonpartisan manner to make this bill better and to finally put measurements in place.
The Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
I want to thank the member for his comments, his question. Yes, there's many, but you see, there's a difference between small initiatives and a bill. This bill now will cement a process. This bill will put in place standards. And you, Mr. Speaker, my colleague did say that he's supporting this bill because this is a strong step forward. And I appreciate his comments, and I know that the Conservatives will support this bill because it is a very good bill for the people with disabilities, and I thank him for that. Thank you.
I see the Government House Leader rising, perhaps on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, it's with deep regret that I inform that an agreement cannot be reached on the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the third reading stage of Bill C-81, an act to ensure a barrier-free Canada. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage. Et Monsieur le Président, en ce qui a trait...
Mr. Speaker, as far as private members' business, motion number 25 is concerned, I give notice that at the next sitting of the House, the Minister of the Crown will pursuant to Standing Order 57, move the debate be adjourned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sure the House appreciates the notice on the part of the Government House Leader. Resuming debate. La reprise de débat. Is the House ready for the question? Yes? The question is as follows. Ms. Qualtrough, seconded by Mr. Sohi, moved that Bill C-81, an act to ensure a barrier-free Canada, be now read a third time and do pass. Mr. Nuttall, seconded by Mr. Barlow, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following: Bill C-81, an act to ensure a barrier-free Canada, be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities for the purposes of reconsidering. Shall I dispense? Dispense? No. A. Clauses 5, 11, 18, 23, 111 and 148 with the view to include dates and timelines to ensure that the bill will advance accessibility in Canada. B. Clauses 15, 75, 93 and 95 with the view to remove permissive language to ensure that accessibility requirements are made and enforced. C. Clauses 46, 55, 59, 64 and 68 with the view to not allow organizations to be exempted from complying with accessibility requirements. And D. Clause 207 with the view to require the government to act. The question is on the amendment. Plaît-il à la Chambre?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. I declare the amendment carried. No, sorry.
Ahead of myself there. Cancel that last statement. Call in the members.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Well, I would ask that the vote be deferred until Monday, November 26, 2018, at the expiry time provided for government orders, Mr. Speaker.
Accordingly, the recorded division stands deferred until Monday, November 26, 2018, at the expiry of the time provided for government orders. Now, I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader on his feet, perhaps on a point of order.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous support to call it 5:30 at this time so we could begin private members' hour.
Is it the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 5:30 p.m.? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Accordingly, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, consideration of motion M194, instruction to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, Precarious Employment in Canada, standing in the name of Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan, seconded by Mr. Longfield, moves that the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities be instructed to take a study of precarious employment in Canada and be mandated to définir en quoi consiste un emploi précaire, y compris des indicateurs précis, et d'examiner les données actuelles et les possibilités d'élargir les données disponibles. 2. Identify the role that precarious employment plays in the economy and in the federally regulated private sector and the impact it has on the lives of individual Canadians. Debate. The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to speak today to my private member's motion M194 regarding precarious employment in Canada. My motion proposes that the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, HUMA, be instructed to undertake a study of precarious employment in Canada and be mandated to, 1, develop a definition of precarious employment, including specific indicators, as well as examine current data and options to expand available data. And 2, identify the role that precarious employment plays in the economy and in the federally regulated private sectors, and the impact it has on the lives of individual Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I firmly believe that this motion is of critical importance. In order to develop effective public policy, we must first have a clear, defined, and consistent definition of precarious employment in Canada. It is a priority of our government to make evidence-based policies which reflect the needs of Canadians. We must study and consult and build a strong foundation of knowledge to truly understand and define precarious employment in Canada. No matter the province or the territory you live in, whether rural or urban, lawyer or laborer, man or woman, each and every Canadian deserves the same standards and opportunities from government's policies. In order to have a fair chance to succeed, we must level the playing field and provide support for those who need it the most. To do this, we do things such as who is affected by the precarious employment? What are the indicators? What are the social and economic symptoms of precarious work? The ultimate purpose of my motion is to enable families in Canada to thrive and to have the ability to support themselves with dignity and respect. We need a national definition which applies specific indicators to identify precarious employment in order to accomplish this objective. Mr. Speaker, M194 has been well received by my constituents in my riding of Sault Ste. Marie, a riding which has experienced the many challenges of employment insecurity, but also a riding where hard-working employed folks tell me such things that not being able to afford to go to the dentist, not taking any time off work when they're sick because they can't afford to lose a day's pay or fear losing their job. So they go to work sick instead of taking care of themselves. They may also end up making other coworkers sick and their clients. One constituent told me about the panic she goes through if their child is unwell, knowing her family will lose a day's pay or more. Imagine the anxiety and the stress created for families in these situations. Too many Canadians are facing these types of difficult circumstances and have too few options. My constituents work very hard. Canadians work very hard, and they deserve some stability for themselves and their families. Mr. Speaker, there's a vast amount of research available on different aspects of precarious employment, both internationally and nationally. And what all this research shows us is that no one is immune to the effects of precarious work. A recent report from the Canadian Centre of Policy for Alternatives entitled No Safe Harbor found that more than 1/5 of Canadian professionals, 22%, are in some form of precarious work, including part-time work, contract work, freelance work. The study reports that precarious work cuts across all employment sectors, professional occupation, wage levels, ages, and career stages. Unfortunately, you cannot count on age and experience to help you out. Data indicates a spike in the share of precarious work among the 55-plus age group. And interesting, among those with 10 or more years of experience in their profession. These are the folks who are only 10 or 15 years away from retirement. And if they're not able to put away money for a good retirement, how's it going to be for them in the future? Another element in trying to avoid precarious employment is that education alone won't shield you from the problem. The survey found that precarious professionals are actually more likely to have a post-secondary degree. This number is at 30% versus non-precarious professionals at 23%. Additionally, having a full-time job might not be enough to avoid precarious work either. 26% of precarious workers report having a full-time job. Typically, these jobs lack security, where the worker is uncertain they will have a job a year from now, or that there will be a lack of benefits such as sick days or pension. Further, several studies clearly demonstrate that the labor market is tilted against women. In other words, women are disproportionately affected by precarious employment. Professional women are far more likely than their male counterparts to be in precarious work, with women accounting for 60% of all precarious professionals. Mr. Speaker, this has little to do with women gravitating towards less secure jobs, but rather it's more of a reflection of the labor market. This needs to change. A constituent in my riding shared with me her experiences with precarious employment. For her privacy, I will refer to her as Miss Jones. Miss Jones is a single mother of 2 boys. One of her sons is on the autism spectrum scale, thus requiring increased care. Her older son is a foster child with his own unique challenges. Miss Jones escaped an abusive marriage with only her young son and 1 bag of personal items. She has worked incredibly hard to support herself and her sons. Ms. Jones works currently full-time but has an end date to her contract in 3 years' time. At her previous job, Ms. Jones worked 6 days a week as a personal service worker, a difficult and physically demanding job. Despite the amount of hours she worked and sacrificed so much time with her boys, Ms. Jones was struggling financially. Distressingly, she was also without any benefits, which is very unnerving for a single parent. In an attempt to better her family's future, Ms. Jones decided to pursue her master's degree. Unfortunately, student loan debt is now one of the barriers Ms. Jones is facing for financial security. She is paying the monthly payment, but seeing little progress in her loan decreasing. She's unable to save for a down payment on a home and is frustrated with paying rent and not paying a mortgage. Or she would at least have an asset. Mr. Speaker, we must be able to assist hardworking Canadians like Ms. Jones to ensure fairness and to avoid personal catastrophe. Ms. Jones says she is 1 paycheck away from such a fate. There is no doubt that there are many legitimate social and economic concerns regarding vulnerable employees in precarious employment. The combination of low income, lack of control, overscheduling, lack of benefits such as pension and health care, personal emergency leave, or sick days, altogether or in various combinations, creates a great deal of uncertainty, anxiety, and stress, which undermines the quality of life and physical well-being of a wide swath of workers in our society. Indicators of precarity, including workers holding multiple jobs, more temporary work, and unpaid overtime, are on the rise. Though not uniformly and not for everyone, it is evident that the current mechanisms for measuring precarity, its growth, and its implications for quality of life on a large scale are inconsistent and inadequate. So how can those who are disproportionately or negatively affected by the changes in the labor market find support? We know that precarious employment is seen mostly among women, youth, and increasingly older workers, and people of visible minorities. We must study precarious employment in order to understand and address the barriers that people, especially people from these groups, face in their pursuit of stable employment. Precarious employment negatively impacts vulnerable workers, as part-time workers are often low-wage earners and are highly concentrated in retail trades, accommodation, and food service industries. Clearly, precarious employment transcends the standard versus non-standard work distinction, such that forms of employment that are full-time or part-time, permanent or temporary, may be characterized by precariousness. In other words, some non-standard work is highly paid, secure, and not precarious, while some standard or full-time permanent work is poorly paid and is precarious. As we see the landscape of the traditional workplace changing due to innovation and technology, we are now seeing fundamental transformation in Canada's workforce. To be clear, some individuals that are choosing alternative forms of work arrangements for flexibility, personal job satisfaction, may find that this is suitable to their way of life. However, this does not reflect all precarious workers. Many are finding themselves as involuntary participants in the gig economy. In July 2018, BMO released a report on the gig economy. The report states that 85% of companies surveyed in the study foresee an increased move to an agile workplace. In the next few years, employers estimate almost a quarter of their workforce is already working virtually or remotely as part of the agile workforce. For some workers, the flexibility afforded to them by technology in the gig economy is great. There's no doubt that innovation is a positive element of the changing workplace. With innovation changing how we live and work, we see new opportunities, but also some new challenges for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the Ontario Ministry of Labour was mandated to consider the need for labour code reform through the lenses of changes that have been occurring in the workplace and the economy. After 2 years of consultation and study, the Government of Ontario released a report in May 2017, the Changing Workplaces Review, 2015-2016. This report found that the changing nature of the workforce, the workplace, and the economy itself, particularly in light of relevant trends and factors operating on our society, including globalization, trade liberalization, technology change, the growth of the service sector, and changes in the prevalence and characteristics of standard employment relationships, clearly demonstrated that changes need to be made to the provincial labour code. Undoubtedly, the rise of new technologies and the emergency of the platform economy, such as Uber or Airbnb, are contributing to the transformation of the labour market, and will no doubt continue to do so. While both technology and globalization open up new opportunities and create new occupations, they also contribute to other issues for occupations. In recognition of this developing shift, the Government of Canada is focusing on investing directly in Canada's greatest asset, its people. A fluctuating employment landscape requires a responsive and contemporary plan for both employers and the workforce. The nature of work is changing, and we need to understand how it impacts our workers so that we can better protect Canadians and help employers recruit and retain employees. Members of this House are certainly aware of the measures to modernize the Canada Labour Code in the Budget Implementation Act that was tabled October 29th. I believe that these updates to the Labour Code will benefit Canadians. These Labour Code changes were created after extensive consultations to gain a real-world perspective on developing effective policy. Between May 2017 and March 2018, the government consulted with Canadians, stakeholders, and experts on the changing nature of work and how federal labour standards could be updated in order to better reflect current workplace realities. One strong message was repeated throughout the consultations. The way Canadian work has changed, but federal labour standards have not. These consultations also made it clear that there are a number of complex issues related to federal labour. Standards and changing nature of work, which required more in-depth review and discussion. Mr. Speaker, this is the reason precarious employment requires its own study and consultative process. To remedy an issue, we must first define clearly and then apply standards consistently across this country.
It's super weird, like,
while there's a large amount of literature on the topic, significant data limitations for measuring and understanding the impacts of precarious work still exist. For example, specific data on the prevalence of precarious work among vulnerable populations such as people with disabilities, newcomers, and Indigenous people is very limited. Canada must be able to define precarious employment in a structured, cohesive manner so we can recognize potential indicators and vulnerabilities which are uniformly identified across this great country. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, with precarious work federally...
Order.
See, I can't hear
Order.
a thing.
We're having a problem with the audio. L'interprétation...
Is the interpretation working?
Oh, you're just hearing background? Alors, c'est juste pour a test for the audio.
English interpretation. This is the English channel.
L'interprétation fonctionne maintenant.
Is the interpretation working into English?
Another 30 seconds for the honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie. The honourable member.
So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, with precarious work federally defined, it would enable us to look to prevention, support, and the opportunities for innovation in both the public and private sectors. By having the committee undertake a study, the necessary consultations, witnesses, testimonies, and research would be considered, providing the government with a comprehensive and informed definition of precarious employment in Canada. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwantanik Aski.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and while I appreciate the members' efforts across, what many of us here in the NDP know is that precarious workers know all too well what precarious work looks like. No benefits, no pension, no security. This is the kind of work that so many people of all ages, but particularly young people in our country, are seeing as the norm. They don't feel that they need a study. What they need is federal leadership when it comes to putting a stop to precarious work. So my question to the member across is in this study and in his view, will they be looking at the role of the federal government in using precarious workers, particularly the use of temp agencies and the hiring of temporary workers in the federal public service? We know this is a common practice. We know that despite the rhetoric, the government continues to lean on temporary workers and temporary work agencies, which of course is unacceptable. So will he and his government not just take a look, but put an end to the use of exploitation of workers?
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you very much to the honourable member for the question and the passion that I think we both share on the issue. And as I noted in my speech, that we would definitely be looking at the federal government, the federally regulated private industries as well. And I think the study is important because I've sat on the industry committee, the trade committee, and having all members, the Liberals, the NDP, the Conservatives, put forward witnesses, asking questions, and getting to a very important matter, because as I said in my speech, there's so many different views, both study-wise, papers, both private and public sector, that we can really create a real good blueprint here to tackle this very national issue.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Science and Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his speech on this very important topic. And, I wanted to ask him about women in the labour market because, of course, many women are in precarious employment, and I'm just trying to get a sense of how a definition of precarious employment in Canada would help women in the labour market, and how this would move forward some of the problems that we have in the workforce today. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Well, thank you very much for the question. I've also had the opportunity privilege to sit on the Pay Equity Committee and working with all the parties on that issue. And there are several factors that contributed to the pay equity issue, and it's not only just an issue for women, but the subsets as well. Women from First Nations and visible minorities and newcomers are more susceptible to it. So one of the things that we can do is, first of all, just tackle the issue right head on, bring some people in, and to have a really, broad conversation nationally, coast to coast to coast about this issue, and start resolving some of this issue. The first thing we need to do is start, addressing it, recognizing that it is an issue, because some people don't think it is an issue. So that's one of the keys. And one of the things that, in talking with Ms. Jones, that the Canada Child Benefit certainly is helping her a lot more than she was 3 years ago. But we still can do more because we know better is possible.
We got time just for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague down the way. It sounded to me in the question from the honourable member from the NDP that temp agencies should be banned. And I'm thinking that small businesses use temp agencies as a way of pre-qualifying people and transferring skills between the workforce and small and medium-sized businesses. Some of those nuances might be interesting for the study to take up, and maybe the honourable colleague down the way could mention what he thinks about the study of temp agencies and the role they play in the marketplace.
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Well, I think we have to, in my speech I addressed a whole number of potential things to take a look at, and you'll note that full-time work isn't necessarily totally secure. Some people that are in full-time work consider it being precarious. Some people that are working part-time, freelance, and, temporarily, whatever terms you want to use, are satisfied where they're working. The issue is when you're not satisfied because you can't look after yourself, your family. That's sort of the issue. So I think all that needs to be addressed and looked at, what my honourable colleague has mentioned. But it's a big undertaking, but I think that the people in this House are up to the task.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable.
Must say at the beginning that I will deliver my first speech in English in the House, so I hope that my colleagues will be comprehensive. If they don't understand nothing, just refer to the answer after that. You will understand everything. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to speak about the motion M194. The purpose of the private member's motion requests the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities undertake a study of precarious employment in Canada and be mandated to 1. Develop a definition of precarious employment, including specific indicators, as well as examine current data and options to expand available data. And 2. Identify the role that precarious employment plays in the economy and in the federally regulated private sector and the impact it has on the lives of individual Canadians. In preparation for the introduction of legislation this fall to modernize federal labor standards, ESDC officials from the labor program conducted consultations between May 2017 and March 2018. The resulting report, released on August 30, 2018, touches on many aspects of this motion and more. The report also defines non-standard employment. Let's talk, Mr. Speaker, about employment opportunities in Canada under this Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, 3 years into the Liberal mandate, and they have failed to make progress on many of their promises, one of which is their failure to create well-paying jobs for youth and middle-class Canadians. As the Minister of Finance said himself, Canadians just have to get used to precarious employment because that will be the norm. This is not the lackadaisical approach that the Liberals should be taking or telling Canadians to get used to the job churn of short-term employment. The government needs to start listening to taxpayers, who are the people burdened by the government debt. The lack of income security associated with uncertain and temporary work reduces consumer confidence, leading them to spend less, which in turn reduces business profits and investment, thereby depriving the government of revenue. It's simple. A 2014 study conducted by Statistics Canada found that nearly 1/3 of the Canadian working population were in unstable employment situations. While, Mr. Speaker, our biggest competitor, the United States, is cutting red tape and taxes and making economy more attractive to investors, to job creators, the Liberals are jacking up taxes and punishing Canadians' enterprise. If the Liberal government is serious, if the Liberal government put the effort into making Canada more inviting for investment and business opportunities, we will see the benefit firsthand in full-time, stable job opportunities for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, non-standard employment is certainly not a new phenomenon. However, we do see it in different forms as job types, social demands, and technology change. With well-paying, skilled labor jobs in our natural resource sector disappearing because of poor Liberal policies, Canadians are forced to turn to employment alternatives just to make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, technology is one force that has begun to significantly alter the future of work. Canadians are turning to ride-sharing and short-term home rental work models for extra cash, a shift that reflects the growth of non-standard labor in Canada. Work in the sharing economy could be becoming more precarious than other forms of work the economy has experienced simply because people feel forced to or that there are no other employment opportunities in their area. Nearly 50% of all Canadians' jobs are non-standard work arrangements, which includes the number of workers providing their services on one or more intermediary platforms in the sharing economy. Mr. Speaker, people are piecing together a few hours a week driving a car and a few hours a week renting out a space in their home as a means to earn money. That is not going to afford them a stable, secure income. Mr. Speaker, the Canadians rely on the government to put job creation first, ahead of liberal political interest. Canadians want to see action from this Liberal government. They want to get back to work in full-time positions for sectors that they are trained and educated for. We know that job creation is a cornerstone of a strong economy. Under the previous Conservative government, during the worst economic downturn since the Great Recession, and I want to repeat it, during the worst economic downturn since the Great Recession, Canada had the best job creation and economic growth record among G7 countries. That's the truth, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative government policies resulted in the creation of more than 1 million net new jobs. We had created almost 20% more jobs than our closest competitors since taking office in 2006. Mr. Speaker, private sector investment creates jobs and drives economic growth. Canadian firms will not invest in the Canadian economy if they do not know the overall cost of doing business. Whether it is failing to find a solution to the softwood lumber dispute, Liberal policies are stifling private sector's investment that creates jobs for hard-working families. Mr. Speaker, failed policy have made it more difficult to do business and create jobs in Canada. As a result, a large closed sign now hangs on a country that was once one of the very best places in the world to do business. That's right. Canadians are turning to the work that they can get, but it's non-standard because of the inaction and failed policies by this Liberal government to provide them with full-time employment opportunities. And I want to add, Mr. Speaker, that we must also take care of the mental health for all those people who have to work in this precarious employment situation. And I want to cite an article that I have read. It is in French, so I will do a little part in French. I hope that all my colleagues will understand. Exercer un emploi précaire génère.
Having a precarious job creates more conflict in one's professional and personal life, and the author points out that the travel time makes it harder to maintain social and professional relationships. Economic precarity triggers a vicious cycle. People start to feel down on themselves, down on their work, and people tend to become isolated. If work becomes even more precarious, it bleeds into either other parts of one's life and leads to psychological suffering.
Be addressed during the committee meetings. I think this is important. We have to oversee all the different circumstances about the precarious employment in Canada. So while I appreciate the Liberal member's intention to request for yet another study to be done, I believe Canadians will prefer the Liberals to get work on job creation, so Canadians get back to work too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong Aski.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about a disturbingly growing trend, that of precarious work. Now, I'm guessing that my colleague from Sault Ste. Marie is attempting to bring the issue forward to indicate to his constituents and maybe to Canadians that he is focused on finding a solution to the problem of precarious work. Unfortunately, he has chosen a means to achieve this goal that will ultimately lead to no concrete advances for precarious workers. Gathering more information and data is usually relevant in many ways, but what we're dealing with is a growing crisis. What we actually need is stronger legislation and, most importantly, political will to put an end to precarious work in our country. I intend to vote in favor of the motion before us, but I want to underscore my disappointment. Disappointment that the government is calling for yet another study, a study to talk about a growing crisis, a study instead of taking action to tackle a growing problem for so many of us across this country. The rise of precarious work is not something that started by accident. It's the result of neoliberal policies put forward by successive Liberal and Conservative governments. The phenomenon of precarious work is not new, but it is becoming more and more common. Women, racialized people, people living with disabilities, and LGBTQ folks are disproportionately affected. And we are seeing that increasingly precarious work is a phenomenon we see more and more amongst young people, the millennial generation. It's becoming increasingly difficult for workers entering the labor market to skip ahead of what are new entry-level jobs. They are stuck in a cycle of temp, part-time, contract work with no benefits, no pension, no security. Furthermore, many workers have been forced to launch their careers with unpaid labor, namely unpaid internships. Dans la société civile,
in civil society, resistance is organizing. 60,000 students in Quebec are striking right now, and yesterday they were out in the streets of Montreal, Gatineau, and Sherbrooke to demand a thing we should all take for granted, namely getting paid for our work. This is something that is so straightforward. The unions are still fighting against job insecurity. The steelworkers in Alma made headlines in 2012 when they refused to let good jobs in that region be contracted out. To this day, Quebec unions are fighting to protect workers, and the Union of Retail and Office Employees of the SAQ, which is affiliated with the CSN, is pushing back against management, which wants to increase their job insecurity. The union movement is leading the way. When workers unite, they can't face down corporations which are trying to diminish their quality of life. But unfortunately, not all workers are unionized, and several thousands of workplaces have been closed as jobs went to subcontractors who were less well paid. This is a phenomenon which is familiar to many workers from the education sector to call center workers.
Working people. People feel as if their work is not valued. And according to those that follow this ideology, workers in some fields should not be deemed to be able to make a living wage. People that work as cashiers, as call center operators, and the list goes on. And what's more is we are selling post-secondary education as a way to make things better at a high cost, luring students into what is becoming a debt trap with the promise one hopes of quality employment. But more often than not, we don't have anything to offer besides part-time, temp, or contract work with little or no benefits. And it's millennials and the upcoming generation that are facing the brunt of this new reality. It has them postponing important life milestones, like starting a family and buying a home. We heard heartbreaking stories when we hosted a national tour on precarious work, which culminated in a national forum here in Ottawa, a forum that we called the Precarious Generation, Millennials Fight Back. I'll never forget hearing from a young woman in Edmonton who was told by one of her employers that in response to her stress living a precarious, working in precarious work, where her boss said that if she wants security, what she needs to do is to find a husband. Or I remember a young woman in Windsor who talked about how she was working on her second degree, living in her parents' basement, and she hoped to be able to find work as a result of this. But one thing that she knew she wasn't able to do was to have children because she could never offer them what her parents had offered her. We heard from workers across the country who were fed up with their jobs that don't provide benefits, job security, and the ability to build a future for them and potentially their families. Let's be clear. Today's economic system paves the way for low-wage jobs or stagnating incomes for the working class. This is at a time when the fortunes of this country are increasingly concentrated in the hands of a handful of people, namely big CEOs. I'm reminded of the way in which it is a systemic issue. Black Lives Matter activist Hashim Youssef, who spoke at our national forum, made it very clear by saying the system isn't broken, it was built this way. The stories we heard are a reflection of what is happening across Canada. Precarious work causes mental health issues, anguish, physical health issues, and it prevents our society from moving forward. That's why I find it difficult today to stand here and talk about a motion to study it, rather than fixing the problem. This is a testament to the government's preference to disguise its inaction as action, or caring, as they love to use that word. We've seen this play out before. I'm even reminded of what the Liberals have done on pharmacare. They know what the problem is, but they can't seem to muster the political will to actually fix it. Les solutions à la
There are solutions to the precarious work crisis. We traveled across the country to better identify the problem and find solutions. We consulted with workers, students, professors and academics, union officials, and people in the community. These people are fully aware of the problem, and we're not just one study away from finding a solution. The harsh reality this government faces today is that they have to invest in Canadians, modernize the labor code, and change hiring practices, place trust in workers, and yes, at times that means putting aside the interests of their cronies in big business. What this government should have done is take action. I'd like to share with the member for Sault Ste. Marie and with members here in the House the call to action issued by people who took part in our tour and the Precarious Generation Forum. This call to action was heard here in the NDP, but clearly has not been heard by the Liberal government. It's time Canada came up with a decent employment policy. The emergence of precarious work is a clear indicator that the status quo isn't working. Far too many Canadians have part-time work and they can't get out of the cycle of poverty. Most new jobs that are created are low-paying part-time jobs with very few, if any, benefits. We can and should do better. This starts with minimum wage of $15 an hour and with regulation of the temp agencies, fighting outsourcing, including that which takes place in the public service, and by putting an end to the exploitation of migrant workers by paving the way to citizenship for them.
Something the government is well aware needs to happen. As Canadians, we say we're proud of our social safety net, but thanks to precarious work, young Canadians are experiencing firsthand why we need to expand it. Many millennials have no private benefit plans. With only 38% of Canadians able to access employment insurance benefits, many also face precarious unemployment. We must therefore change EI, bring a universal 360 hours of work measurement so that people can access it. We must implement public insurance where the private sector is increasingly failing, like pharmacare, like dental care. And we must also put an end to the housing crisis and implement a national housing strategy that leaves no one behind. Mr. Speaker, as I stand in this House, I think of the hundreds of young people that were part of our national tour on precarious work and that were part of our forum. And I think of how, with what sincerity, they shared the anguish, the stress that they're going through. I remember hearing from parents, from families that are worried about the future of their kids because of the rise of precarious work. To act or not to act on this matter is not a matter of choice. This government has clearly chosen to postpone action on this front and make it look as though they care. This crisis is happening now, and it deserves immediate action. Canadians, and particularly young Canadians, can no longer wait. Thank you.
Now resuming debate, the honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today in support of the motion that's being put forth by my honourable colleague from Sault Ste. Marie on precarious employment. I certainly enjoy working with him on the industry committee. I know he brings a depth of experience to everything he does, and really thank him for bringing this forward for us to talk about in the House and hopefully to take forward towards committee work. And the committee work that's done for the House of Commons by members of all parties and by the witnesses that come from across Canada to share their expertise are critical in us developing good policy in Canada. So I really don't want to undersell the advantage that we have as members of Parliament to use our committees to good use to give us the input we need to come up with good regulations and good laws. As I begin, I'd like to share the story of one of my constituents. A constituent of mine, Karen, is a personal support worker in Guelph. Personal support workers care for the elderly, for the disabled, for sick persons in their homes by providing services such as bathing and dressing, and even just being there for conversation. Karen can work up to 70 to 80 hours in a week. She works full-time hours, but she's classified as part-time. In her own words, she takes care of sick people, but doesn't have a sick day. Karen has no pension and her benefits are not guaranteed. She says, because my employer says I'm part-time, I have to requalify for benefits every year by working at least 1,500 hours. She said, last year her friend, another precarious worker, found out that she had cancer. She missed a lot of work because she was so sick, and then she lost her benefits. Mr. Speaker, Karen's story isn't unusual. She's paid $15 an hour during her time with clients, but she's not paid for her travel time, and she can't afford a car, so she often rides the bus 30 to 45 minutes between appointments. She has no guaranteed hours in a week, and she has no job security. Karen is indeed a precarious worker. Precarious employment is a non-standard work that lacks stability, security, and control. It can be part-time or it can be temporary, and it's underprotected by regulation. This emerging trend is the reason this motion has found its way to the floor of the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, this motion could direct the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities to undertake a study on precarious employment. The emergence of precarious workers is a result of a rapidly changing marketplace. The standard employment relationship, the term for permanent, full-time, secure employment with a single employer, is still the most common form of a job. The proportions of standard employment relationships, though, are dropping. However, as Karen's story tells us, norms do not reflect everyone's reality. The rise in precarious employment is concerning for a number of economic and political reasons. It reflects a growing inequality in Canada, and it contributes to racial and gender divisions in our society. Most worker advocates talk about the economic unfairness of precarious employment and the problems it creates in the labour market and in communities. Precarious employment is also a health and safety issue, as has been discussed in other speeches in the House today. The status of being a precarious worker leads to worsened health and safety outcomes. Precarious workers earn less, and they're less likely to have benefits or may have fewer benefits than other workers. Women, immigrants, and young workers are more likely to hold precarious jobs than other Canadians. That leads to unequal access to some of our health care, such as medication or such as counseling services that are available to other Canadians. The status of being a precarious worker leads to worsened health and safety outcomes overall. At work, repeated studies with different types of precarious workers have shown that they're also more likely to be injured. For example, hotel cleaners who work for a temp agency. Most will be women who are paid low wages and have little job security or control over their schedules. Their work will be physically demanding, and if they're unwell, they're reluctant to call in sick for fear of not being hired again. But that's not to disparage temp agencies. As an employer myself of small business, I didn't have an HR department to help to screen candidates. I didn't have an HR department to help to do the pre-training required in order to meet the conditions of my employment. Using temp agencies gave me access to labor markets that I wouldn't have had on my own, apart from calling friends and neighbors that I might have known knew people that might be available for work. So temp agencies do have their place, Mr. Speaker, but we have to look at the impact on workers chronically going through short-term contracts, never getting to full employment, never getting towards benefits, and never getting towards the security they need mentally and physically to be able to fulfill their lives in Canada. Some studies suggest that jobs that demand a lot of effort but provide workers with little control over their work and little support can damage workers' health via stress. Currently, little to no work has been done to determine how to reduce the ill effects of precarious work, in large part because precarious work is just becoming recognized as a health and safety hazard. So, Mr. Speaker, to confront a problem like precarious employment, we first need to know more details. This is where the member from Sault Ste. Marie's motion can play a very meaningful role. By attaching definition and by identifying the indicators of precarious employment, we can understand the cause and effect so that we can provide recommendations to reverse this trend in the labour market. We can also hear from Canadians with lived experience, Canadians that otherwise might not have a voice to come forward. But the motion goes further in part two. It stresses the need to identify the role that precarious employment plays in the economy, and particularly within the federally regulated private sector, to understand the impact it has on the lives of individual Canadians. Something like we studied in the Indu Committee about how do we get more diversity on boards, how do we get better representation of all Canadians in the governance of companies. This study would say, how can we get all Canadians participating in the labour force? That the nature of work and the employment relationship can affect workers' health is a new concept. It requires us to rethink what constitutes a hazard and how hazards can cause health consequences, including how they interact with non-work aspects of the workers' lives. It also causes us to contemplate new ways of controlling these types of hazards. One surefire way to reduce the health effects of precarity is to create jobs that are more secure and to support workers more fully. This solution requires broad-scale social, political, and economic change. I'd also argue it has to be environmentally sustainable. As my speech draws to a close, I encourage all my colleagues in this House to support the motion that's before us today. The labour market is changing. We need to understand how and where gaps are forming as a result of these changes in the market. Mr. Speaker, the first step to solving a problem is recognizing that there is one. Canada's labour markets are changing, and government policy needs to change with them. This review will help provide insight into the current changing situation and recommendations on how to manage this emerging problem, and for more detailed debate in this House. Thank you again to my honourable colleague from Sault Ste. Marie for bringing forward this debate and for all that he does to serve his community and Canadians. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. I'll just let the honourable member for Perth Wellington know that we're just shy of the 10 minutes available. I don't want to say much more than that. I don't want to cut into his time, but we're just shy of the 10 minutes. We'll let him get underway. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I see one honourable member is interested in hearing me speak for the full 10 minutes. Oh, two. That's wonderful. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is an honour to rise today to participate in the debate on Motion 194, tabled by the honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie. And I think it is a worthwhile motion, and the official opposition will be supporting it. But I do have to question why we're using House time to debate this motion. Not that it's not a worthwhile topic, not that it's not something that's worthwhile to be studied, but could this motion not have been tabled at the Standing Committee? Could the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills Development, Social Development and Status of Persons with Disabilities not undertake this motion on its own? Certainly for parliamentarians, having a private member slot come up is like winning the lottery. I know I'm number 235 on the order of precedence, so I will be significantly older than I am now by the time that number comes up, and I suspect that probably won't happen within this Parliament. But I do wonder why we're doing this motion here to undertake a study at a standing committee. Could we not use this time to do that within committee itself? But like I said, we will be supporting this motion, and we will undertake the study within the committee. But it's that part that I'd like to focus on today, that study that will be undertaken within the committee. Now, the motion calls for the Standing Committee to develop a definition of precarious employment, including specific indicators. And Mr. Speaker, I think that is worthwhile. There is not currently a coherent definition of what might constitute precarious employment. We did receive a helpful research project from the Library of Parliament, which talked about precarious employment. I thought the first paragraph was worthwhile to read, if for the only purpose of starting a conversation. It says this, quote, "Simply put, precarious employment is a bad job. However, problems arise when we try to define and measure more precisely the characteristics that constitute a bad job." It goes on to say, according to the International Labour Organization, precarious employment refers to an inadequacy of rights and protection at work. This can apply to informal work, but also several types of formal work, including subcontracting, temporary contracts, interim work, certain types of self-employment, and involuntary part-time work. These types of employment are more precarious because they are associated with reduced financial security stemming from lower wages, less access to benefits, such as private pension plans and complementary health insurance, and greater uncertainty about future employment income. And I think certainly that does encompass a lot of what most Canadians would consider precarious employment. But at the same time, as in so much of what we debate, there's always a gray zone. And what one person might constitute as precarious employment, others might constitute as innovation, as risk-taking, as starting something new. And so we have to be mindful of this. I want to focus on this kind of concept of the definition of what might encompass precarious employment, so that we're not going against what we might want to be encouraging in the economy. First of all, self-employment. Self-employment, by its definition, does come with risks. It is precarious. But nonetheless, it's something that we should still be encouraging. We should still be encouraging those who want to set out on their own, to start their own business, just try something new, to take that risk. We want to be encouraging that, even if it is precarious, even if it is a risk. That's what built this country. Hard-working, risk-taking Canadians who are willing to go out and try something new. And that's where innovation comes from. That's where innovation comes from, when those risks are taken, when someone starts something new, when they start a new business, they find a new product, and they go out on their own. It is precarious, no question about it. But is that the definition that we are encompassing within this motion? Now, I'm certainly very honored as a member of the official opposition to serve in the shadow cabinet as the shadow secretary for the sharing economy. And certainly the sharing economy is something new. It's different. It's changing how we do business, and it's changing how we work within the economy. But while it's new, while this specific example is new, disruptions within the economy are not new. We have seen disruptions in how we work for centuries. We saw the printing press in the 1400s. The printing press changed how we operated, changing how the world operated, and changed how we worked. The Industrial Revolution changed how we work. The invention of the telephone changed how we communicated and how we work. The early 20th century saw the personal automobile become mainstream. It saw electricity in homes, indoor lighting, refrigeration, and electric appliances. The mid to late 20th century saw the advent of the ATM, the expansion of credit, including credit cards. And the 1980s to the 2000s saw the microchip revolution and the invention of the internet, although Al Gore may claim otherwise. But it changed how we work, how the economy functions. And today, it's changing again. We are living in the smartphone generation, the Wi-Fi age, and it's changing as we speak. We cannot predict what the next disruption in the economy might be. We cannot predict what changes are going to happen in a week from now, let alone a year from now. But we have to be prepared to recognize that those changes are coming. And those changes are going to affect how we work and how our economy functions on a day-to-day basis. And I don't think we've really recognized that. Other countries have. Other countries have gone through extensive lengths to try to adapt and prepare for the changes in the economy. I want to focus a little bit specifically about the sharing economy because that is my interest, and it is considered precarious employment by many. But the United Kingdom has done extensive research and preparation for how they will deal with the sharing economy. Indeed, the Minister of State for Business, Enterprise and Energy commissioned an extensive study on this. Now, he didn't have a private member's motion to do the study. He just went and did the study on his own, which I think is showing innovation. But he commissioned a study. And in his foreword to the statement, he said this, quote, "The UK is embracing new, disruptive business models and challenger businesses that increase competition and offer new products and experiences for consumers. Where other countries and cities are closing down consumer choice and limiting people's freedom to make better use of their possessions, we are embracing it." I think, Mr. Speaker, Canada would do well to follow that example. We should be embracing innovation, embracing the sharing economy, and finding out how we can do better. How we can do better for consumers and those who are participating in the sharing economy. And the sharing economy and this aspect of the economy is not going away. In fact, it's becoming larger. The same UK study said this: the sharing economy is currently worth £9 billion worldwide, with this number set to rise to a massive £230 billion by 2025. Canada isn't quite yet at the lengths that the UK has gone in embracing the sharing economy, but the sharing economy is nonetheless present within Canada. And indeed, a recent study from Statistics Canada showed that Canadians spent approximately $241 million in 2016-17 on peer-to-peer ride-sharing services within Canada. That's the Ubers and the Lyfts of the world. And we're seeing how these types of activities are gaining ground. Indeed, I was recently privileged to join my colleague, the member from Barrie-Innisfil, in his riding and spoke with the mayor of Innisfil, where they are using new technology, using the Uber platform to replace or to work instead of a mass transit system. It's showing innovation and it's showing how we can use new technologies. Now, Mr. Speaker, I recognize that my time is quickly coming to a close, but I do want to say that I've appreciated the opportunity to talk to this motion. I do recognize that this will be going to committee and we will be having further study, but I think the important thing is we need to recognize where this study needs to go and how to embrace some of the changes and innovation in the economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The period provided for private members' business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of order of precedence on the order paper.
With Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And tonight I rise in the Commons regarding a question I asked the Minister actually several months ago. And although a lot of time has passed, I think the issue is actually even more relevant today than when I asked it at that time, and certainly did not feel it was a satisfactory response. And this was, of course, about the national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. So at the time, the Minister for Indigenous and Northern Affairs had just granted the commissioners a limited 6-month extension. I think it's important to say from the upfront that when the government decided to move ahead with this inquiry, all parties in the House said, we will support this. But it wasn't sort of an unconditional support. It was a support that we had an expectation that the government would create success. That they would, and what success meant, I think, is so important. It was peace for the families as they were able to, share their tragedies and know that someone cared and someone was listening, and perhaps even have some of the cases reflected on again. And of course, the other important thing that we wanted to see was a path forward in terms of a positive path forward with really action items. And so I think, those were important things. And, we truly are waiting. We will see if we get that kind of response. So we have asked, though, a number of times. The inquiry's original budget was $53 million, and we wanted to know how it was spent. And we wanted to know how much funding was going to be associated with the extension. Of course, we did not get any answer at that time. But then last week, in the supplementary estimates, we noticed that $38 million was added to the inquiry. So the budget actually stands at $92 million for the 2.5 years. And I can't help but compare that to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, who had a 6-year mandate, so perhaps 3 times the length, almost 3 times the length, but did it with $60 million. So we have $98 million for a 2.5-year inquiry, and we had approximately $60 million that was spent on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So we still are looking for some clarity, a 6-month extension. Why was $38 million needed for a 6-month extension when the majority of the work was hopefully done in those first 2 years with the initial budget? This is important, Mr. Speaker, because it represents $38 million. It represents Indigenous opportunities to do things. We have grassroots organizations across this country, especially our urban Indigenous groups, whether it's the Bear Clan, whether it's the Friendship Centers, whether it's some of the other urban Aboriginal organizations. They are making a difference on the ground. And what has happened to them? Their funding is on halt. Well, this government says we got to put the programs on hold because we need to do some more consultation. So we have $38 million that's going to the inquiry for the 6 months to finish the initiative. But in the meanwhile, what we have is urban Indigenous organizations who are actually doing the important work around prevention that are just being told, sorry, we need to have some further consultations. Maybe next year we'll have funding for you. Mr. Speaker, this government promised to continue with important action while they did the inquiry, and quite frankly, they're failing.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to address the question from the Honourable Member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. Canada is committed to ending the ongoing national tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. The National Inquiry into Missing, Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls has been directed to examine the broad systemic and institutional failures that have led to and perpetuated the epidemic of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Our government gave the inquiry an extension in order to provide more time for the families to be heard. This extension will also provide additional time for institutional and expert hearings and to finalize the report. After listening to survivors and family members, Indigenous organizations in the provinces and territories, the Commission asked for more time to carry out its important work. This request for more time had to be balanced with the needs of the families, foremost, who have been waiting years for answers. Our government is confident that the 6-month extension will enable the Commission to deliver on its mandate to provide recommendations on the systemic causes of violence against Indigenous women and girls. However, we've not waited for the final report to act, Mr. Speaker. Since the inquiry was officially launched on August 3rd, 2016, we've been making progress. We've taken immediate action with investments in women's shelters, housing, education, and the reform of child and family services. As well, we've responded to the inquiry's interim recommendations by providing nearly $50 million in additional investments. Canada is dedicating an additional $9.6 million over 5 years to support the RCMP's National Investigative Standards and Practice Unit. Funding was also provided for organizations with expertise in law enforcement and policing to review police policies and practices. Our government is increasing health supports and victim services for families and survivors. We are also expanding the family liaison units that were set up to help families navigate the system and get the information they need. We've also allocated an additional $38 million to assist the inquiry with its operational needs during the extension and to provide aftercare to families and survivors who testify. We remain committed to working with Indigenous governments and communities with the provinces and territories and with other key partners to end the unacceptable rates of violence against Indigenous women and girls in this country. Our government will continue to support and empower Indigenous women and girls. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I again want to reiterate, we all want to see this report in the House. We all want to see the change that was promised. I do have to acknowledge that I am and continue to be concerned as we watch the inquiry. We watch, personnel after personnel, whether it was chief executive officers leaving, we watched commissioners leave. So we are concerned that it's going to have the outcome. But most importantly, he talked about money spent here, money spent there. But what I'm seeing across this country, especially with our urban Indigenous organizations who are truly, truly making a difference, and I'll just use the Bear Clan again as an example. The first hour I spent with them, there was a sexual assault that they very capably and compassionately dealt with. And of course, they were told that $100,000 that you might need, we don't have it for you this year because we're doing some more consulting. So, he talked about a lot of programs, but quite frankly, those organizations that I'm hearing from aren't seeing it on the ground.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member opposite for her advocacy for Indigenous rights. I encourage her to perpetuate that within her party. Clearly, this is not something that is theoretical, Mr. Speaker. There are people that are suffering. There are wounds that are being reopened by this inquiry. I have had friends testify at this inquiry, and indeed, the healing has barely begun. And my sympathy and deep concern for their well-being goes out to them. As well, this impact has had there's been an impact on commissioners, and we can't deny that people have left. This is an extremely hard job. I would like to salute those that have pushed through this and nevertheless strive towards turning out a report that will be insightful to the systemic violence incurred by Indigenous women and girls. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
La motion pot.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.